Chapter 41, Thank you, wife, for granting me recognition. Jinghong's main store. Yu Zhiwan brought some desserts to Xia Yuntang in the lounge. Yuntang, thank you for helping with the promotion today. Hey! Xia Yuntang waved her hand casually. I only did a little promoting, but the orders exploded. Customers are willing to spend the money. It's mainly because my sister-in-law is amazing for getting Wan Yen as a designer. Besides, my brother and Xie Xiaozhou went on a business trip abroad a few days ago and haven't returned yet. Of course, I'm here to support my sister-in-law. Speaking of which, they won't be back until tomorrow. Yu Zhiwan nodded. If nothing goes wrong, they should be. A couple of days ago, Xie Jingma had to go on a business trip abroad to negotiate a major project worth tens of billions of dollars with foreign partners. However, he didn't want to go and wanted to postpone the trip to help her with Jinghong's opening ceremony. Yu Zhiwan was completely flattered. It was just an opening. Did it warrant his delay of work? Wasn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Moreover, it was a project worth tens of billions of dollars. Its importance was obvious. However, Xie Jingma didn't care at all, saying that her opening of Jinghong was more important. Yu Zhiwan wanted to kneel before him. Jinghong, a new store, wasn't even worth a fraction of the tens of billions of dollars. How did he come to the conclusion that Jinghong was more important? Most importantly, this business trip had been scheduled 2 months in advance, and canceling at the last minute was not a good idea. Therefore, Yu Zhiwan forcefully pushed Xie Jingma and put him on the private jet, letting him go on his business trip as usual. Yu Zhiwan had thought that maybe Xie Jingma valued Jinghong's opening so much because he had invested in it and was afraid she would mess it up and cause him to lose money. But as soon as this thought appeared, Yu Zhiwan rejected it. Because Xie Jingma wasn't someone who cared about such petty gains. He was probably concerned about her, maybe even guessing that the Yu family would come to make trouble, and he wanted to support her. Therefore, he really was a perfect, 24-hour good husband. Even if she was just his wife in name, he could still take care of her in every way. It was making her want to truly marry him. As for why Xia Yunzhou also went abroad, the guy was actually going to a car race. He loved racing, a rather expensive hobby, but Xia Yunzhou had everything except money, and he created a racing club and had won several championships. Recently there was a race abroad. The city it was in happened to be the same city Xie Jingma was going to for his business trip, so he happily followed his brother. Xia Yuntang sighed regretfully. It's such a pity that my brother and Xie Xiaozhou won't be able to see Jinghong's grand opening today. As soon as she said that, a playful and carefree voice laughed. Who says we can't see it? Yu Zhiwan was startled, thinking she was hallucinating. She turned her head in surprise. She saw Xia Yunzhou leaning casually against the doorframe of the lounge, holding a trophy in his hand. When he saw them looking, he touched his forehead with his index and middle fingers, and then flicked his hand forward, laughing freely and unrestrainedly. So flamboyant. Too flamboyant. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him, and then immediately looked to the side, and sure enough, saw Xie Jingma. The man was on a call, apparently still talking business. His thin lips were occasionally uttering obscure and difficult vocabulary. He held his phone to his ear, his fingers were well-defined and clearly articulated. His black shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing his fair and well-toned arms. Veins bulged, full of a sexual tension. It seemed like he was holding not a phone, but a woman's waist. He was clearly talking to someone on the phone, but his soul-capturing eyes were directly staring at Yu Zhiwan. They were dark and veiled, revealing a hint of possessiveness and predatory intent. That predatory possessiveness was like missing her for 2 days, with longing crashing over him like a tidal wave, drowning her, and like locking onto his prey, wanting to devour her. Yu Zhiwan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her eyelashes trembled quickly a couple of times, and she didn't have the courage to hold his gaze. Her heart felt strangely hot. He Kaiwei was also on the side. Clearly, after Xie Jingma and Xia Yunzhou entered the store, they said they were looking for Yu Zhiwan, so He Kaiwei brought them to the lounge. At this time, He Tsaiwei's heart was practically crumbling. Xie Jingma. It was Xie Jingma. The powerful and unapproachable Xie Jingma, whom so many people yearned to meet even once. What exactly was her boss's identity? How did even Xie Jingma come to find her? Hikaiwei swallowed her surprised saliva and turned shakily to pour tea. Xia Yuntang snapped out of her surprise, "How did you guys come back so early? Weren't you supposed to be back tomorrow?" Xia Yunzhou grinned, "Well, I finished the race yesterday. As for my brother, he sped up his work schedule overnight and finally concluded the important aspects of the project this morning. The remaining tasks were handed over to his managers and the project team. As for why my brother was so eager to speed things up, it was obviously to come back and see his sister-in-law, huh?" His words were roundabout and annoying, making him sound both flamboyant and annoying. Yu Zhiwan. Xia Yuntang also went along with him, I understand. Yu Zhiwan. Xia Jingma just finished his phone call and saw the smiles on Xia Yunzhou and Xia Yuntang's faces. He raised an eyebrow slightly, leaned close to Yu Zhiwan's ear, and lowered his voice, self-deprecatingly, "Now it's bad. Everyone knows I'm a henpecked husband. Where is my reputation, Mrs. Xie?" Yu Zhiwan. "What henpecked husband?" Before she could speak, the man sighed quietly, "Forget it, what's reputation compared to my wife?" Yu Zhiwan's cheeks flushed red, and her earlobes turned a strange shade of crimson. Hikaiwei brought over 2 cups of tea and put them on the small table in the lounge. When she looked up, the corner of her eye caught something sparkling silver on Xie Jingma's hand. Looking closely, he was wearing a simple band ring. And it was on his ring finger. Xie Jingma was married? Hikaiwei's heart crumbled again. This was the biggest news on the internet. Wait, the style of this simple ring on Xie Jingma's hand. During the days of preparing for Jinghong's opening, Hikaiwei met with Yu Zhiwan every day and had noticed her wearing a simple ring on her hand. And the ring on Xie Jingma's hand was exactly the same as the one on Yu Zhiwan's. They were matching wedding bands. This. Hikaiwei's heart didn't just crumble, it was erupting like a volcano and the earth was exploding. Seeing Hikaiwei's expression, Yu Zhiwan knew she had definitely discovered something. Because Hikaiwei was usually very composed, and had strong observational skills, and now she had such an incredulous look on her face, she must have noticed something. Yu Zhiwan didn't want to talk much about her private life, but well, she was afraid that Xie Jingma would start feeling sensitive and insecure again, thinking she was ashamed of him. Yu Zhiwan sighed, and had no choice but to comfort his delicate little heart. She introduced everyone to Hikaiwei one by one. "This is my friend, Xia Yuntang. This is Xia Yunzhou, you should have heard their names before. And this one," Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingma, and lightly coughed, and then told Hikaiwei. "This is Xie Jingma, my husband. He might come to the store to see me occasionally, so I'm telling you beforehand." At that moment, Hikaiwei's eyes went wide. What did she just hear? Was this something she was supposed to hear? Hikaiwei was so shocked she was about to explode, and barely managed to calm down. "Oh, okay, boss, I understand." When Hikaiwei left the lounge, her legs were weak and her soul was floating. Her boss was definitely not ordinary. She was actually Xie Jingma's new wife. Inside the lounge, Xie Jingma's lips curled up slightly, and he casually unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, looking laid back and seductive. He looked at Yu Zhiwan, and his languid and flirtatious eyes were full of laughter. "Thank you, wife, for granting me recognition." Chapter 42, My first kiss was stolen by my wife. Yu Zhiwan. What was with this recognition nonsense? Xia Yunzhou had a face like a doting aunt, and gave Xia Yuntang a look. "Oh dear, I'm new to my sister-in-law's store, and I don't know anything. Why don't you show me around the store?" The meaning behind his words was very clear. Of course, it was to create a private space for his brother and sister-in-law to be alone. Xia Yuntang was in sync with his thoughts. She nodded immediately. "Let's go. I'll show you around." They walked out as they spoke. Xia Yunzhou handed the trophy in his hand to Xia Yuntang. "Here, Xia Xiaotang, have my trophy to play with." Xia Yuntang looked at it for a couple of seconds. "You can win a championship like this? You didn't crash? You didn't get hurt?" Xia Yunzhou's face darkened. "What nonsense! Of course, I didn't." Xia Yuntang snorted haughtily. "That's because the good luck charm I got for you is working." "Xia Yunzhou, it's clearly because I'm so skilled." Xia Yuntang, with that lousy skill of yours, stop bragging, I feel embarrassed for you. Ah, beating up a younger brother should be done early. It's best to beat him into submission when he's young, otherwise, he'll rebel every day when he grows up. Xia Yunzhou? Xia Xiaotang, how many times have I told you, call me brother? Don't think that I wouldn't hit you. Xia Yuntang was also not convinced. They were born on the same day, so why was he so much taller than her now? They bickered all the way, pinching each other, jokingly fighting as they left the lounge, and didn't forget to close the door. Looking at the way the two of them interacted, Yu Zhiwan felt like it was quite funny. Racing was indeed a dangerous thing, but Xia Yunzhou liked it. Although Xia Yuntang complained that his skill was average, she went and got a good luck charm for him, showing she was obviously concerned about him. And Xia Yunzhou even gave his championship trophy to Xia Yuntang for her to play with. No wonder they were twins, they had a natural connection. Yu Zhiwan asked Xie Jingma curiously, did they always bicker when they were young? Xie Jingma responded with a soft his eyes studying her carefully. It had only been 2 days since they last saw each other, but she seemed to have lost weight. He had to make sure to get her to regain her weight. Yu Zhiwan's eyes darted around playfully, then I bet Yuntang won most of the time they argued. Am I right? Xie Jingma, pretty much. Yu Zhiwan, then they, Just as she was speaking, the man suddenly leaned closer, closing the distance between them. They were so close that a slight dip of his head would result in a kiss. Yu Zhiwan was shocked. What are you doing? The man looked at her with a half-smile. You're so concerned about them, why don't you ask about me? They were too close, the man's warm breath caressed her skin, and Yu Zhiwan felt a shiver, a tingling sensation running down her spine. She couldn't help but back away, trying to put distance between them. You're not worth asking about. ? Xia Jingma was almost laughed at. As she retreated one step, Xia Jingma followed one step, his body exuding a seductive and predatory aura. His eyes were lazily playful. Not worth asking about? You can ask me if I had a crush on any girls when I was in school. You can also ask if my first kiss is still intact. You can even ask where the most sensitive part of my body is. Yu Zhiwan? What was with the most sensitive part of his body? Was this something they could talk about during the day? Since the wife is too embarrassed to ask, I'll have to explain it myself. The man lazily raised an eyebrow, the end of his sentence was elongated and drawn out, with a teasing and playful tone. That first kiss is still there for now, as for the most sensitive part of my body. He grabbed Yu Zhiwan's hand, as if wanting to guide her to touch it. Yu Zhiwan's eyelids twitched. She immediately pulled her hand back. No need, no need. There's no need to touch it. Where could the most sensitive part of the man's body be, except for that? She didn't want to touch it. Wait, she had already backed all the way to the door, with her back against the door panel. Why was he still closing in on her, so close? She was engulfed by the man's tall figure. His pleasing woody scent permeated her nostrils. Yu Zhiwan's heart inexplicably quickened. She nervously licked her lips. Why can you back up a little? The girl's pink tongue swept across her cherry-red lips, which looked glossy. Xie Jingma's gaze turned dark, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. He looked at her unblinkingly, and his deep, magnetic voice carried a sexy huskiness. I brought you a small gift. I haven't given it to you yet. Yu Zhiwan was surprised. Huh? He brought her a gift, even after returning from a business trip? But in order to come back earlier, he had shortened his trip to 2 days as much as possible. He must have been very busy. So busy, yet he remembered to buy a gift for her. Yu Zhiwan's heart softened. Whether it was with her adoptive parents or at the Yu families, no one had ever put her at the center of their world like this before. See if you like it first. The man took out a small black velvet circular box from his pants pocket. The lid was opened, revealing a pair of delicate and beautiful pearl earrings. They were encrusted with small diamonds in the shape of butterfly wings. They were exquisite, lively, and filled with the vibrant youthful energy. It was obvious that they were suitable for a young girl like her. Although Xie Jingma called it a small gift, the luster of the pearls and the quality of the diamonds showed they were quite valuable. Yu Zhiwan's long lashes trembled slightly. Why, did you suddenly think of giving me a gift? The man tilted his head casually, his tone reasonable. Isn't it expected for me to give my wife a gift? Do you like it? Should I put it on for you? Yu Zhiwan's heart felt like it had been gently tapped, giving rise to a flutter. She looked at the man with her watery eyes and nodded her head. I like it. I like it very much. Unknowingly, she also wanted to give him a gift, to reciprocate his kindness. The light in the lounge was not very bright. Xia Jingma leaned close, pinching the girl's fair and delicate earlobe, and gently put the earrings on her. Yu Zhiwan wasn't someone who was easily ticklish. But at this moment, she suddenly felt very sensitive. The skin that the man touched felt strangely hot. That unbearable tingling sensation went straight to the depths of her body, and her heart contracted slightly. Just as Xie Jingma finished putting them on, Yu Zhiwan's phone on the table suddenly dinged. Yu Zhiwan instinctively turned her head back to look. However, the light was too dark, and Xie Jingma was very close to her when he was putting on the earrings. When she turned her head, her cheek directly grazed against the man's lips. Yu Zhiwan was instantly stunned. Xie Jingma was also stunned. The warm, soft, sweet sensation caused his pupils to constrict suddenly, and his breathing paused for a few seconds. He straightened slowly, his throat tightening, and he couldn't help but smile. He looked lazy and sexy. Now my first kiss is gone. It was stolen by my wife. After a pause, the man's eyes curved into a smile, joy and triumph spreading, as he flaunted teasingly, wow, Wan will have to take responsibility for me now. Yu Zhiwan was still in shock, but when she heard his words, her eyes widened and she didn't even care about being embarrassed anymore. What responsibility? How can that be considered a first kiss? The man asked leisurely, why not? Yu Zhiwan blurted out, I just brushed your lips with my cheek, not with my mouth. A kiss only counts as a first kiss if you kiss with your mouth. Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows languidly, and said oh. His gaze lowered slowly, landing on the girl's rosy, dewy lips, and his eyes were deep, hot, and filled with hidden desire. Kissing here is a first kiss, is that right? Chapter 43, Baby doesn't want me to leave? Yu Zhiwan's heart tightened abruptly, her spine stiffening. The man's eyes were fixated on her lips, it was too ambiguous, and it made her heart pound. Was he planning to? Before the thought could fully form, the man suddenly leaned down and kissed her. Yu Zhiwan instantly held her breath, her eyes widened, her back pressed tightly against the door, and the water in her beautiful eyes trembled. The man's handsome and bewitching face grew larger in front of her, and Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but clench her fingers. The next moment, the man turned his head. He didn't kiss her, but his tall, straight nose lightly brushed against her soft cheek, somehow carrying a sense of coquettishness. As if holding back to the extreme, his voice was hoarse and raspy, so incredibly sexy. Baby, don't be nervous. I was teasing you. Yu Zhiwan breathed a sigh of relief. Her palms were faintly damp with sweat. Her heart was beating so fast, it felt like it was about to jump out of her throat. Her legs felt weak, from nervousness, or from being teased by him. Was he doing this on purpose? This big bad man. Wait. What did you call me? Yu Zhiwan realized a bit later that his way of addressing her was not right. The man's flirtatious eyes were a little red at the corners, inexplicably alluring. Baby, is that not okay? Yu Zhiwan's heart skipped a beat, her heart picked up its speed again. That's a bit weird. Xia Jingma, what's weird about it? Yu Zhiwan didn't say anything and went to the table, picking up her phone. Xie Jingma watched her, his eyes narrowing suddenly, his tone more dangerous than ever. When you were with Gu Chengfeng, what did you call each other? Those weird questions were back. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him, cheeks puffed out. I didn't even like him, how could we have any names for each other? It was just our full names. Speaking of which, she was actually a bit curious. By the way, have you been in any relationships before? How did you address your girlfriends? Me? Xie Jingma lazily raised an eyebrow. Baby, my first kiss has been taken by you, do you think I had any before? Yu Zhiwan. Why was he calling her that again? And just now, what kind of first kiss was that? Yu Zhiwan didn't want to pay attention to him anymore and lowered her head to look at the messages on her phone. However, the man leaned against the table, one hand in his pocket, like a peacock showing off his feathers, and went further. Who sent the message? That made Wanwan take advantage of me in broad daylight. Yu Zhiwan? She was ashamed. Who took advantage of you? It was all the fault of her stupid phone. If her phone hadn't rung, she wouldn't have turned her head. If she hadn't turned her head, her cheek wouldn't have brushed against his lips. Yu Zhiwan looked aggrieved and poked her phone screen with her finger. When she opened the message, she was even angrier. It's a spam message. Those damn spam messages, they were going to kill her. Today, Jinghong's sales had been very good. The employees at the store had been busy all day, so Yu Zhiwan wanted to treat everyone. But Xie Jingma, Xia Yuntang, and Xia Yunzhou were still there, and because of their identities, it was not convenient for them to join. So, Yu Zhiwan transferred money to Yi Kaiwei, so she could take everyone out to eat and do whatever they wanted. Wow! Thank you, boss. Boss, I love you. The employees at the store cheered, and Yi Kaiwei laughed. Okay, boss, I'll take everyone. Yu Zhiwan reminded them a few things and told them to have fun. Then she left the store to have dinner with Xie Jingma, Xia Yuntang, and Xia Yunzhou. The four of them found a restaurant nearby. After dinner, Xia Yunzhou grinned and said, Brother, Xia Xiaotang and I will be leaving you and sister-in-law alone, so we'll be going now. Hearing this, Xia Jingma looked at him with appreciation. You're quite sensible. Yu Zhiwan. What was he talking about? After the Xia siblings left, Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma took a stroll along the street. As they were walking, they suddenly heard a puppy barking on the side of the road. The sky was just turning dark, and the streetlights were already on. Under the streetlights, they could see a small yellow dog lying in the grass. It was not very big, its fur was a bit dirty. It was probably a stray dog. The puppy was very well behaved, it didn't bite, and started wagging its tail when it saw them. Xia Jingma glanced at it casually, and then put his attention back on Yu Zhiwan. However, he saw that she was staring unblinkingly at the little dog, her eyes showing emotion, and it seemed like she liked it a lot. Xia Jingma took her hand. Do you like it? Should we take it home and adopt it? As soon as he spoke, Xia Jingma was keenly aware that the girl's body stiffened abruptly. Her face turned a little pale and she stopped looking at the puppy, and pulled her gaze back as if avoiding it. No, there's no need to adopt it. She repeated no need twice, her tone stiff, and she started walking. Don't look at it. Let's go home quickly. Xia Jingma watched her back, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was something wrong with her emotions. She seemed a little scared. And it wasn't just fear. What was going on? On the way home, Xia Jingma paid attention to Yu Zhiwan's mood the whole way. Although she tried her best to act like nothing had happened, Xie Jingma could still see through it. After almost 20 minutes, her mood finally seemed to have calmed down. Back at Blue Creek Garden, Xie Jingma leaned over to undo her seatbelt and said casually, I have to go back to the company for something. You should rest at home first. Yu Zhiwan was surprised, going back to the company so late? What are you busy with? The man chuckled lightly, his voice sensual. Baby, don't tell me you don't want me to leave? Yu Zhiwan, you should leave now, leave immediately. Seeing this, the man shook his head, his expression like a resentful wife looking at a heartless scumbag. He sighed, not only do you refuse to admit you took advantage of me, but you're also so mean to me. Yu Zhiwan was instantly dumbfounded, her expression blank. When did she act mean to him? And regarding that took advantage thing, how many times was he going to bring it up? Yu Zhiwan got out of the car, looked at him through the car window, and pulled a stern face. Xie Jingma, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight. Xie Jingma? Yu Zhiwan said expressionlessly, that's what being mean to you is like. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked into the living room. Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he chuckled quietly. He looked at her back and said lazily, Wanwan was so mean just now. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan lifted her little face triumphantly and continued walking without looking back. But the next second, she was so cute when she was mean. Yu Zhiwan stumbled and almost fell. She turned her head to glare at him, extra fiercely. Xie Jingma was glared at by his wife, and he started the car, driving away, satisfied. She was getting more and more of a temper with him. That was good. Yu Zhiwan heard Xie Jingma say that he had something to take care of at the company, and assumed that he was going to work overtime. However, after Xie Jingma drove out of Blue Creek Garden, he turned onto another road, not the way to the company. Chapter 44, Discovering Xie Jingma's Secret. Some time ago, Yu Zhiwan's aunt's daughter was sick and underwent surgery. Last week, she was discharged from the hospital, and Xie Jingma went with Yu Zhiwan to her aunt's house for a visit. The direction the car was driving in now was towards her aunt's house. Once they arrived, Suingzi heard the doorbell and opened the door to see Xie Jingma. Her face immediately lit up. "Jingma, you're here. Come in, come in." As she spoke, Suingzi looked behind him. Xie Jingma's aura was dignified and refined. "Aunt, Wanwan didn't come. I'm sorry for the late night visit, but this matter concerns Wanwan, so I couldn't wait until tomorrow to come." Hearing this, Suingzi became anxious. "Concerns Wanwan? What happened? Did something happen to Wanwan?" "Xie Jingma, don't worry. Nothing happened to Wanwan. Tonight, we were walking on the street and saw a stray puppy." After leaving his aunt's house, Xie Jingma sat in the car, his brows furrowed with a deep, dark, and ominous aura. It was only now that he had learned that Yu Zhiwan had experienced such things in her adoptive parents' house when she was a child. No wonder, when he asked her if she wanted to adopt the puppy, her eyes had filled with such horror. Xie Jingma closed his eyes. An 8-year-old girl, and the little dog that she considered her friend, was butchered by her adoptive father, who forced her to eat its meat. Back then, she was so young, how desperate and helpless she must have felt. When he opened his eyes again, the pressure surrounding the man was bone-chilling cold, his eyes filled with a cold and ruthless expression. He had never regretted anything as much as he regretted not meeting her earlier, not having brought her out of that sea of suffering sooner. That scum of an adoptive father, that scum named Song Ji-peng, being locked up in prison was too lenient for him. Xie Jingma pulled out his phone, his face grim as he made a call. That night, Song Ji-peng received special care and was badly beaten up by the other inmates in the prison. Song Ji-peng didn't know who he had offended. Half his life was beaten out of him, and he was scared into submission. But the inmates had no intention of letting him off the hook and would take care of him from time to time. Blue Creek Garden. After taking a shower, Yu Zhiwan went to the study. This was a study that Xie Jingma had especially prepared for her, right next to the master bedroom, with bright windows and clean surroundings, suitable for her to draw design drafts or do other things. She had barely sat down at the desk when her phone rang several times. All of them were private messages from Yu Xiuqi to Wan Yan. "Wan Yan, why are you cooperating with Jinghong? Someone like Yu Zhiwan is not worth it. She can even cut ties with her own parents. She's a rebellious and unfilial thing. Wan Yan, please respond to me. I really can't live without you. I need you so much. As long as you are willing to talk to me, I'm willing to do anything." Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but sneer. He would only learn the truth after seeing the coffin. 10 days later was the Genoa fashion design competition, and she would reveal Wan Yan's identity, crushing the Yu family's hopes. Yu Xiuqi kept sending messages. Yu Zhiwan, annoyed, directly blacklisted him and logged out of the Wan Yan Weibo account. Right now, she couldn't stop thinking about Xie Jingma. She wanted to give Xie Jingma a gift to thank him for taking care of her. But what would be good? Yu Zhiwan was struggling, wishing she could bang her head on the desk. As she was fretting, a thought suddenly occurred to her. Why not design a piece of clothing for him? He had such a great figure, he was practically a natural clothes hanger. If he wore a uniform-style outfit, he would definitely make people's jaws drop. However, she usually designed women's clothing. She hadn't officially designed menswear before. Everyone outside also knew that Wan Yan had never designed menswear. Yu Zhiwan supported her forehead with one hand and tapped her chin with her pen. After thinking it through, her first official design of men's clothing would be for Xie Jingma. Such a gift would be very meaningful. No other man would have it, only Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma was the only one. Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Alright, she would design a piece of clothing for him. After she finished the design, she definitely needed to make it. But she didn't know Xie Jingma's size. Yu Zhiwan stood up and, wearing her slippers, walked into the walk-in closet. She opened Xie Jingma's shirts. Good grief, they were all custom-made, with no size labels. She opened his pants, but there were still no size labels. Yu Zhiwan pouted, refusing to believe it. She continued rummaging through everything, but failed to stop herself from accidentally touching his underwear. Yu Zhiwan's scalp went numb, and her fingers quickly retracted as if they had been burned. Her earlobes were red enough to bleed. She suddenly realized that sneaking around and looking at Xie Jingma's clothes was like the behavior of a pervert. As if on cue, the sound of a car engine started outside. Xie Jingma was back. Yu Zhiwan's heart pounded. She quickly put his clothes back in place, then hurried back to the study, sat at her desk, and pretended to be absorbed in drawing her design drafts. When Xie Jingma passed by the study, he saw that the door was open and raised his eyebrow in surprise. "It's so late, is my wife still busy?" Yu Zhiwan felt very guilty. She didn't even dare to look up. "Yeah, I have a few more things to do. You can go to sleep first." Xie Jingma. Did she want him to sleep alone? "Don't stay up too late, get some rest early." Yu Zhiwan pretended to be furiously writing, "I know." Xie Jingma frowned when he saw that she had been looking down the whole time. Was it because of the little dog on the side of the road that reminded her of her childhood experiences? Was she feeling sad because of those childhood experiences? She didn't even look up, as if she didn't want him to see her expression, or show her sadness in front of him. It was actually fine. She could show all her vulnerabilities in front of him. It was really fine. Looking at the girl's fragile and thin figure, Xie Jingma walked over, feeling a pang of pain in his heart, and ruffled her hair. "Wan, it's okay." Yu Zhiwan was stunned. "Huh? It was okay even if she touched his underwear in secret?" Xie Jingma bent down, put his arms around her shoulder, and hugged her. "Be good, don't think too much." Yu Zhiwan. She couldn't help but think about it. She really felt that her secret touching of his underwear was the behavior of a pervert. Xie Jingma lightly rubbed the top of the girl's head with his chin, full of pity. "Don't stay alone. I'll keep you company, okay?" Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes flickered, realizing something wasn't right. She looked up and saw the man looking at her, his eyes gentle and affectionate, like a bewitching demon. Wait a minute. She just touched his underwear in secret. Why was he looking at her like that? Yu Zhiwan was confused, and scratched her head blankly. "Well, I'm done with my work. You don't have to keep me company. Let's go back to sleep." Xie Jingma assumed she was trying to be strong and looked at her with even more pity. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Yu Zhiwan? Forget it. She would just be a pervert. She just accidentally touched it. The main thing was that she wanted to check his clothing size so she could design clothing for him. The next morning, Yu Zhiwan went to Jinghong. As she walked towards the entrance of the store, she ran into a fashionable and well-maintained middle-aged woman coming out of the store. Yu Zhiwan's footsteps stopped abruptly, her pupils dilating rapidly. This middle-aged woman. Why did she look so much like Xie Jingma's mother? Before, when she went back to the old house with Xie Jingma, she had seen a photo of Xie Jingma's family, and she knew what his parents looked like. However, Xie Jingma's parents had passed away many years ago, in his childhood. Xie Jingma had also said that his parents were already dead. The woman had already walked out of the store. Yu Zhiwan turned around in horror. She really looked too similar. They were practically identical. In broad daylight, Yu Zhiwan instantly felt goosebumps all over her body and a chill run down her spine. In a state of panic, she pulled out her phone to call Xie Jingma. Chapter 45, He is a God. After making the call, Yu Zhiwan slowly calmed down, staring at the middle-aged woman's receding figure. Maybe, it was just someone who looked similar? The middle-aged woman was well-maintained. She had a few shallow wrinkles on her face. Her features were similar to Xie Jingma's mother. But maybe it was just simple resemblance? Yu Zhiwan had not forgotten that the death of Xie Jingma's parents was a taboo subject for the Xie family. There must be something about it that couldn't be known to outsiders. Then, was it inappropriate for her to call and ask Xie Jingma so abruptly? Thinking of this, Yu Zhiwan immediately wanted to hang up, but as soon as the call went through, the other side answered instantly. How rare, Mrs. Xie is actually taking the initiative to call me. The man's voice was low, magnetic, and contained a clear teasing and jesting tone. I have to write it down in a notebook. Yu Zhiwan was instantly choked. He was just enough. He never forgot that little notebook of his. What was he writing down all day long? The man chuckled lazily. It's okay if you're cursing me in your mind, but don't forget to say why you're calling your husband. Yu Zhiwan. She wasn't cursing him. But if she asked directly, Yu Zhiwan would have a difficult time. She pursed her rosy lips and her cheeks puffed up. She hesitated for a few seconds before opening her mouth. It's just that, I ran into someone at the entrance of Ginghong. It was a middle-aged woman. I saw her and she looked a little bit like your mom. As soon as she said this, the other side of the phone fell silent. When the man spoke again, his voice lost its earlier lazy smile, and sounded calm, just someone who looked similar. Nothing strange. Yu Zhiwan was still standing at the store entrance, her head lowered, lightly tapping her toes on the ground. She wasn't stupid, so she of course sensed the change in Xie Jingma's mood. As expected, his parents were not something that an outsider like her could know about. Yu Zhiwan didn't want to touch on his sadness, so she didn't ask any further. I thought about it, and I also think that it should just be someone who looks similar. She naturally changed the topic. By the way, there's also something I wanted to ask. When is your birthday? Has it already passed this year? Xie Jingma was surprised. My birthday? Yeah, if it hasn't passed, I can prepare a birthday gift for you in advance. And in exchange, I can tell you my birthday. The man chuckled lightly, his voice casual. Isn't the wife's birthday December 15th? Yu Zhiwan was shocked. How did you know? The other side of the phone was silent for a couple of seconds before the man's nonchalant voice came through. I looked at your ID card when we registered our marriage that day. Yu Zhiwan was stunned. He was very meticulous. She hadn't even thought of looking at his ID card. December 15th, the man's voice carried a smile, meaningful and profound. It's a good day. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan's lips curved up. Her delicate features were full of smiles, as if bathed in bright spring sunlight. Of course, it's a good day. It's your company's lucky day. It's also December 15th. Speaking of which, that lucky day was quite a sensation at the time. According to rumors from outside, Xie Jingma had personally drawn the lot, and from the 365 days of the year, he had drawn December 15th. And on that day, he gave all the employees of the Xie Group paid leave. And on December 15th at midnight, he put on a grand fireworks show to wish those who had a birthday on December 15th a happy birthday. This lucky day at the Xie Group had started 3 or 4 years ago. Yu Zhiwan liked their lucky day very much, because she could have a small birthday blessing. Before, at her adoptive parents' house, she had never celebrated a birthday. Only on her younger brother's birthday would her adoptive mother buy a cake. Of course, the cake was not for her, and she could only stand aside and watch. Later, when she returned to the Yu family, her birthday was on the same day as Yu Xiangxiang's. Every time the Yu family enthusiastically prepared birthday banquets, it was always to celebrate Yu Xiangxiang's birthday. The little princess at those banquets was always Yu Xiangxiang. She stood in the corner, ignored and neglected. God knows how envious Yu Zhiwan was of Yu Xiangxiang at the time. No one had ever cherished her, and no one had ever celebrated her birthday. She had even heard that the Jinin temple on the outskirts of the capital was very effective, and she had gone to ask the gods if they could bless her, even just a little. If it was only a little, she would be content. She didn't know if she had received the blessings of the gods. She only knew that later, at one of the Xie Group's events, Xie Jingma had drawn December 15th as the lucky day. On December 15th that year, a grand fireworks show had been put on. There were also words made out of fireworks. Wishing you a happy birthday if your birthday is on December 15th. Yu Zhiwan watched the fireworks, her eyes becoming inexplicably watery. Even if it was a coincidence, she had still received a kind birthday wish. She knew that those fireworks were not specifically for her. But, she had also secretly gotten a birthday blessing. After that, every year on December 15th, she would look forward to that midnight fireworks display. It was like a ritual. Getting a birthday blessing that belonged to her. For a long time, she felt that her birth itself was a sin. Her birth was unfortunate, filled with suffering, and even December 15th was a gloomy day. But after Xie Jingma had drawn December 15th as the lucky day, she slowly felt that her birthday wasn't so gloomy, and it was also something to look forward to, and had been given a lucky meaning. Xie Jingma, I am really curious. Yu Zhiwan's curly eyelashes blinked, her face delicate and radiant. How did you manage to draw December 15th from 365 days? The odds were incredibly small. The man lowered his head and chuckled, his tone lazy and sensual. Maybe it was just my good luck. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan's eyes curved into crescents, bright and sparkling, as she smiled. Then I wish you always have this good luck. After hanging up the phone, Yu Zhiwan walked into the store. Hikaiwei had seen her on the phone outside from the start and asked with a smile, "Boss, who were you talking to on the phone? You looked so happy." Yu Zhiwan paused and raised her slender hand, touching her lips. She still had an unconscious smile on her face. It was only then that she realized. In front of Xie Jingma, she was so carefree and happy, lively and vibrant. She could even act spoiled and throw small tantrums without having to suppress herself. Before, at her adoptive parents' house, and at the Yu family, she was submissive and accommodating, degraded and rejected, timid and fearful. She was done for. Yu Zhiwan frowned in frustration, and her face scrunched up into a ball. She was feeling more and more that Xie Jingma was good. When they divorced a year later, what would she do if she couldn't bear to part with him? Chapter 46, CEO says playful shenanigans. Yu Zhiwan and Hikaiwei discussed it, and they decided that besides Jinghong's physical store, their official online flagship store should also be opened. Online shopping was an important channel that they shouldn't ignore. At noon, Yu Zhiwan ate a simple lunch in the store. In the afternoon, she had 2 classes at school, so Yu Zhiwan made a detour to school. Just as she had finished class and walked out of the school gate, she received a call from Hikaiwei. "Boss, a strange customer came to the store and said that he wants to buy all the clothes in the store." Yu Zhiwan was surprised at first, then asked cautiously, "Is he that generous?" Buying all the clothes in the store would cost a lot of money. There were many customers in the store, making it rather noisy. Hikaiwei went to a quiet place. That male customer said that he has to meet the owner of Jinghong before he would place an order. Yu Zhiwan was suspicious. "Meet me? Who is it?" "Hikaiwei, I just asked, and he said that his last name is Gu, and his name is Gu Chengfeng." Yu Zhiwan. This nutcase. What was he going crazy about again? She had already broken up with him, and explained to him that she only accepted his pursuit because she was forced to. Why was he back again? And that day when they broke up, at the pool hall, didn't Gu Chengfeng say that he was just playing around with her? So what was this now? Spending so much money to buy all the clothes in her store, just to see her? Yu Zhiwan's attitude turned cold. "Tell him I won't see him." Hikaiwei had enough age and experience. She could tell from Yu Zhiwan's tone that this was not simple. She lowered her voice. "That customer said if you don't see him, he would just wait in the store until you were willing to see him." Yu Zhiwan's eyes showed a hint of mockery. "Then tell the security to kick him out, so he won't disrupt the store's business." Hikaiwei, "Okay, I'll call security now." Inside the Jinghong store, Gu Chengfeng was kicked out by security in front of everyone, losing all his pride, and was so angry that he was about to explode. He was a young master. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? This Yu Zhiwan was just taking advantage of his feelings for her. Outraged, Gu Chengfeng ran to the headquarters of the Yu Corporation. Ignoring the assistant's objections, he pushed the president's office door open and barged in. As soon as he entered, the smell of alcohol was overpowering and unbearable. Gu Chengfeng waved his hand in front of his nose, frowning as he looked around. The office was a mess. Empty wine bottles were scattered everywhere, and Yu Shochi was sitting dazedly in his chair, his eyes bloodshot, and a stubble of beard had grown on his chin. Yu Shangxiang was sobbing quietly on the side. Yu Shaozi, looking worried, grabbed a half-drunk bottle of wine from Yu Shochi's hand. "Big brother, don't drink anymore." Looking at this disheveled scene, Gu Chengfeng was dumbfounded. "Damn, what happened to your big brother?" Yu Shaozi snapped back. you're the one who's crazy. My big brother didn't come home last night. Xiang and I came here today and saw him like this. We asked around and found out that Wan Yan had blacklisted Big Brother. The other employees outside the office, smelling the alcohol, couldn't help but peek inside. My God! Was that still their shrewd and steady President Yu? How had he turned into a confused and derelict drunk? Yu Xiaozi slammed the office door closed, blocking the outside views. Gu Chengfeng was speechless and looked at Yu Xiaoqi. You're acting like you're about to die just because Wan Yan blacklisted you. When Yu Zhiwan blacklisted you in the past, why didn't you act like that? Yu Zhiwan, Yu Xiaoqi mumbled this name, his eyes widening, his eyes bloodshot, and he became hysterical. Don't mention Yu Zhiwan to me. That harbinger of bad luck. That scourge. She was the one who stole Wan Yan from him. Why hasn't that scourge died yet? No one knew the importance of Wan Yan to him. That was the biggest crisis after he took over the Yu Corporation. The company's development was in a slump, the business was getting worse, and those old antiques in the board of directors looked down on him secretly. They said that he wasn't qualified to lead the Yu Corporation. They said that he was all show and no substance, and that the Yu Corporation would fail because of him. He was in such torment that he couldn't sleep at night. Even sleeping pills were useless. Finally, with enormous pressure, he found Wan Yan. To his surprise, Wan Yan agreed to cooperate with him. Because of Wan Yan's involvement, the Yu Corporation's development gradually improved. Those old antiques on the board of directors changed their tune and said that he was capable, had courage, and was the best successor to the Yu Corporation. His moment of triumph and glory was all thanks to Wan Yan. With Wan Yan around, he felt at peace. He had imagined more than once, working together with Wan Yan, developing the Yu Corporation into the #1 brand in the country, expanding to the international market, and carving out a place in the world. But now, Wan Yan didn't want him anymore. She was ignoring him and had even blacklisted him. His faith was shaky and almost collapsed. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door. Yu Xiaozi quickly opened the window to air out the smell of alcohol, and then let the person outside come in. The manager of the marketing department had a worried look on his face and held a report. When he saw Yu Xiaoqi's disheveled appearance, he was momentarily stunned and then became anxious. Oh God, was the company really going to go bankrupt? President Yu, the manager of the marketing department, mustered his courage to report, today, even more VIP customers have called to cancel their orders with the Yu Corporation. After tallying our past sales figures, we found that 78% of our customers were coming because of Wan Yan's designs. Now that Wan Yan has gone to Jinghong, it's very unfavorable for the Yu Corporation. Also, after Yu Zhiwan announced that she had severed ties with the Yu family, the outside world believed that the Yu family was heartless and treated their own biological daughter badly. This is very detrimental to the Yu Corporation's image. The Yu Corporation's stock is also falling. It's like adding hail to snow. Yu Xiaoqi still seemed confused and dazed as if he hadn't heard what he was saying. Yu Xiaozi was in a fluster. I understand. The board of directors will make a decision as soon as possible. You can go out first. After the manager of the marketing department left, Yu Shangshan cried, her face covered with tears, Big brother, second brother, I'm so useless. I can't help the family at all. Yu Xiaozi was in no mood to comfort her. She really couldn't help. Yu Xiaoqi stared at his chat history with Wan Yan on his phone. After being blacklisted, he could no longer send his messages. He was now more than ever looking forward to the day when Wan Yan would appear publicly. He had to find a way to dig Wan Yan back. He even wanted to pursue Wan Yan and make Wan Yan his girlfriend. That way, Wan Yan would never leave him. In the blink of an eye, time quickly passed. There were less than 5 days before Wan Yan's public appearance. That morning, after eating breakfast, Yu Zhiwan had to return to her high school, City #1 High School. She had previously signed up to be a volunteer for City #1 High School's autumn sports meet in order to gain credits. Unexpectedly, City #1 High School's autumn sports meet had been postponed until October. When she arrived at her old high school, the sports field was full of energetic students, and the scene was lively. Yu Zhiwan was in charge of recording the results of the 200-meter race. The race wouldn't start for another half hour. She put on her volunteer badge, sat at the table, and pulled out her phone, intending to take a picture of her high school and send it to Xie Jingma. It was also his high school. Zhiwan. Suddenly, a handsome boy with a refined air came running over, smiling brightly. You also signed up to be a volunteer? I did too. I'm over there, recording the results of the high jump competition. Yu Zhiwan looked up. It turned out that it was her university classmate, Lin Xiang, although they were not in the same class, but in the same major of fashion design. Lin Xiang dragged over a chair and sat next to her. By the way, Zhiwan, did you sign up for the Genoa fashion design competition? Yu Zhiwan nodded. I did. Lin Xiang laughed. I signed up too. I know I won't win any awards, so I'm just treating it as an experience. As Lin Xiang spoke, he looked at Yu Zhiwan, and his ears turned slightly red. Zhiwan, how about we add each other on WeChat? We can discuss the competition together. Yu Zhiwan didn't need to discuss with anyone, but out of politeness, she couldn't refuse, so she nodded, okay. Lin Xiang was overjoyed. After they added each other on WeChat, Lin Xiang scratched his head shyly. Zhiwan, how about I treat you to lunch later? I heard there is a popular food street nearby. Yu Zhiwan's eyelids twitched slightly. It was not that she had never been pursued before. She had a vague feeling that something wasn't right. She put her hand on the table, wanting to subtly reveal her ring, so Lin Xiang would retreat on his own. But she suddenly realized, where was her ring? Where was the wedding ring on her hand? Where had it gone? Yu Zhiwan's heart skipped a beat, and could it have fallen somewhere? Crap, if Xie Jingma knew that she had lost her ring, would he be angry? Yu Zhiwan immediately moved her chair back, looking for it on the ground. She had been sitting here the whole time, so it must have fallen in this area. Lin Xiang was confused. Zhiwan, what are you looking for? Just then, a deep and sensual voice spoke slowly. She should be looking for this. Lin Xiang looked up and saw a man with a marriage certificate hanging from his neck standing behind Yu Zhiwan. His eyes widened instantly. Lin Xiang. Yu Zhiwan turned her head, and was completely? Chapter 47, Honey, are you taking advantage of me? Looking at Xie Jingma with the marriage certificate hanging around his neck, Yu Zhiwan was completely speechless. How could he actually go through with it? She didn't know where he got a clear plastic card holder, but he'd slipped the marriage certificate inside, hung it around his neck, and there it was, dangling on his chest. The bright red cover and the gold, eye-catching characters for marriage certificate seemed to flash wherever he went. Yu Zhiwan couldn't bear to look at it. What are you doing here? She asked. And dressed like that? Xie Jingma didn't think his outfit was strange at all, raising his eyebrows casually. Honey left her ring at home, so I came to drop it off for you on my way. Ring? Lin Xiang had been staring, dumbfounded, at the marriage certificate around the man's neck since he appeared. He'd never seen such a blatant display in his entire life. It wasn't until he heard the word ring that Lin Xiang finally snapped out of his stupor. The thing Yu Zhiwan was anxiously looking for just now was her ring? Wait a minute, what did this man call Yu Zhiwan? Xie Jingma took Yu Zhiwan's hand, slipped the ring back onto her ring finger, then glanced up at Lin Xiang, a slight curve to his lips, his tone laced with subtle pressure. This classmate, is he a friend of my wife? Hearing my wife, Lin Xiang's eyes widened. Yu Zhiwan was married? When did she even start dating? Lin Xiang's first reaction was that it was impossible. But her husband was showing off so much that he had the marriage certificate hanging around his neck. Lin Xiang swallowed hard, stammering, Why yes, I'm a classmate of Yu Zhiwan. I have something to do, I'll go first. Lin Xiang was too embarrassed to pursue Yu Zhiwan any longer, and he ran off as fast as he could. The man's aura was clearly not to be trifled with. And, it felt like Yu Zhiwan's husband might be the famous Xie Jingma. But, would Xie Jingma really hang his marriage certificate around his neck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That was Xie Jingma. How could he possibly do something so outrageous just to show off his love? Seeing Lin Xiang run away, Yu Zhiwan breathed a sigh of relief. That admirer had been nipped in the bud. The field was full of people, and Xie Jingma's marriage certificate was too conspicuous, too dazzling, and many students were glancing at him. Yu Zhiwan finally reached her limit and reached out to cover his marriage certificate. Can you please take it off already? The man chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing. Where are your hands touching? Are you feeling me up? In broad daylight, are you trying to take advantage of me again? Yu Zhiwan blushed with embarrassment, retracting her hand. Who's feeling you up? I just want you to take off the marriage certificate. Also, why are you here at the school? Xia Jingma glanced at her hand and inexplicably said, it's quite soft. Yu Zhiwan, ? Today, Xia Jingma wasn't wearing a suit, but rather a loose white t-shirt. His figure was tall and slender, clean and handsome. The wind ruffled his black hair, and his white t-shirt billowed in the breeze, making him seem as unrestrained and rebellious as a recent high school graduate. Nearby were the tables and chairs for the volunteers. He pulled out a chair and gestured for Yu Zhiwan to sit down. Then, he pulled another chair over and sat down beside her, lounging comfortably. My high school teacher saw my post on social media and didn't believe I was married. He insisted on seeing the marriage certificate. Being the good student that I am, I naturally had to fulfill my teacher's request. Yu Zhiwan's lips twitched. A good student? Who was the one who got a school-wide notice for fighting in high school, the one who made teachers love and hate him at the same time? Xia Jingma stretched out his long, restless legs and suddenly looked at her with a half-smile. What a coincidence, the moment I arrived, I saw a guy adding my wife's WeChat and inviting her to dinner. Our Wanwan has always had so many admirers. Xia Jingma leaned closer, his lips curving into a dangerous smile. What do you think of that guy, honey? Was I interrupting? Yu Zhiwan detected an odd sarcastic tone, and she punched his arm in annoyance. What do you mean, what do I think of him? Don't talk nonsense. I wanted to use my ring to show him that I was married, but then I realized my ring was missing. Oh, by the way, where did I leave my ring at home? Xia Jingma massaged her hand that had punched him, as if afraid she'd hurt herself. On the vanity table in the master bedroom. Yu Zhiwan thought about it, and she remembered taking off her ring to apply hand cream, and then forgot to put it back on. The field was bustling, and this was the area for the 200-meter race, so students would be coming over soon. Yu Zhiwan looked at the marriage certificate around his neck, her head aching. How long are you going to wear that? Can you take it off, please? It's too embarrassing. Xia Jingma? Embarrassing? He looked at her quietly for a few seconds, his tongue touching his cheek, then his eyes drooped in disappointment. I knew it, from the bottom of your heart you don't like me, you think I'm embarrassing, and marrying me makes you feel ashamed. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback, immediately shaking her head. She also felt she'd spoken too harshly, and shouldn't have said he was embarrassing. I don't think you're embarrassing, or that I'm ashamed of you, really. I was just in a hurry, and those words just slipped out. Xia Jingma looked down at the ground, his expression sorrowful, his tone full of despair. Words that slip out are often the truth of the heart. So that's how you really think of me. It's okay, I won't make it hard for you, I won't mind my feelings, I'll deal with them. Seeing him so understanding and considerate, Yu Zhiwan immediately felt guilty. She moved her chair closer, almost pressing against him, and anxiously grabbed his hand. I really didn't mean it, I really think you're great. Truly. Xia Jingma glanced at her hand taking the initiative, the corners of his lips curving almost imperceptibly. But his expression grew even more sad and heartbroken. You don't have to pretend to comfort me, I'm really okay. Yu Zhiwan was getting desperate. I'm not pretending. I genuinely think you're wonderful. And I've never tried to hide you. Whenever I introduce you, I directly say you're my husband. As she spoke, she took off the marriage certificate from his neck and put it around hers. Look, can I wear it around my neck now? I really think you're amazing. Xia Jingma looked up at her. Really? Wearing the marriage certificate, Yu Zhiwan nodded her head firmly. Really? Then can you call me husband? He asked hesitantly, his voice low and almost broken. I haven't heard you call me that, privately, on your own initiative. Yu Zhiwan, huh? Seeing her hesitate, he looked down, defeated. If you don't want to, it's okay. It's me making things difficult, I shouldn't ask for so much. Husband. Yu Zhiwan called out without hesitation. It wasn't as if she hadn't called him that before. What was one more time? Xie Jingma paused, lifting his eyes to look at her, his voice low. Then, can you hug me, just once more? Seeing him so insecure, Yu Zhiwan couldn't bear to refuse. Fine, it's not as if they'd never hugged before. Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath and hugged him, wrapping her arms around his trim waist. Xie Jingma's eyes curved into a crescent as he buried his face in her soft, fragrant neck, nuzzling her comfortably. Yu Zhiwan was worried he was still upset. She gently patted his back reassuringly. Can you please have some self-awareness? You're so handsome, your family is so wealthy, why would I ever feel ashamed of you? Xie Jingma buried his face in her shoulder again, his voice sounding slightly aggrieved. Because you used to say you didn't like me, and you didn't want to marry me. The man's black hair brushed against her pale and delicate neck, sending a slight tickle down her spine. Yu Zhiwan's heart skipped a beat. She pursed her lips. That was so many years ago, and even if I said I didn't like you, I never said I was ashamed of you. And honestly, with your status and background, no one would dare be ashamed of you, right? After a few seconds of silence, the man raised his head, his dark, deep eyes staring at her. He gave a faint smile. My parents were quite ashamed of me. Chapter 48, Listening to My Baby. Yu Zhiwan was stunned. His parents. This was the first time Xie Jingma had ever talked about his parents. In a family like the Xies, Xie Jingma was actually looked down upon by his parents? This was completely unexpected. Yu Zhiwan frowned slightly. Why did they dislike you? Xie Jingma tapped his fingers on his knee, his tone casual. Are you sure you want to know? Once you know this secret, you won't be able to divorce me. Yu Zhiwan, then, maybe you shouldn't tell me. Xie Jingma? He laughed out of frustration, pinching her cheeks with both hands. Yu Zhiwan, I'm telling you even if I have to force you to listen. Yu Zhiwan's eyes were clear and bright, sparkling with moisture. Her voice was muffled with her cheeks being pinched. Don't use foul language. She slapped his hands to make him let go. The girl's skin was white, soft and delicate, so wonderful to touch. Xie Jingma couldn't resist pinching her cheeks lightly again, his tone lazy. How can your whole body be so soft? Yu Zhiwan. It sounded like he'd touched her whole body. Yu Zhiwan smacked his hand away, and rubbed her cheeks. Although her parents were still alive, they hadn't been good to her. Xie Jingma's parents had passed away early, and when they were alive, they seemed to have treated him poorly. In some way, she and Xie Jingma were in a similar situation. Looking at the marriage certificate around her neck, Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow casually. Our Wanwan is so beautiful. Even wearing the marriage certificate around her neck, she still looks gorgeous. Yu Zhiwan's face darkened, she'd almost forgotten about that. Don't think that if you praise me, I'll be foolish enough to keep wearing it. Like a complete idiot. She moved quickly to take it off, to prevent Xie Jingma from putting it back on, and stuffed the marriage certificate into her bag. I'm confiscating this first, I'll give it back to you when we get home. The man chuckled softly. You're very strict, all right. Then I'll listen to my baby. Hearing the words my baby, Yu Zhiwan's heart trembled and her ears burned. The 200-meter race didn't take long and was completed smoothly. Yu Zhiwan also finished her volunteer duties. At lunchtime, Yu Zhiwan pulled Xie Jingma towards the school cafeteria. She playfully turned around, walking backwards while facing him, a sweet smile on her face. When I was in high school, I especially liked the school cafeteria. Looking at the girl's cute appearance, Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh really? Yu Zhiwan, yes. The food in their school cafeteria was not only delicious, but they also sometimes gave out free yogurt and fruit to the students. During her first year, while she was still living with her foster parents, during physical education class, the girls were talking about their favorite cake flavors. One girl asked her. Yu Zhiwan shook her head and said honestly, I've never had cake. Although she had scholarships and had once worked part-time to earn money, a portion of her money was taken by her foster father to gamble, and the rest was used by her foster mother to buy things for her younger brother. When her brother was eating cake, he secretly gave her a piece, but her foster mother found out and took it away. She didn't know what cake tasted like, but she imagined it to be sweet. When the other students heard her say she hadn't eaten cake before, they fell silent, and their gazes were filled with a mixture of sympathy, pity, and ridicule. Ah, how can you not have eaten cake? Her family is poor, so they don't have much money. It's alright, we all haven't eaten certain things before. Besides, Zhiwan is good at studying, she's even better than us. So what if she's good at studying? She's never even had cake. Yu Zhiwan had known for a long time not to care about what others thought, but her self-esteem during her adolescence was sensitive and intense. A few looks, a few words, could trigger her sensitive self-esteem and make her feel embarrassed. Later, she didn't know if it was due to good luck, but the school cafeteria decided to improve the food and provide free desserts and fruit to all the students. Among the desserts were all kinds of small cakes. Even though many years had passed, Yu Zhiwan remembered very clearly, her first bite of cake was a green grape flavor. From then on, the green grape cake became her favorite flavor. It was a bright spark of sweetness in her dark adolescence. Later on, the cafeteria would provide desserts or fruits free of charge from time to time. Thinking of these memories, Yu Zhiwan put her hands behind her back, looking at Xie Jingma while walking backwards. Back then, when we heard the cafeteria was going to give out free desserts, all the students were so happy, and they were guessing if some wealthy benefactor had donated money to the school. Xie Jingma kept an eye on the path for her. Seeing that she was about to step on a stone, he reached out and pulled her back. And you? Were you happy? Yu Zhiwan was almost pulled into his arms, and stopped walking. Her eyes curved into a smile. Of course I was happy. Thanks to the benefactor. The man curved his lips, ruffled her hair with his large hand, his eyes teasing. Don't be happy too soon, think about what to eat for lunch. Yu Zhiwan, annoying. In the end, Yu Zhiwan picked a few of the dishes that she remembered being delicious. The two found a table to sit down. Many students had also come to the cafeteria, and listening to the happy laughter around them, it really felt like going back to high school. Yu Zhiwan looked at Xie Jingma across from her, remembering a rumor. Her curled eyelashes fluttered. I have a question I want to ask you. The man raised an eyebrow in question. Yu Zhiwan leaned forward, and asked in a mysterious whisper. Did you have a girl you had a crush on in high school? Chapter 49, My Wife. The words hung in the air, creating a moment of stillness. Xie Jingma looked at her, his pupils contracting almost imperceptibly. Why the sudden question? Yu Zhiwan lifted her chin, gesturing towards the distance. I saw some boys wearing basketball jerseys over there, and it reminded me of when I watched you play basketball in high school. Hearing this, Xie Jingma raised his eyebrows with interest. When was that? I don't remember exactly, Yu Zhiwan said, tilting her head as she recalled the memory. I was passing by the basketball court that day, and there were a lot of people gathered around. I think it was a game between your class and another class. I stopped to watch for a while. As she spoke, Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up, shimmering with a beautiful light. I was standing on the edge of the crowd, and after one of your shots went in, you smiled and looked in our direction. The young man was wearing a bright red basketball jersey, his black hair flying in the breeze. The corners of his lips were curved slightly, exuding a rebellious and unrestrained charm, full of youthful vigor. Yu Zhiwan didn't remember the specific details of that day, but she had a very clear and vivid memory of the moment he smiled at her. And then the people around me cheered. They were guessing if you were looking at a girl you liked. You know how people say that the first person you look at after making a goal is the girl you like? Yu Zhiwan gestured with her hands as she described the scene. You wouldn't believe it. Everyone started turning their heads to look around, trying to find the girl you were looking at. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, a lazy O escaping his lips. So that was it. He remembered that moment. Yu Zhiwan was so caught up in the story that she forgot all about eating. Her bright eyes stared at Xie Jingma. I looked around too, but I couldn't find her. Xie Jingma chuckled, a sound that vibrated from his chest. You turned your head to look around too? Yu Zhiwan nodded, curious. So, did you have a girl you had a crush on back then? Xie Jingma smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I had a crush on a blind person. Yu Zhiwan was stunned. Her mouth slowly opened, her skin milky white, her lips cherry red. Ha! A blind person? But she remembered that there wasn't a blind person at their school. How could he have had a crush on a blind person? Realizing his teasing, Yu Zhiwan puffed up her cheeks, giving him an annoyed glance. You're teasing me again. But judging by his reaction, it seemed like he had genuinely had a crush on a girl back then. That was a surprise. Even someone as privileged as Xie Jingma was capable of having a crush. Perhaps, the stirrings of the heart during adolescence were always this tentative. Yu Zhiwan picked up her chopsticks and continued eating, her mind wandering to the girl he'd had a crush on. She felt somewhat absent-minded. The food that she had found delicious before no longer appealed to her, and she accidentally bit into a piece of ginger. The spicy taste made her face contort in a grimace, and she quickly spat it out into a tissue. Xie Jingma handed her the drink he'd bought. Does your mouth feel uncomfortable? Have a sip, it'll help. Yu Zhiwan sucked on the straw, taking a large gulp. Her white cheeks puffed out slightly as she raised her dark eyelashes to look at him. After hesitating for a few seconds, she couldn't help but ask, Do you still have a crush on her now? Xie Jingmo's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his lips slowly curving upwards. If I said I still do, would you distance yourself from me and try to avoid me, or would you divorce me? My dear wife, rest assured that I'm very much a gentleman. The only woman in my life has been you, from beginning to end. So, you don't need to distance yourself from me, and you don't need to think about divorce. Oh, Yu Zhiwan said, holding the drink cup, taking a few more sips. She suddenly realized that the drink was actually quite sweet. The two finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria. They strolled around the school grounds, and after leaving the campus, they soon came across a bookstore. Yu Zhiwan pointed at it with delight. The owner of this bookstore is really nice. I used to come here often after school. He even saved a special spot for me. This is where I started to teach myself fashion design. She hadn't lived in the school dorms in high school, she was a day student. Back then, she didn't want to go home early every day to face her foster parents, that home felt suffocating, so she hid in the bookstore and studied, teaching herself design. The bookstore owner was a very warm-hearted middle-aged man, and when he saw her coming regularly, he specially saved a spot for her. So sometimes when the bookstore owner was busy, she would help him out with the store. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. This bookstore? I've been here a few times myself. I occasionally saw you. Yu Zhiwan was surprised. Really? What a coincidence. The man's voice had a hint of a smile. Yes, it's quite a coincidence indeed. Yu Zhiwan. Since they were already here, Yu Zhiwan decided to go inside and take a look. It was still the same as before, nothing had changed much, and there were still many students coming and going. The owner wasn't there, and his son was watching the store. Yu Zhiwan didn't let Xie Jingma accompany her. She went inside by herself, wanting to buy some design books. Xie Jingma waited for her at the cashier. He leaned lazily against the counter, taking out his phone to check it. Before long, the bookstore owner returned. When he saw the man at the counter, his face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. Well, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? When did you come? Xie Jingma turned to look at the bookstore owner and gave a slight smile. I just got here. Come on, have a seat. Let me get you a chair, the owner said enthusiastically, his face creased with smiles. When you were a freshman and sophomore, you'd come back to the high school area sometimes. But ever since that girl graduated high school, you haven't been here much. Well, I know that every time you come back, it's because of her. Xie Jingma chuckled. Okay, you get busy, don't worry about me. The owner clicked his tongue. How could I not worry about you? When his family had run into trouble, and he was short of money, the bookstore had been forced to close down. It was Xie Jingma who had given him financial assistance, allowing the bookstore to remain open. He had truly run into a benefactor. At first, he'd thought this benefactor was a passionate student who couldn't bear to let the sacred, knowledge-filled bookstore close down. Later, he had found out that he had gotten it all wrong. Xie Jingma hadn't even bought many books. It had been purely for the girl he liked. That girl was called Yu Zhiwan. She would come to his store often to read and buy books, teaching herself fashion design. If his store closed, Yu Zhiwan wouldn't be able to continue studying on her own as easily, since there weren't any other bookstores nearby. And so, Xia Jingma had given them a lot of money to prevent the bookstore from closing down, all for that little girl called Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan had finished browsing inside and had picked out some design books. As she came out, she saw Xia Jingma talking to the owner, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. You know each other? The owner was even more delighted when he saw Yu Zhiwan. Zhiwan, you're here too. Wait a minute. The owner looked at Yu Zhiwan and then at Xia Jingma. You two came here together? Xia Jingma's eyebrows rose slightly. He had wanted to show off his marriage certificate, but Yu Zhiwan had taken it away. He turned and took Yu Zhiwan's hand. His eyes were filled with a lazy smile, his voice casual as he introduced her. My wife. The bookstore owner. Oh my goodness. Did his boy really succeed in winning her over? The owner started laughing, unable to contain his joy. Good, good, good. That's great. Congratulations. Yu Zhiwan was confused. Why was the owner so happy? She tugged gently on Xia Jingma's clothes. Do you know the owner? Xia Jingma glanced at the small hand tugging his clothes, a lazy smile creeping onto his face. Not well, I've just seen him a few times. The bookstore owner, right? Xia Jingma lifted his chin, pointing to a spot not far away. He said to Yu Zhiwan, didn't you used to sit there often? I even saw you sitting there once, drawing little rabbits, little pink and delicate rabbits with long ears. Yu Zhiwan. He even remembered that? She had drawn so many pictures, she couldn't even remember them all. After talking with the owner for a while, and reminiscing about the old days in high school, they finally said goodbye and left. On the way home, Xia Jingma was driving, and Yu Zhiwan was in the passenger seat. She felt a sense of wonder. Xia Jingma had been to the bookstore, and he even knew that she drew little rabbits. Wait a minute, little rabbits. Yu Zhiwan's eyes darted around quickly as she took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Xia Jingma's profile picture. His profile picture was a little pink and delicate rabbit, drawn with a paintbrush. Yu Zhiwan zoomed in to look at it closely. The more she looked at it, the more she felt. That little rabbit, how could it look so similar to her own style when she had first started learning to draw? Chapter 50, Baby. Yu Zhiwan's heart suddenly started pounding rapidly in her chest. She took a deep breath, stealing a glance at Xia Jingma in the driver's seat, before focusing her gaze back at her phone screen. The first time she saw the little rabbit profile picture, she'd realized that the style wasn't very mature. And the immature style was a little too similar to the kind of drawings she'd made when she had first started drawing. But to be honest, when she first started to draw, she had drawn a lot of messy things on scratch paper, so she couldn't even remember them all. If she were to draw a little rabbit now, the style definitely wouldn't be the same as the immature drawing on his profile. So she couldn't be sure if the little rabbit was something she had drawn herself. If she thought about it logically, how could Xia Jingma possibly use one of her drawings as a profile picture? Who did she think she was? They weren't even close before. Yu Zhiwan closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Don't be self-absorbed. Don't be self-absorbed. In a flash, there was only one day left until the Jinhua fashion competition, which was when Wan Yan would publicly appear. That afternoon, Yu Zhiwan was in the study, working on design sketches. Her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from an unknown number. Yu Zhiwan casually answered it. Hello. Yu Zhiwan, it's me. Yu Xiao's arrogant and domineering voice came from the receiver. Yu Zhiwan's eyes turned cold. She looked at her phone screen again, confirming that it was indeed an unknown number. This Yu Xiaoza, she had blocked him before, and yet he was using a new phone number to contact her. Yu Zhiwan didn't give him a chance to speak, and hung up directly, before blocking the new number as well. She no longer wanted anything to do with the Yu family. The Yu family. Yu Xiaoza, who had been hung up on, was furious. He tried calling back again, but yelled in anger, "She blocked me again." Yu Xianxian's eyes flickered slightly. Sister, you used to be so desperate for family, and your behavior was so submissive. Now you've completely thrown it all away. Even though the Yu family has put aside its pride to actively look for you, you don't even bother to pay attention to us. Yu Xiuqi's expression was stern. We've already put aside our pride, but she's still ignoring us. Fine. I want to see how long she can keep her attitude. Tomorrow is the day Wan Yan will make her public appearance. We must get Wan Yan back. When that happens, I'll make sure that Yu Zhiwan has nowhere to go to cry. Yu Xiuqi turned to look at Yu Shangxiang. Xiangxiang, can you help me pick out 2 more suitable outfits? Tomorrow, he had to look his best when he met Wan Yan. He needed to make a good impression on Wan Yan. And then, he would try to pursue Wan Yan. Yu Zhiwan sat at her desk, stretching her arms. The clothes she wanted to give to Xie Jingma had already been designed, all that was left was to make them, but she didn't know his exact measurements yet. If she asked Uncle Fu, he would definitely tell Xie Jingma. That wouldn't be a surprise for Xie Jingma anymore. Yu Zhiwan racked her brain, deciding to measure him herself. Last time, Xie Jingma had given her a ring, saying he had secretly measured her finger size while she was asleep. So, she would also secretly measure his size while he was asleep, right? She was so clever. So that evening, Yu Zhiwan pretended to be sketching designs, letting Xie Jingma go to sleep first. She stayed in the study until the early hours of the morning. When she thought the time was right, she took out the flexible measuring tape used for measuring waistlines from her drawer. Then, she tiptoed into the bedroom. A soft yellow light was on in the bedroom. The man was lying in bed, his eyelids closed, his breathing light, as if he was already asleep. Yu Zhiwan walked over and gently nudged him, whispering, "Xie Jingma, I'm here to steal your private money." The man didn't react. He must be really asleep. Yu Zhiwan pinched his nose again. When he still didn't react, she relaxed completely and gently lifted his blanket, first using the tape measure to measure his leg length. Oh my god. They were so long. Yu Zhiwan recorded the measurements in the Notes app on her phone. Next up was his hip circumference. Maybe she should measure his waistline first. Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingma with his eyes closed. She quietly crawled onto the bed. But the way he was lying there, it wasn't easy to get a good measurement. Yu Zhiwan tried repeatedly, but her measurements weren't accurate enough. Just as she was getting frustrated, the man suddenly turned over and pulled her into his arms, his long leg also stretched out, pressing against her leg. Yu Zhiwan's scalp instantly tingled. Her entire body stiffened. Like a pillow, she was held tightly in the man's arms, not daring to move, barely daring to breathe, afraid of waking him up. After a few seconds, when the man didn't move any further, Yu Zhiwan quietly let out a sigh of relief and tried to put his arm back down. But as soon as she moved, the man hugged her even tighter. Then, a low, husky chuckle entered her ears, his breath warm and suggestive. "You said you were stealing my private money, but why are you measuring my waist?" Yu Zhiwan was so startled that she stopped breathing. Her eyes snapped open. "When did you wake up?" "No, you weren't sleeping at all." The man suddenly turned over, pinning her beneath him, looking down at her. "And pinching my nose?" The position was incredibly suggestive. Yu Zhiwan had no time to think about that, and shot back. "Why were you pretending to be asleep?" The man looked lazy and charming, and glanced at the measuring tape in her hand. He chuckled softly. "If I didn't pretend to be asleep, how would I know what Wan Wan was trying to do? Were you secretly measuring my waistline?" Of course Yu Zhiwan couldn't tell him. Designing his clothes was supposed to be a surprise for him. If she told him now, how would it be a surprise? "No, it's not the waistline. I was just measuring randomly." "Do you really think I'll believe that, baby?" Xie Jingma glanced at her casually, suddenly thinking of something. His eyes deepened, and he glanced subtly down at his lower body. Yu Zhiwan hadn't understood what he meant at first. But his expression was too strange, making her heart jump. "I wasn't. Don't think too much into it." She wasn't measuring him there. Xie Jingma looked at the tape measure in her hand, and pressed his tongue to his upper palate. His right hand reached over, gently taking her hand, and tickled her palm softly, his voice low, husky, and suggestive. Baby, if you want to know, there's no need to use things like measuring tapes. Yu Zhiwan? Chapter 51, Please, baby, stop tormenting me, okay? Yu Zhiwan was on the verge of a breakdown. She wanted to pull her hand out of his grasp, afraid that he would use it to touch his most sensitive areas. I really didn't want to measure your... Okay, I admit it, I wanted to measure your waistline. Because I hugged you last time, and your waist felt so good to hold, so I just wanted to measure it and see just how slender it is. Xia Jingmo's eyes narrowed languidly, his tone regretful. Just that? Yu Zhiwan, ? What was he regretting? Yu Zhiwan wasn't about to walk into his trap. She put on an earnest expression, her bright, watery eyes blinking innocently, exuding an adorable charm. Yes, just that. Your waist really does feel amazing to hug. I'm just saying that you're so charming. The man loomed over her, raising an eyebrow as he looked down at her. He suddenly asked, have you ever heard the saying that when people see something cute, they can't help but want to take a bite? Yu Zhiwan was taken aback by this sudden question. She paused for a moment, her eyes as clear and pure as a fawn's. I've heard it. In psychology, I think it's called cute aggression. When people's brains see cute, oh. Just as she was speaking, the man suddenly lowered his head and took a gentle bite of her cheek. Her eyelashes fluttered, her pupils widening in shock. Why did you bite me? The man took another involuntary nibble before releasing her, his Adam's apple bobbing. Sorry, my dear wife is just too cute. I couldn't help it. It was no exaggeration to say that Yu Zhiwan's face flushed crimson red. Her toes curled up involuntarily, her entire body, with its snow-white skin, was flushed a light pink. How could he be like this? The next second, the man's well-defined fingers clasped her slender wrist, placing her hand on his waist, as if generously offering himself up. Didn't you think my waist felt good to hold? As compensation, you can hug it whenever you want. Do you prefer to hug me with clothes on, or do you want me to take them off? He was asking her all of this, but he had already guided her hand under the hem of his shirt, so that her soft white palm, without any barrier, came into contact with his skin. Touching the man's warm skin, Yu Zhiwan's fingertips trembled. The blush that had just faded from her ears slowly returned. She had to admit, his waist. It really felt amazing to touch. There wasn't an ounce of fat. The muscle tone was perfect. It was too tempting, too seductive. Yu Zhiwan swallowed hard, her eyelashes fluttering as she suddenly grew bold. She couldn't help herself and gave his waist a playful pinch. Almost at the same time, the man's body softened, falling onto her, his breath heavy against her ear. His low, seductive voice made the roots of her ears tingle. Yu Zhiwan, feeling ticklish, shrank back her neck. She could feel her chest being squished by his weight. She struggled to speak. I just pinched you. Is your waist that sensitive? Are you ticklish? The man's temples throbbed. As he spoke, his hot, suggestive breath landed on her neck. His tone revealed that he was both exasperated and yet helpless. You're really oblivious. How is that ticklish? Yu Zhiwan, ? What did he mean by oblivious? She was so angry that she deliberately pinched his waist again. She was satisfied when she heard the man moan again. The sound was strangely sexy. She wanted to continue taking her revenge on him, but her hand was suddenly caught in a firm grip. The man looked at her, his eyes bloodshot. A husky, seductive voice rolled from his throat, full of desire. Please, baby, stop tormenting me, okay? Yu Zhiwan's heart suddenly beat faster. She suddenly realized what was going on. Her body stiffened, her ears red as a boiled shrimp. Her eyelashes fluttered nonstop. Her eyes darted around, not daring to look at him. You, get up, stay away from me. The man's dark, burning eyes stared intently at her. His pale arms had bulging veins, as if he was holding himself back. After staring at her for what seemed like an eternity, he suddenly hugged her tightly, before getting up and heading to the bathroom. Yu Zhiwan dazedly sat up in bed, raising her hand to cover her chest. Her heart was still pounding. Her expression was dazed. Listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, she suddenly understood. These past few mornings, she had several times encountered Xie Jingma taking cold showers. She had thought that his body was just strong and impervious to the cold. But it wasn't that. It was a man's morning thing. Yu Zhiwan covered her face with her hands. Her cheeks were burning hot. She fell face down on the bed, her face buried in the pillow in embarrassment. Xie Jingma came out of the bathroom, bringing with him the cool, watery air. When he saw Yu Zhiwan lying there, like a little quail with her face buried in the pillow, he could only see her red earlobes. He raised an eyebrow slightly, walked over, and gently tugged on her clothes. "What are you doing?" The girl didn't move. Xie Jingma's eyes narrowed slightly. He directly bent down and picked her up, as if holding a soft cat. With one hand, his slender fingers gently pinched the back of her neck. "Don't you think it's stuffy?" The girl raised her wet eyes. Her white forehead, which had been pressed into the pillow for too long, was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Her fair face was flushed a delicate pink. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that to you. I forgot for a moment that you are also a normal man." "Xie Jingma?" He chuckled in amusement. "Yu Zhiwan, how abnormal did you think I was?" "Yu Zhiwan, it's not that you're abnormal, I mean, Anyway." She didn't even know how to explain it herself. It was too embarrassing. While she was stammering, her stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. The air went still. Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow, glancing at her flat abdomen. "Hungry?" Yu Zhiwan was slightly embarrassed. She scratched her head. "Not really." Because she had been too focused on getting Xie Jingma's measurements, she hadn't eaten much for dinner, forcing herself to wait until the early morning. And now, her stomach was growling in hunger. The man pinched her cheek, his lips curving into a relaxed smile. "Wait here. I'll get our little princess something to eat." Yu Zhiwan hurriedly said, "There's no need to go to so much trouble. Also, what was with the little princess?" "It's no trouble at all to cook for my wife," he said casually. He bent down, opened a drawer next to the bed, and took out a small, black velvet box. He placed it in her arms. "I have a small gift for you. I haven't given it to you yet." Then he stood up and left the bedroom, leaving Yu Zhiwan sitting on the bed, blinking in confusion. Why was he giving her another gift? She hadn't even given him the clothes she had designed yet, and he was already giving her a new gift. Yu Zhiwan opened the lid of the box. Inside was a delicate and beautiful bracelet, with 2 green grapes made from rare, green crushed diamonds hanging from it. Yu Zhiwan held it up in front of her eyes to look at it. They were her beloved green grapes. And they were quite cute. She put the bracelet on her wrist and shook it. The more she looked at it, the cuter it seemed. She put on her slippers and ran downstairs. The servants had all returned to their quarters. Xie Jingma hadn't called them. He went into the kitchen himself to make some late-night snacks. Yu Zhiwan skipped happily into the kitchen, wanting to ask him why he had given her another gift. But then she saw the few tomato slices, cut into the shape of hearts, on the counter. Her lips twitched. "What are those?" Chapter 52, She wants to kiss Xie Jingma, it's called attraction. Xie Jingma was wearing his pink rabbit apron, his tone indifferent. "I made it according to the recipe." "Which recipe cut tomatoes into the shape of hearts?" Yu Zhiwan had never heard of such a thing before. She leaned over to look at the recipe on his phone. Okay, the picture on the recipe really did show tomatoes cut into the shape of a heart. Soon, 2 bowls of fragrant noodles were placed on the dining table. "It smells so good." The hunger pangs in Yu Zhiwan's stomach were immediately stirred up. In less than 10 minutes, she had finished her bowl of noodles, even drinking all the soup. "Slow down. Are you full?" Xie Jingma had discovered that he was a lost cause, even watching her eat was cute to him. "Not only am I full, I feel like you've been fattening me up. You're really too good of a cook." Yu Zhiwan gave him a thumbs up. She had poured a glass of hot water earlier and put it next to her. Her hand accidentally bumped into the cup, and the hot water spilled out. The cup was about to fall off the table. Yu Zhiwan instinctively reached out to catch the cup. This was a habit she had formed at her foster parents' home. Even if she got burned, she couldn't drop the bowl. Otherwise, she would be scolded. The scalding hot water had already spilled out. Xia Jingma frowned, and immediately put his hand over her hand, and with his other hand he reached for the cup, pulling it away to prevent the spilled water from burning her. Your hand! Yu Zhiwan's pupils shrunk dramatically. The hand that was holding the cup had been splashed with hot water. The back of his hand was instantly red and swollen, and was starting to blister. The hand that he had put over hers was also splashed with water, causing it to turn red. Yu Zhiwan immediately stood up, pulling him into the kitchen. She put his hand under the tap and ran cold water over it. I'm sorry. I'll take you to the hospital right away, Yu Zhiwan said, feeling guilty. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she frowned with worry. Seeing her like this, Xia Jingma couldn't help but smile, his tone still lazy. My dear wife, I just got burned. Why are you acting as if I'm about to die? Yu Zhiwan, don't say stupid things. She quickly spat to ward off bad luck. Xia Jingma took her hand and carefully examined it to make sure she hadn't gotten burned. Our Wanwan's hands are so beautiful, they're the hands that draw all those design sketches. We can't let them get hurt. A cup is just a cup, you can drop it. Your hands are much more important, do you understand? Yu Zhiwan's heart trembled. She stared at him dazedly, her eyes filled with a glimmer of light. You're so badly burned. Aren't you in pain? And yet, you're still worried about me. Apart from when he was first burned, when he had frowned, he hadn't complained once, nor had he blamed her. But he was burned so badly, how could it not hurt? The man's face was slightly pale, but his expression remained as lazy as ever. His voice was teasing. It doesn't hurt too much, but looking at the way you're acting now, I can't help but want to bite you again. Should I? Yu Zhiwan. Was she a peach, for him to keep wanting to bite her? After washing his hand under cold water, Yu Zhiwan wanted to take him to the hospital, but Xie Jingma said that there was no need. She had no choice but to find burn ointment and carefully apply it to his hand. Let me take your ring off first. You can put it back on when it's better. Because there were burn marks on his fingers. And since one of his hands had blisters, he had to make sure that it didn't get infected. After applying the ointment, Yu Zhiwan subconsciously leaned closer, pursing her red lips and gently blowing on his hand. Xia Jingmo's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily. This was going to be the death of him. By the time they were lying in bed, it was already almost 2 a.m. But Yu Zhiwan wasn't sleepy. Wan. Hearing the man's voice, Yu Zhiwan turned onto her side, facing him. A sliver of moonlight shone in through a gap in the curtains, illuminating the man's flawless face, making his bone structure all the more exquisite, stunning, and alluring. Yu Zhiwan immediately looked at his hand. Is it hurting again? I really think you should go to the hospital. The man raised an eyebrow. Do you misunderstand me somehow? Relax, your husband isn't that fragile. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him. When she was applying the ointment, she had taken off his ring. By the way, Yu Zhiwan asked, do the 2 letters MW on the ring stand for the initials of our names? Xie Jingma, Yu Zhiwan's eyes curved into a smile, as if a beautiful flower was blooming under the moonlight. It's a strange coincidence, I have a netizen that I've known for many years, and his online name is, to MW, he also has those 2 letters. The man's tone was conversational. A netizen that you've known for many years? Yu Zhiwan, yes. I forgot how we first followed each other, but we later became friends that could talk about things. He has a girl that he's been in love with for a long time, and his unrequited love has been tough. As Yu Zhiwan was speaking, she realized that Xie Jingma's thumb was gently stroking the back of her hand. She stopped speaking, suddenly feeling nervous. Why are you moving around so much? Does your hand hurt? The man's Adam's apple bobbed. He let out a low, muffled chuckle, his eyes filled with a helpless tenderness. Baby, I'm really not made of porcelain. Yu Zhiwan. Seeing that a strand of her hair had come loose, Xia Jingmo reached out and tucked it behind her ear. The distance between them suddenly narrowed. The man's languid eyes, which were full of a charming magnetism, looked especially beautiful in the moonlight, tender and affectionate, as if they could steal one's soul. Yu Zhiwan had noticed it before. Xia Jingmo's eyes were very beautiful. His nose bridge was high, and even his thin lips had a faint rose-red color, the lines of his lips being exceptionally perfect. Perhaps because he had just drunk some water, his lips looked soft and glistening, like jelly. They looked delicious. Yu Zhiwan swallowed hard. She felt a bit parched and was curious if his lips would be soft and seductive if she kissed them. Last time, when her cheek had accidentally brushed against his lips, she remembered them being quite soft. Yu Zhiwan's eyes uncontrollably fell on the man's lips, as if she had been bewitched. Her heart began to itch, and she swallowed hard. Just as she was about to lean forward to try it, her mind suddenly snapped back to reality. Her scalp tingled. What was she doing? How could she have such a thought? In a panic, Yu Zhiwan's heart started beating erratically. Not daring to look at him, she hurriedly turned away from him. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Xia Jingmo had been fixing her hair. When she turned over so suddenly, his hand was still frozen in midair. The man narrowed his eyes, glancing at his hand that was still in midair. His gaze fell upon her back, filled with a probing light. After a few seconds, he finally spoke, tentatively. Good night. The girl was still turned away from him, not giving a single response. Xia Jingmo's eyes darkened. Yu Zhiwan's heart was in turmoil. It felt like her worldview was collapsing. Had she developed lust for Xia Jingmo? How could she suddenly have the urge to kiss him? She was still wearing the bracelet he had given her. Yu Zhiwan restlessly stroked the 2 little green grapes on the bracelet. Her heart was not at peace. It was a mess. No, it shouldn't be like this. After thinking about it, Yu Zhiwan decided that she needed to figure out how she felt about Xia Jingmo. Before, she had thought he was good, a very, very good person. But what about now? She didn't seem to be repelled by Xia Jingmo's closeness. Tomorrow was the Jinhua fashion design competition. After the competition was over, she had to figure out what her feelings for Xia Jingmo really were. The next morning, after Yu Zhiwan got up, she felt guilty and avoided Xia Jingmo, not daring to look at his mouth. She left in a hurry without even having breakfast. She first went to Jinghong. And then, she and Ye Kaiwei went together to the Jinhua fashion design competition venue. Chapter 53, The Moment of Face Slapping, 1. The Jinhua fashion design competition was the most prestigious competition in the country. The event was hosted by the National Fashion Association, and the entire venue was set up to be very grand. The lights in the venue were beautiful. There was a runway in front for the contestants to display their designs. There were also 6 judges next to the runway, all of whom were highly experienced and respected masters in the industry. They would score each contestant on the spot, and then determine the winner. The competition hadn't started yet, but many media reporters had already arrived. They weren't only there to cover the fashion design competition, but more importantly, the mysterious genius designer, Wang Yan, who had never shown her face before, was going to publicly appear today. To get Wang Yan back, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoza had arrived early in the morning. Yu Shangxiang had also signed up for the competition. She was here as a contestant. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, unable to resist the urge, had also come along. After all, the Yu family was mainly in the clothing industry, and whether or not they could get Wang Yan back was related to the future development of the Yu Corporation. As soon as the 5 members of the Yu family entered the venue, they were spotted by some sharp-eyed reporters. They were immediately surrounded, and the reporters all held up their microphones. Chairman Yu. Ms. Tao. Your biological daughter, Yu Zhiwan, publicly announced that she was severing her ties with the Yu family. Was it because you, as her parents, had treated her poorly? The real heiress was forced to leave her home, and even had her household registration moved. Meanwhile, the fake heiress has always been showered with love. The outside world is saying that you are unfair, and have no conscience, CEO Yu Xiuqi. What do you have to say about this? Yu Shangxiang, when Yu Zhiwan first returned to the Yu family, were you afraid that she would affect your status, and so you didn't want her to come back? Yu Xiaoza, Yu Shangxiang is not your biological sister. Why are you still staying at the Yu family, and why haven't you gone back to your biological parents' home? Hearing these sharp and pointed questions, Yu Chengda's face darkened immediately. He was extremely embarrassed. The outside world was saying that they were heartless and unfair to their biological daughter. All of this was caused by that monster, Yu Zhiwan. Even if they were partial to Shang Xiang, so what? Couldn't Yu Zhiwan have just tolerated it? She had to make a scene about leaving home and cause the Yu family to become a laughingstock. Yu Chengda said impatiently, Yu Zhiwan severing ties with us is a private matter for the Yu family, and we're not at liberty to discuss it publicly. Today is the design competition, and I ask that you focus your interviews on the competition. Yu Xiaoqi was quick to react to the situation. He hastily added, that's right. Today, the great designer, Wang Yan, will also be making a public appearance, which we are all anticipating. Furthermore, the Yu Corporation will get Wang Yan back. The reporters all gasped upon hearing this. The Yu Corporation still wanted to get Wang Yan back. They had to know that Wang Yan was currently the chief designer of Jinghong, and Jinghong had been created by Yu Zhiwan herself. The Yu Corporation's move to poach people was clearly a challenge against Yu Zhiwan. But then again, Wang Yan had a much longer working relationship with the Yu Corporation, so it was possible that they might be able to get her back. As the reporters were interviewing them, they suddenly noticed that Yu Zhiwan and He Kai-wei had arrived at the entrance of the venue. Immediately, some of the sharp reporters ran over, holding up their microphones to Yu Zhiwan. Boss Yu, earlier Yu Xiaoqi stated that he would get Wang Yan back at the Yu Corporation. What is your opinion on that? Boss Yu, Wang Yan is the chief designer of Jinghong. Have you ever met her in private? Yu Zhiwan, the Yu family are still your family. There's a bond that cannot be broken. Are you really not going back to the Yu family ever again? Yu Zhiwan didn't answer the first two questions right away. As for the last question, Yu Zhiwan looked at the reporters in attendance, her expression aloof and cold, her tone decisive. Everyone, I have already severed my ties with the Yu family. We have nothing to do with each other. As for family, I do not have such dirty, disgusting and abhorrent family members. For this lifetime, I will never step foot into the Yu family again. Every word was resolute and forceful. Not far away, Yu Chengda became furious. What did she mean by dirty, disgusting, and abhorrent? That scoundrel was saying all of this in public. She was making the Yu family lose all of its face. And Tao Shuqin, who was next to him, dazedly stared at Yu Zhiwan. Her face was full of disbelief, as well as a hint of confusion and sadness. How could that girl be so heartless? What had she done wrong, and how did things reach this point with her own daughter? After the reporters asked Yu Zhiwan a few more questions, they saw the organizers approaching and rushed over, chasing after them to ask about Wang Yan. Seeing that the reporters were all gone, Yu Chengda finally lost his temper and came to Yu Zhiwan. You unfilial child. Who allowed you to say those words in public? Do you know what people are saying about me and your mother? You're putting your own parents on the line. You're such a good daughter. Seeing this, He Kai-wei immediately looked at Yu Zhiwan in concern. She could tell from Yu Chengda's attitude what kind of life Yu Zhiwan had led in the Yu family. But Yu Zhiwan's face did not show any fear. Her eyes were full of mockery. Chairman Yu, are you blind or deaf? Who is your daughter? Stop trying to cling to me. It's bad luck to even be associated with the Yu family. You. Yu Chengda was so angry, he could barely get his words out. Yu Xiaozi rushed over, looking upset. He frowned. Yu Zhiwan. Do you have no respect for your own father? Do you have no manners at all? As your older brother, I must teach you a lesson today. After saying that, Yu Xiaozi tried to grab Yu Zhiwan's collar and drag her out to teach her a lesson. However, slap. Yu Zhiwan slapped him hard across the face. Yu Xiaozi was completely stunned. It wasn't until the stinging pain on his face came that he touched his face in rage, glaring at her and yelling, Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan looked at him expressionlessly. What do you think you are? You think you can teach me a lesson? Try touching me again. That slap had been too hard, and had made quite a loud sound. The people nearby who heard the noise, all turned to look. Yu Xiaoqi frowned and walked over. He pulled Yu Xiaoze behind him, staring at Yu Zhiwan with cold eyes. Yu Zhiwan, just keep being arrogant. Let's see how long you can remain in such a good mood. I hope you'll still be laughing today, after everything that happens. After saying that, he pulled Yu Xiaoze away, and coaxed Yu Changde away as well. He Tsaiwei's brain was running quickly. She instantly understood what was going on. Yu Xiuqi was trying to do his best to steal Wan Yan away. And to counter Jing Hong. He Kaiwei looked at Yu Zhiwan with concern. Boss, are you sure Wan Yan will always work with us? Yu Zhiwan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, she will. Hearing this, he Kaiwei relaxed a little, but then remembered that slap Yu Zhiwan had given Yu Xiaoze. It was truly forceful. The sound had startled even her. Not to mention, Yu Xiaoze, whose face had turned into a swollen pig head, completely deserved it. Chapter 54, The Moment of Face Slapping, 2. After Yu Xiuqi walked away, he instructed Yu Shangxiang, you also signed up for the competition. Be sure to get a good result and bring honor to the Yu family. Yu Shangxiang nodded obediently. I will, big brother. Yu Xiaoze, covering his swollen face, was burning with anger inside. Xiangxiang was still the best, obedient and sensible. This was his good sister. How had Yu Zhiwan changed so much, become so sharp and aggressive? He would force Yu Zhiwan back to the Yu family and make her revert to the weak, submissive, and docile person she used to be. Soon, the organizers of the Jinhua fashion design competition announced the list of all the contestants on the large screen in the venue. The reporters and spectators in the venue immediately gathered around to take a look. After searching through the list, they couldn't find Wan Yan's name. Where is the great designer Wan Yan? Didn't they say that Wan Yan was also participating? I get it. The great designer Wan Yan is making a public appearance today, so she must be using her real name. One of these contestants must be Wan Yan. Wow, which one could it be? Let me guess. Because Yu Shangxiang had also signed up for the competition, the Yu family was also paying attention when the contestant list was announced. However, they saw Yu Zhiwan's name. Yu Xiaoze was stunned for a moment, before scoffing coldly that Jinx dares to compete? She has no self-awareness at all. Yu Xiuqi glanced at the list and said coldly, although she studied fashion design, she hasn't participated in a single competition all these years. For her to enter a competition for the first time and try for the most prestigious Jinhua award is truly a case of overestimating herself. Shangxiang, Yu Zhiwan definitely can't compare to you. In this competition, you must crush her under your feet and release some anger. Yu Shangxiang nodded. I will, big brother. While the three of them were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted nearby, as if something huge had happened. But soon after, the crowd dispersed again. Yu Xiuqi frowned. That's strange. What happened? Yu Xiaoze saw that Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin had returned, and hurriedly asked, Mom and Dad, you went to the washroom just now. When you came back, did you see what was happening over there? Tao Shuqin was extremely excited. I overheard that Xie Jingma had arrived. Some of the leaders of the organizing committee went to greet him personally. They invited him to the VIP lounge. What? Xie Jingma came. Yu Xiaoze was so excited that he stretched the wound on his face and winced in pain. He cursed Yu Zhiwan again in his heart. Yu Changde pondered for a moment, before guessing, Xie Jingma has never attended a fashion design competition. For him to specifically come today, is it for our Shangxiang? Hearing this, Yu Shangxiang's face instantly flushed red. Her hands twisted together nervously. Yu Xiaoze excitedly clapped his hands. Dad is right. Xiangxiang only participated in the new talent competition before. This is her first official competition after the new talent competition. Xie Jingma must be here to see her, to witness her important competition. Tao Shuqin happily hugged Yu Shangxiang, her face filled with smiles. My darling daughter, I said it before. Xie Jingma has never shown any interest in women all these years. It must be because of the marriage agreement with the Yu family. He has you in his heart. Yu Shangxiang's face was so red that it could boil an egg. She lowered her head shyly. Mom, don't say it anymore. Yu Xiuqi didn't say anything. Right now, Wang Yan was the only person on his mind. At that moment, backstage, each contestant had their own separate preparation room. Yu Zhiwan was organizing her competition clothes. This time, she had boldly used a different style from what she had used before. When she showed it to Ikaiwei, even Ikaiwei couldn't tell that it was Wang Yan's design, which proved that it was very different from her usual style. To her, it was both an innovation and a risk. "Boss, the competition is about to start," Ikaiwei said, as she pushed the door open. Yu Zhiwan nodded. "Okay, I know." Ikaiwei opened her mouth, wanting to ask if CEO Xia had arrived. She had overheard the rumors outside earlier. If CEO Xia had come, Yu Zhiwan and CEO Xia were husband and wife, so she should know, right? But seeing Yu Zhiwan's calmness, it seemed that she didn't know that CEO Xia had come. Maybe it was just a rumor after all. Soon, the 25th annual Jinhua Fashion Design Competition officially began. This year's competition had no set theme, and it allowed each of the contestants to use the style that they were the most skilled in to design their clothing, which would allow them to show off their skills to the fullest. The order in which each contestant appeared was determined by a lottery draw. Yu Shangxiang drew number 13. Yu Xiuqi was satisfied. "This order is good. I just checked, and Yu Zhiwan drew number 30. Appearing too far back is not a good thing. The judges and audience will be tired, and they won't appreciate a normal design as much." Yu Xiaozi scoffed coldly. Even if she appears first, the judges still won't appreciate her design. The Jinhua Award judges were known for being strict. For example, the first contestant had already participated in the Jinhua Award 3 times and was a well-known designer in the industry. But after the model showed off his clothes, the judges gave their scores. The full score was 10, but some judges only gave a 7, and some even gave a 6. The final average score was only 6.9. Several of the contestants that followed had some outstanding designs, but the highest score was only 8.6, which proved how strict the judges were. It wasn't until Yu Shangxiang's design appeared that the audience members were instantly amazed. The model was wearing a forest fairy-style gown, with light and airy green chiffon. The skirt was covered with flowers, giving off a refreshing feeling, like a princess from the Garden of Eden. The audience members praised her one after another. "Wow, it's so beautiful, like a princess. I like this one. The designer is Yu Shangxiang? Isn't she the second daughter of the Yu family? It's no wonder she was able to get into the design department at the Yu Corporation. She has talent." The judges on the panel also shared their thoughts with each other, and they also gave high scores. The final average score was 9.4. Yu Xiaozi was excited. 9.4. It's higher than the score of all the previous contestants. "Shangxiang, you're currently in first place." Yu Xiuqi nodded in satisfaction. "That's great. The judges today are being particularly strict. There's no way that Yu Zhiwan would be able to get such a high score." Yu Chengde was even more satisfied. "As expected of my good daughter, she's bringing honor to our Yu family. Not like that unfilial daughter, Yu Zhiwan." Yu Shangxiang smiled sweetly. "Mom and Dad, I will try harder." This was the style she had specifically imitated from Wang Yan. Over the last 2 years, Wang Yan had designed quite a few evening gowns for the Yu Corporation, and had sent the electronic design sketches to Yu Xiuqi. She had copied those designs, little by little, adding her own designs, so that the audience wouldn't suspect her of plagiarizing Wang Yan, and also so that she could receive a high score in the competition. "Sister, you'll never be able to win against me." The contestants that followed had gotten some high scores, such as 9.2, but no one was able to surpass Yu Shangxiang. Yu Xiaozi became more and more smug. "I'm particularly confident now. Maybe the winner today will be our Shangxiang. 9.4, that's the highest score right now." On stage, the host announced that the 30th contestant was up next. Hearing this, Yu Xiaozi looked disdainful. It's finally Yu Zhiwan's turn. If she can get an 8, that's already a win. Yu Chengde scoffed. "Once Shangxiang beats her, the outside world will know why we favor Shangxiang. That unfilial child doesn't have a single quality that is comparable to Shangxiang." Yu Xiaozi said, "Of course she can't compare to her. She's not even worth a single strand of Shanshan's hair. Yu Xiaozi was just sneering when, the next moment, after seeing the clothes that the model was wearing on stage, he suddenly stopped talking and stared with wide eyes in disbelief. It was a black evening gown that was extremely stunning, capable of captivating everyone's attention instantly. On the wide, black skirt, using an ancient embroidery technique, there were full of blood-red spider lilies all over the dress. And if you looked carefully, you could see that in the middle of the spider lilies, there were also embroidered skeletons, the underworld, sacrifices, and various other ancient and mysterious totems. But it didn't give people a terrifying feeling. Instead, it had a strange, mysterious, and dangerous allure. It was the epitome of cold beauty and a powerful aura. As the eyes moved up the dress, the totems on the skirt gradually disappeared. From the waist up, there were scattered diamonds, like stars in a black night sky, all the way up to the chest. The stars gradually converged, like the Milky Way in the sky. From hell to the stars, it was like a transformation, a rebirth. And the designer hadn't had the model wear a necklace or earrings. There was only a diamond crown on the model's head. It was as if she was a queen, stepping onto the road to the underworld, and treading on spider lilies, walking out of the darkness and despair. The noisy venue suddenly went silent. Not a sound was heard. Everyone stared intently at the magnificent and cold, black evening gown. So shocking. Chapter 55, Continuous Face-Slapping, CEO Xia is here. So shocking. It was unknown who had shouted first. The spectators and reporters, who had been so amazed that they couldn't speak, finally regained their senses. As if someone had pressed the play button, the entire venue suddenly came back to life. Oh my goodness. What a powerful visual impact. What a unique design style. Spider lilies, the underworld, darkness, the stars, when you combine all these elements together, they're not out of place at all. Instead, it's mysterious, strange, and powerful. I like it. I love this design. Who designed this? It's too amazing and shocking. Yu Zhiwan? Oh my god, this is Yu Zhiwan's design. Wait a minute, isn't Yu Zhiwan the boss of Jinghong? Does she also do fashion design? Oh my god, she was keeping a low profile. Her first design is such a shocking one. I thought this was Wang Yan's design, but it's not. The great designer, Wang Yan, doesn't have this style. Not only the audience members and the reporters, even the 6 judges on the judging panel had their eyes glued to the dress. One of the judges was so excited that he knocked over the water bottle on the table, but didn't even realize it. Yu Changde and Yu Xiaozi, who had just been ridiculing Yu Zhiwan, were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? This was Yu Zhiwan's design. Even Yu Xiangxiang dazedly stared at the stage. Yu Xiuqi was even more incredulous. This evening dress, which was so stunning and strange, had actually been made by Yu Zhiwan. Her level of design was so high. Why didn't he know it all? After the model finished showing off the design, it was time for the judges to give their scores. All 6 judges didn't communicate with each other. They just lowered their heads and began writing out their scores. The screen then showed the scores. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. Every single judge had given a perfect score. The host, with a breaking voice, shouted, 10 points. All of them are 10 points. Oh my goodness, this is the first time that a contestant has received full marks at this year's Jinhua Award. Congratulations to the 30th contestant, for getting an average score of 10 points. She's currently in first place. As soon as the scores were announced, there was a round of applause. Even the previous contestants couldn't help but applaud. Amazing. That's the score that I expected. I also guessed a 10. That dark evening gown is truly amazing. It's well deserved. Amazing, Yu Zhiwan. That's the highest score so far. She's beaten the second place winner, Yu Xiangxian, by 0.6 points. No way, Yu Zhiwan's design skills are so high. When she left the Yu family actually let her go? That's such a huge loss. Who knows what the Yu family is thinking, not wanting their own daughter? Did they get kicked in the head by a donkey? At this time, Yu Changde, after hearing the discussion around him, was uglier than if he had eaten a fly. He had hoped that Shang Xian would bring honor to the Yu family and crush Yu Zhiwan under her feet. But he never would have imagined that Yu Zhiwan, that unfilial daughter, would receive full marks in one go. It was Shang Xiang who was crushed under her feet. Shang Xiang's 9.4 points were completely insignificant now. Yu Shaozi was on the verge of going crazy. He refused to believe it. That's impossible. She must have copied someone else's design. Yu Xiuqi stared intently at the stage. How could she have copied it? With a style that is so unique and strong, as long as she copies it, the judges and the other designers in attendance would know right away. Besides, the spider lilies and skeletons are such unusual elements, she must have thought of them herself. Tao Shuqin was dazedly staring at the stage. Her biological daughter was actually so amazing. She turned her head to look at Yu Shangxiang, who looked upset and heartbroken. Tao Shuqin immediately hugged her. It's okay, Shangxiang, it's fine. It's just a score. Our 9.4 points is still amazing. Who knows if Yu Zhiwan just got lucky? Although she was saying that, Tao Shuqin's gaze was still attracted to the design on the stage. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I've let you down. Yu Xiangxiang's face was filled with self-blame and sadness, but her eyes were full of poison. She had always felt confident in herself, and that Yu Zhiwan was not as good as her in anything, apart from her face. But she never expected that the reality of today would be like a slap in the face. It had woken her up and made her feel a sense of crisis. She had secretly imitated Wan Yan's designs, and yet she was still beaten by that bitch, Yu Zhiwan. Yu Changde suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. Oh no! That unfilial child Yu Zhiwan is so amazing. She's also the boss of Jing Hong. Wouldn't Jing Hong be unstoppable? He had relied on Shang Xiang, but in the end, she couldn't beat that unfilial daughter. Sigh. Yu Xiuqi tried to reassure him. Dad, don't worry, we still have Wan Yan. As long as we get Wan Yan back, everything will be fine. Wan Yan is our greatest backing. Yu Changde was instantly relieved and let out a sigh of relief. That's right. Later on, no matter what conditions Wan Yan proposes, we have to agree to it. As long as she's willing to come back to the Yu Corporation. Yu Xiuqi nodded, his eyes glued to Yu Zhiwan's design on the stage. A few years ago, when the Yu Corporation was in crisis, Yu Zhiwan had proposed to help the family. He had scoffed at her, and thought she was overestimating her abilities. He hadn't even looked at her design sketches. Now, he was feeling some regret. Why hadn't he looked at them back then? Even if he had only glanced at them. The competition was still going on, but the audience members were still mesmerized by the design that Yu Zhiwan had brought to the stage. The main thing was that there were no other remarkable designs from the contestants that followed, until the very last contestant, who managed to once again pique the interest of the audience, and ultimately received 9.3 points. When all the contestants had finished, someone realized that something was wrong. They looked around. That's not right, where is Wan Yan? Why didn't I see the great designer Wan Yan's designs? Honestly, I've been watching from the first contestant to the last one, and I didn't think any of them were Wan Yan. Wait. That Yu Zhiwan who got a perfect score just now, maybe she's the great designer Wan Yan. That's impossible. The great designer Wan Yan doesn't have that style. Then, maybe Wan Yan didn't participate in the competition. She's just going to make a public appearance later? That's possible. Huh? Why did the host go off stage? As everyone was discussing, they suddenly saw that the host had been called off stage. It seemed that some of the leaders of the organizers had called the host down to say something, and then the host's face was filled with shock and delight. What was going on? Just as everyone was confused, the host ran back on stage and excitedly raised the microphone. Dear viewers and friends, the designs of all of the contestants have now been shown. After a fierce competition and live scoring from the judges, the person with the highest score is the 30th contestant, Ms. Yu Zhiwan. Let's congratulate Yu Zhiwan for winning this year's Jinhua competition. Please, Yu Zhiwan, come up on stage. The audience immediately gave Yu Zhiwan a round of applause. Everyone was in awe of her score. The host was unable to hide his excitement and was grinning from ear to ear. I also have another exciting piece of news to share with everyone. Yes, we are honored to have invited a special guest to give the award to this year's Jinhua Award winner. What? A special guest award presenter? Who was it? Next, please welcome the president of the Xie Group, Mr. Xie Jingma, to the stage to award Yu Zhiwan with the trophy and the certificate. Chapter 56, Public Reveal. Xie Jingma? Holy crap! Like a thunderbolt, the entire venue exploded. A socialite in the front row, who had been putting on her makeup, was so shocked that her hand trembled, and she directly broke her lipstick on her mouth. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Did the host say Xie Jingma? Yes. I also heard it. Oh my god. Is it really CEO Xie? Am I dreaming? Not only the socialites in attendance, but even the respected business tycoons, and the designers and media reporters, all stretched their necks to look at the stage. That was Xie Jingma. Putting aside the people trying to curry favor with him, most people didn't even have the right to see him. What's more, the Jinhua Award had invited Xie Jingma before, but he had ruthlessly rejected them. Why had he agreed this time? The Yu family was even more shocked. Xie Jingma had come to give the award to the winner? They thought that he had come to see Shangshan compete. At that moment, on the side of the awards stage, a tall, slender figure with a strong aura had appeared on stage. Yu Zhiwan stared at that figure, blinking in confusion. Wait, why had he come? Why hadn't he told her ahead of time? The man was wearing a well-tailored black suit, his figure was tall, his face was handsome and noble. However, he hadn't buttoned up his suit, and he wasn't wearing a tie. The top two buttons of his white shirt were casually undone, revealing a section of his sexy collarbone. It made him look languid and seductive. Especially his languid and alluring eyes, which made people want to be under his spell. He was exuding a charm that made the girl's hearts beat faster. However, the man's aura was too strong. The kind of powerful and commanding presence of a person in power that came from his bones made people, no matter how mesmerized they were, not dare to approach him. As soon as Xie Jingma appeared in everyone's sight, the reporters' cameras started snapping nonstop. The audience was in chaos, with screams of excitement that they couldn't control. Oh my god, it's really CEO Xie. He's so handsome, so handsome. Ah, he's so charming. To be honest, I want to sleep with him. Who doesn't, but would you dare? Wait a minute. How is CEO Xie's hand injured? It's wrapped in gauze? Ah, it really is. No wonder he's not wearing a tie. When your hand is injured, there's no one to tie it for you, you can't be without a woman by your side. Why hasn't he gotten a girlfriend all this time? He seems to have someone he can't forget, so he's always been particularly uninterested in women. He's never even held a woman's hand. At this moment, a hostess had walked on stage with the trophy. This was the most prestigious competition in the country's design community. To a designer, it was a moment of glory, and its meaning was self-evident. Xie Jingma picked up the trophy and the certificate that symbolized honor from the tray. His deep gaze fell on Yu Zhiwan. He carefully gave them to her. Yu Zhiwan suddenly felt that it was good that he was the one giving her the award. She carefully accepted the trophy and certificate. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the man's face was full of smiles, and he suddenly reached out and hugged her. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. As Xie Jingma hugged her, a curve formed on his lips and his voice was sexy. Congratulations, Boss Yu. He hadn't called her honey, he had called her Boss Yu, acknowledging her achievement as her own. The first congratulation that Yu Zhiwan heard was from him. Her red lips curved upwards, bright and radiant. CEO Xie, you're too kind. After Xie Jingma released her, Yu Zhiwan glanced at his mouth, and remembered how she had wanted to kiss him last night. Feeling guilty, she immediately avoided his gaze. And at this time, the people downstage were too far to hear what they were saying, but everyone had eyes. They saw Xie Jingma hugging Yu Zhiwan, and a small commotion erupted. Wait, weren't they saying that he didn't like women? How come he was hugging her? And he was the one who initiated the hug. He even hugged her waist. The socialites in the front row, who had the best view, realized something was amiss. Am I going crazy? How do I feel that CEO says gaze at Miss Yu is strange? It's like, the way he's looking at her doesn't seem innocent. It's true, Xie Jingma has never attended this kind of competition before. He refused to come, even when invited. But he suddenly came today, and became the award presenter, and he even hugged her. Isn't he here for Yu Zhiwan? That's strange. Why do I feel that CEO Xie and Miss Yu look so good together on stage? What's so strange about it? Yu Zhiwan was already pretty, and she's also the boss of Jinghong, and her design is so amazing. I really admire her. At this moment, Yu Shangxiang stared intently at the handsome and noble man on stage, her teeth biting hard on her lower lip in anger. It should have been her. It should have been her who got the award, standing on stage and receiving all the attention with him. But Yu Zhiwan had suddenly come out of nowhere. The man that only appeared in her dreams, her fiancé, was hugging that bitch, Yu Zhiwan. Yu Shaoza angrily stared at the stage. If it wasn't for Yu Zhiwan, based on Xiangxiang's 9.4 points, the winner would have been Xiangxiang. It should have been Xiangxiang on stage with Xie Jingma. Yu Shangxiang was full of anger and injustice. She cried as she threw herself into Tao Shuqin's arms. Mom, I admit that I'm not as skilled as she is. I'm willing to let my sister have the award, but my fiancé, Tao Shuqin hurriedly said, my good daughter, stop crying, the position of the young mistress of the Xie family is yours. There's no way that Xie Jingma will be with her. Yu Changda's eyebrows were furrowed so deeply that he could kill a mosquito. That unfilial child, not only did she steal Wan Yan and go against the Yu Corporation, but she also stole Xiangxiang's award. She's so lawless. Yu Shochi looked at Yu Zhiwan on stage, his eyes filled with coldness. That jinx was a curse. She had stolen Wan Yan away, causing Wan Yan to block him. She had also caused the Yu Corporation to suffer huge losses. And now, she had even stolen Xiangxiang's award. He should have added some pineapple juice to her food back when she returned to the Yu family, so that she would have died from her allergies. When Wan Yin appeared, he would make sure to get her back. So that Jinghong would be defeated, bankrupt, and closed down. Thinking about Wan Yan, whom he missed so much, Yu Shochi's gaze at Yu Zhiwan became even more hateful and disgusted. Finally, after the awards ceremony, the host asked Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma to go to the VIP seats. The host was extremely excited. Everyone, I believe that you have been waiting for a long time, so next up is the first public appearance of the great designer, Wan Yan. Just now, the organizers gave me a card, which has Wan Yan's real name on it. I haven't opened it yet. The audience members and the reporters were all in a state of anxiety. You're so patient. Open it already. If you're not going to look at it, give it to me. Quickly, bring out the great designer, Wan Yan. Hurry, hurry, stop teasing us. Amidst all the urging, Yu Shochi nervously lifted his hand and adjusted his collar. He needed to maintain his best appearance. He was finally going to see Wan Yan, whom he missed so much. When the Yu Corporation had fallen into a low period, when he was struggling and taking sleeping pills to get by, it was Wan Yan who had supported him. Wan Yan was not only the Yu Corporation's savior, she was also his savior. The host also stopped teasing. He took a deep breath. Please everyone, sit quietly. Now, Ms. Wan Yan is already sitting in our audience. The spotlight will be cast on the great designer, Wan Yan, in 5 seconds. 5. 4. As the countdown continued, the spotlight began to flash back and forth, and the people in the audience also turned their heads to try and see where the spotlight would finally land. 1. With the last count, the fast-moving spotlight stopped suddenly. The light landed on a woman. The woman's eyes were clear and beautiful, her skin as white as snow. Her face was so pretty that it made her stand out, and her temperament was extraordinary. Her eyes were full of light. In the noisy and chaotic venue, she was beautiful beyond this world. Yu Shochi instantly held his breath. He turned his head nervously to look. However, the next moment, when he saw the woman's face clearly, Yu Shochi's mind went blank. It was as if a heavy hammer had landed on his head. He stood up abruptly, the blood draining from his face. The fists by his side were tightly clenched, his body swaying. Wan Yan was actually. Chapter 57, Begging for Forgiveness Through Tears. Compared to Yushochi's public loss of composure, the rest of the Yu family were even more stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as if they'd seen a ghost. No. This couldn't be. Why was the spotlight on Yu Zhiwan? The host quickly opened the card in his hand. Seeing Wan Yan's real name, his voice trembled with excitement. Now, it is our great honor and privilege to invite the fashion goddess Wan Yan, also known as Miss Yu Zhiwan, to the stage to give a speech. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Yu Zhiwan was the famous Wan Yan? Holy crap! Everyone was so shocked they were speechless, staring blankly at the radiant woman as she gracefully walked onto the stage. Once she reached the center, Yu Zhiwan accepted the microphone from the host. Her bright eyes, red lips, and gentle smile made her breathtakingly beautiful. Hello everyone, I am Wan Yan. Those few words instantly ignited the crowd. The once silent hall erupted into cheers and applause. The Yu family, on the other hand, were nearly popping their eyes out, as if struck by thunder and lightning. How? How could this be? Wan Yan, the one they had been searching for, desperately pleading not to abandon the Yu Corporation, the one they had hailed as the Yu family's savior, was actually Yu Zhiwan, the very person they had despised, insulted, and belittled. Their own daughter and younger sister. How could fate play such a joke on them? Yu Shangxiang stared intently at Yu Zhiwan on stage. The sweet, gentle expression on her face could no longer be maintained, and her features twisted in a mask of ugly disbelief, refusing to accept this reality. Yu Zhiwan, the person she had always looked down upon and scorned, was the same Wan Yan who had defeated her in the new designer competition and taken first place. The person she had looked down on was standing above her, and she couldn't accept that. Yu Zhiwan's design skills had long surpassed hers by an unknown margin. All the smug satisfaction she had felt when the Yu family said Yu Zhiwan wasn't as good as her, now looked completely ridiculous. Yushochi, who had been standing there in a daze, his body tense like a bowstring drawn to its breaking point, stared at Yu Zhiwan on stage with bloodshot eyes. Wan Yan, who had agreed to help him without hesitation when the Yu Corporation was in crisis, when everyone was mocking him as a useless failure, was actually his younger sister. The person who had supported him when he was suffering and could only sleep with the help of sleeping pills, was his younger sister. The one who had single-handedly saved the Yu Corporation and restored his glory, was his own younger sister. The same younger sister he had loathed and rejected, subjected to years of cold treatment, even deliberately adding pineapple juice to her drink, knowing she was allergic to it, wanting her dead from anaphylaxis. Yushochi's body trembled violently. He clutched his chest in pain as if a sharp needle had pierced his heart. The intense pain made it difficult to breathe, and his face turned deathly pale. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Meanwhile, the hall was filled with the excited exclamations of Wan Yan's fans, the wealthy ladies, and the designers who admired her. I'm going crazy. No wonder Yu Zhiwan got a perfect score earlier. She's Wan Yan. Ah, Goddess Wan Yan. Is that dark style gown your new creation? Wait a minute. So, Wan Yan, who's been designing clothes for the Yu Corporation and helping them become a top national brand, is their biological daughter? Wow! Their daughter is so accomplished. Their ancestral graves must be smoking. No, wait. Yu Zhiwan has severed ties with the Yu family, she's no longer their daughter. Tsk, Yushochi was just saying he wanted to lure Wan Yan back to the Yu Corporation, and he was so rude to Yu Zhiwan. I bet he's regretting it so bad. Serves him right. They had such a beautiful and capable biological daughter, but they had to favor that fake daughter. It's all their fault. As they talked, some of them grew curious. Why didn't Yu Zhiwan directly help the Yu family? Why did she use the identity of Wan Yan? Immediately, a few media reporters couldn't resist asking the question. Yu Zhiwan held the microphone, glancing indifferently at the Yu family. Her gaze was aloof, with no warmth left in it. At the time, the Yu Corporation was in a slump and was getting worse by the day. I wanted to ease my parents' and brothers' worries, and do my part for the Yu family. However, when I presented my designs to Yushochi, he believed my skills were inadequate and presumptuous, and he didn't even look at them once. Therefore, I had no choice but to help the Yu family as Wan Yan. Back then, despite being dismissed and belittled by Yoshiochi, she was still a little disheartened. But deep down, she regarded him as family, as her brother. She couldn't bear to see him anxious and suffering. She wanted to help him, and she desperately hoped to receive even a tiny bit of affection from her parents and brother. Only later did she realize, you couldn't warm up a stone no matter how hard you tried. The crowd sighed in sympathy, filled with righteous indignation. I can't believe they treated their own sister like that. That's his own sister. She was switched at birth and had to live through hardship with her foster parents. After finally returning home, she was met with such contempt and rejection from her own parents and brother. Sigh. I think Yu Zhiwan was still hopeful about the Yu family at the beginning. Even when she was despised and ostracized, she was still willing to help them as Wan Yen. She put her heart and soul into it. How did she wrong them? The Yu family is so biased. They don't treasure their biological daughter, causing her to become disheartened. And now, she's cut ties with them. Yoshiochi was just saying he wanted to lure Wan Yen back. Looks like that's not gonna happen. Hearing Yu Zhiwan's answer, Yoshiochi stumbled. His face was pale, and he collapsed back onto his chair, completely drained. If he hadn't been biased against Yu Zhiwan. If he had seen Yu Zhiwan as family, as his own younger sister, even just a little bit, would these things not have happened? He was wrong, he was terribly wrong. In a daze, Yoshiochi suddenly recalled Yu Zhiwan's eyes when she had just been brought back to the Yu family. They were filled with longing and hope, and she had followed behind him calling him gently, "Big brother." Even when he was sick and hospitalized, she had stayed by his bedside for several nights. Each year on his birthday, she would put her heart into preparing a gift, and even when he scorned her, she still helped him under the guise of Wan Yen. Yet he had deliberately added pineapple juice to her drinks, knowing she was allergic to it. He had thrown her birthday gifts into the trash. He had never celebrated a single birthday for her all these years. In front of her, he had always praised Yu Shangxiang and purposely insulted and belittled her, saying Yu Shangxiang was his real sister. How could he have done so many terrible things? She had offered her sincere heart, but he had treated it like dirt. Yoshiochi's heart was tearing apart. It felt as if someone had ripped a chunk of flesh out of his chest, and he gasped for breath, collapsing to the floor in a miserable heap. Shiochi! Big brother! Tao Shuqin and Yushaoza rushed to Yoshiochi's side, trying to help him up. But Yoshiochi remained slumped on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused, completely oblivious to what they were saying. Shiochi, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Tao Shuqin's eyes instantly reddened. Mom! Yushaoza said in a hoarse voice, no longer arrogant, it's because of Yu Zhiwan. Upon hearing Yushaoza's words, Tao Shuqin turned her head towards Yu Zhiwan on stage, her face full of sorrow and confusion. Wan Yen, the talented designer everyone was fawning over, was her biological daughter. The one she had given birth to. How could she not be proud? But... Shiochi, don't be like this, pull yourself together. Tao Shuqin's eyes welled up again at the sight of her eldest son, collapsing on the ground in despair. Yoshiochi hunched over, his head down, clutching his chest, the pain suffocating him. He pressed his hand into the ground with so much force, his fingernails nearly split. In a haze, he heard a reporter asking Yu Zhiwan if she would ever help the Yu Corporation, or the Yu family, again. Her voice was cold and decisive. No. Never again. Yoshiochi's whole body jolted. He pressed his fingers harder into the floor until his nails broke and crimson blood trickled out. He was oblivious to the pain, only a single tear silently hitting the floor. By the time the Jinhua fashion design competition ended, the ladies and socialites were still surrounding Yu Zhiwan. Some of the younger designers even wanted her autograph. Yu Zhiwan was both amused and embarrassed. After struggling for several minutes, she finally broke free and headed toward the backstage. The audience remained in their seats, their gazes towards the Yu family filled with complex emotions, a hint of disdain. Yu Changda could no longer worry about what others thought. He reached out to Yoshiochi, trying to help him up. Shiochi, your hand is bleeding. Suddenly, Yoshiochi pushed him away with force, nearly sending Yu Changda crashing to the ground. Before he could even get angry, he saw Yoshiochi wobble to his feet and rush towards the backstage. Shiochi! What are you doing? Yu Changde frowned and shouted. Possibly due to physical exhaustion, Yu Shochi tripped on the stage stairs a few steps later, falling forward with a loud thud. The once glorious CEO of the Yu Corporation was now a wretched mess, sprawled on the floor, devoid of his usual calm and collected demeanor. Everyone turned to look at him, wondering what he was doing. Yu Shaozi immediately ran to his side, but the moment he touched Yu Shochi, he was pushed away. Big brother, Yu. Yu Shochi didn't seem to hear him. He struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his hands. His eyes were bloodshot as he ran towards the backstage again, completely out of his mind. Wan. His biological sister was there. His sister was there. Yu Zhiwan had just returned to the room where she had prepared her outfits before the competition, when she heard a hoarse voice call her as she was about to push the door open. Wan. Yu Zhiwan didn't recognize the voice, and when she turned around, she was shocked to see Yu Shochi. Wan. Yu Shochi looked terrible, blood dripping from his broken nails. He seemed oblivious to the pain, his red eyes fixed only on the girl in front of him. I was wrong before, I shouldn't have. Yu Zhiwan raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm flickering in her gaze. What are you doing? Do you think if you say that, I'll let you bring me back to the Yu Corporation and continue designing clothes for you? Yu Shochi immediately grew anxious, his voice still rough. I'm not, I didn't mean that, He stammered, unable to express the heart-wrenching pain and bone-deep regret in his chest. Yu Shochi closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling, tears welling in his eyes. Wan, you're my biological sister. You suffered so much hardship growing up. After finally being brought back home, I didn't act like a brother. Biological sister? Yu Zhiwan cut him off, her face expressionless. From the moment I cut ties with the Yu family, you were no longer my brother. Yu Shochi's face paled even further, and his lips trembled with fear. Yu Zhiwan looked at him, her exquisite face impassive. Do you think that if you just say you were wrong, I'll happily forgive you and forget everything that happened, and go back to being siblings with you, without holding any grudges? Yu Shochi's pupils shrank. He desperately took a step forward, wanting to touch her, but Yu Zhiwan stepped back, avoiding him with a look of disgust. Yu Shochi's outstretched hand froze in midair. In an instant, his heart felt squeezed and crushed, causing a lump to form in his throat. So, this was how she felt when they had all rejected her. Chapter 58, My wife is awesome and amazing. When Ikaiwei arrived, she saw a disheveled Yu Shochi trying to grab Yu Zhiwan. Boss. Ikaiwei was alarmed and immediately rushed over. Was Yu Shochi trying to hurt her boss? Yu Zhiwan glanced at Yu Shochi indifferently, and said to Ikaiwei, call security and have him thrown out. She then pushed open the door to the dressing room and went inside. Yu Shochi watched the cold and indifferent back of the girl as she turned away. His eyes burned with pain and tears streamed uncontrollably. Ikaiwei was efficient and quickly had security escort Yu Shochi out. When Yu Zhiwan finished packing her belongings and was about to leave, Xie Jingma came over, carrying something that looked like lunch, and raised an eyebrow. You came here without eating anything this morning. Are you hungry? Yu Zhiwan still couldn't face him openly. Her heart jumped. I'm not hungry. I have things to do, I have to go back to Jinghong, I gotta go. She needed time to process why she had suddenly wanted to kiss Xie Jingma last night. That behavior was too. She needed to sort out exactly how she felt about him. But if she allowed Xie Jingma to be by her side, she knew she would be influenced by him. So, Yu Zhiwan decided to go to Jinghong and be alone, so she could think calmly. I'm leaving first. Watching the girl's hurried departure, the man's phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. Why had she been avoiding him since last night? Brother! Just then, Xia Yunzhou and Xia Yuntang, the siblings, rushed excitedly over. Where's sister-in-law? It turns out sister-in-law is the famous Wan Yan. Knowing how much Xia Yuntang loved Wan Yan, she had planned to attend today's Jinhua fashion design competition as soon as she knew that Wan Yan would publicly reveal herself. Unfortunately, one of her company's male idols with 80 million followers had gotten into trouble last night and had been exposed. The trending topics had exploded. Xia Yuntang had immediately gathered her PR team and frantically tried to fix the situation, pulling Xia Yunzhou to help out. Luckily, that male idol wasn't as bad as the rumor said, and by noon, the controversy had finally been resolved. After solving the company's problems, the two had immediately rushed over. But upon their arrival, they had only found their brother, and not their sister-in-law. Xia Jingmao lazily glanced at the pair. She went back to Jinghong. Xia Yuntang said, "Then I'll go find sister-in-law right away." "Xia Xiaozhou, are you coming?" Xia Yunzhou thought for a moment and said, "You go first. I have something I want to ask our brother about." Xia Yuntang said, "What is it?" "Never mind, I'm too busy seeing sister-in-law. I'll talk to you later." After speaking, Xia Yuntang left in a hurry. Xia Yunzhou moved closer to his brother, asking with a face full of confusion, "It's strange, brother. Why didn't you take advantage of such a great opportunity today to announce your marriage to sister-in-law?" Xia Jingmao's eyebrows arched slightly. This was her moment, why would I want to ruin it? This was Wan Yan's show, Yu Zhiwan's show, not Mrs. Xie's. Why would he want to use their marriage to distract from her accomplishments? Xia Jingmao lazily pulled out his phone. The fact that Yu Zhiwan was Wan Yan had already become a hot topic on the internet. "Look, many people are praising her talents, how great is that?" The Yu family had belittled and suppressed her, so he would send her skyrocketing into the spotlight. Xia Yunzhou listened, seemingly understanding, confused and scratching his head. Then he turned around and saw his brother, looking at the praises netizens were lavishing on Yu Zhiwan, with the goofy expression of, "My wife is awesome and amazing." Jinghong's headquarters. Gu Chengfeng hadn't gone to the Jinhua fashion design competition, but after seeing the news online that Yu Zhiwan was Wan Yan, he couldn't contain himself and had rushed over in shock. Looking at the figure of the girl in the store, Gu Chengfeng felt a surge of excitement in his chest. As expected of his woman, she was amazing. Chapter 59, Who did Zhiwan marry? Yu Zhiwan was busy at the store. Since her identity as Wan Yan had been revealed, the number of pre-orders had increased significantly. It wasn't until Li Kaiwei reminded her to look towards the entrance that she noticed Gu Chengfeng had arrived. Yu Zhiwan's expression immediately turned cold. Seeing the speed with which she changed her face, Gu Chengfeng felt a tightness in his chest. He had never been treated with such disdain by a woman. He wanted to get angry but was afraid of scaring her, so he said in a frustrated voice, "What's with that attitude? I'm a customer in your store, aren't you supposed to treat me like a god?" Yu Zhiwan was too lazy to argue with him. "Jinghong doesn't welcome you." Gu Chengfeng's anger flared up. "Are you going to kick me out? I know you're Wan Yan, I came here specifically to see you." His voice was loud, and other customers in the store turned to look at them. Yu Zhiwan's eyebrows furrowed in irritation. "Do I need you to see me?" Every time Gu Chengfeng spoke, he was met with a sharp retort, making his forehead veins throb. This ungrateful woman really made him love and hate her at the same time. But he couldn't bear to scold her now, so he took a deep breath, suppressing his young master temper. "Yu Zhiwan, I'm your first love, after all. I chased you for 3 months, and we dated for 3 weeks. I don't believe that after all this time together, you didn't develop any feelings for me." Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan didn't show any emotion. Her expression didn't change as she looked him up and down. "Oh, really, I didn't." "Gu Chengfeng?" Gu Chengfeng ground his teeth. "You're just being stubborn." Yu Zhiwan finally frowned, as if she had been insulted. Before she could speak, Gu Chengfeng suddenly remembered something, softened his tone, and fidgeted slightly. "Ahem, I know you haven't been in a relationship before, and you're a bit slow when it comes to love. Even if you developed feelings for me, you might not even realize it. So, how about this? I'll pursue you again, and we'll have a proper relationship this time." Yu Zhiwan's brow furrowed even more. "You're pursuing me?" Gu Chengfeng snorted smugly. "How is it? Are you happy and shy after hearing that I'm going to pursue you?" Yu Zhiwan found that people really do laugh when they are speechless. Happy? Shy? If Xie Jingmao was pursuing her, she might actually be very happy, but Gu Chengfeng. Wait, why would she be happy if Xie Jingmao was pursuing her? Why did she suddenly think of Xie Jingmao? Yu Zhiwan realized she was acting weird again. She shot a look at Gu Chengfeng in annoyance. I already told you, I'm married. Stop harassing me. Gu Chengfeng was feeling smug when he heard the word married. His expression froze. He looked at the ring on her ring finger and realized something. His heart skipped a beat. That ring. Yu Zhiwan had told him she was married before, but he hadn't believed her. He thought she was jealous of his adopted sister, so she wore the ring to make him jealous. But later, he found out that Yu Zhiwan had been forced to date him, that she didn't truly like him. So, she wasn't wearing the ring to make him jealous. It was real. Gu Chengfeng's mind went blank. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. After several attempts, he finally managed to speak. Why, you're really married? Yu Zhiwan replied decisively and simply, yes, I'm married. In an instant, all the blood in Gu Chengfeng's body seemed to rush to his head. He became so dizzy that he couldn't even see her clearly. His legs felt weak, but he bit his teeth and managed to get a word out. No, I don't believe it. As if to escape, he said this and then stumbled out of the store. Yu Zhiwan? Was this young master acting in another drama? Yu Shaozi drove to find Yu Zhiwan. Before he even reached the Jinghong store, he saw Gu Chengfeng looking dazed by the side of the road. He was walking erratically on the sidewalk, not even stopping when he bumped into people. An old man started yelling at him. Yu Shaozi immediately parked on the side of the road and got out of the car. Gu Chengfeng, what the hell are you doing? Gu Chengfeng still didn't seem to hear him. He continued walking forward in a daze, about to step onto the road, where cars were passing by. Yu Shaozi was so frightened that he grabbed him. Are you crazy? There are cars here. Are you trying to die? Gu Chengfeng finally stopped. When he saw it was Yu Shaozi, his temples throbbed painfully. His face was pale. She's married. She's actually married. He was about to pursue her seriously, to be with her. But she had married someone else. How could she marry another man? Yu Shaozi was completely confused. Who got married? Gu Chengfeng raised a hand to press his aching temples. A metallic, rusty taste welled up in his throat. Yu Zhiwan. She told me, she's married. Yu Shaozi was stunned and his eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. Gu Chengfeng gave a bitter smile, not knowing if he was crying or laughing. His mouth tasted like he had swallowed a bitter melon, leaving a dry and astringent taste. She married another man the day she broke up with me, ha. He was so confident that Yu Zhiwan would come back to him sooner or later. Yu Shaozi was incredulous. That day, she had just severed ties with the Yu family. And she had gotten married so suddenly. Yu Shaozi grabbed Gu Chengfeng's shoulder, asking anxiously, who did Zhiwan marry? Gu Chengfeng looked up at him. Zhiwan? You're calling her Zhiwan? Since when had he been so gentle with his biological sister? Before, hadn't he always called her that brat, that troublemaker? Yu Shaozi flushed with embarrassment. You know that Zhiwan is Wan Yan, right? His biological sister, whom he had always looked down on, was the benefactor and savior of the Yu family. The Yu Corporation had become one of the top brands in the country because of Wan Yan. And he had lived a comfortable life as the second son of the Yu family, all thanks to her. Gu Chengfeng looked at him, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. If Yu Zhiwan wasn't Wan Yan, you still wouldn't give your biological sister the time of day, would you? Yu Shaozi was stumped. You? He couldn't deny it either. He had come to see Yu Zhiwan, wanting to tell her that their parents had agreed to treat her as a member of the family and would be good to her from now on. He just wanted her to stop being stubborn and go home. But for some reason, Yu Shaozi suddenly felt a lack of confidence. He didn't dare go and look for Yu Zhiwan anymore. Yu Shaozi grit his teeth in anger. He ignored Gu Chengfeng and drove home. In the living room, Yu Shouqi's hand had been bandaged up. Yu Changde was sitting in his usual position as the head of the family. Tao Shuqin and Yu Shangxian were also there. Shaozi, how did it go? Did you talk to that girl? Yu Changde asked hastily. Dad, I didn't go. Why didn't you go? Yu Changde frowned, anxious. Zhiwan is the famous Wan Yan. This brings so much glory to the Yu family and makes us look good. She can do designs for the Yu Corporation. It's a win-win situation to bring her back home, understand? Yu Xiuqi's eyes instantly grew cold. Dad, do you only want Wan back for face and profit? Yu Chengde said, Xiuqi, don't be impatient. I'll personally go and invite that girl back. I'll let bygones be bygones, and she shouldn't keep dwelling on the past. We'll live together as a family, isn't that good enough? Chapter 60, Treating You Like a Precious Treasure. Yu Xiuqi got up from the sofa, his voice full of sarcasm. Dwelling on the past? You're saying Wan is dwelling on the past? Dad, you still haven't realized your own mistake, have you? Yu Chengde felt humiliated at being scolded by his own son. What do you want then? I, her father, am putting aside my pride to invite her back. What else does she want? Yu Xiuqi sneered. You want Wan Yin back because of family face and company profits, so she can continue to design for the Yu Corporation. Do you even see Wan as your own daughter? All I know is that Wan is my younger sister. We've done too many things wrong to her, we should be making it up to her. I will try my best to earn Wan's forgiveness, and I don't want Wan to sacrifice anything for the Yu family anymore. Also, the engagement with the Xie family should have been Wan's in the first place. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Shangxiang stiffened. A look of anxiety flashed across her eyes. Whenever the topic of the engagement was brought up, her brother had always agreed that she should fulfill it. Why was he suddenly so biased towards Yu Zhiwan? Had Yu Zhiwan become more important than her in his brother's heart? Yu Shangxiang suddenly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. Yu Zhiwan was a bitch who was trying to steal her brother's affection from her. Tao Shuqin immediately said, Xiuqi, I know you want to make it up to Zhiwan, I want to make it up to her too. But Shangxiang didn't do anything wrong. That engagement was meant for Shangxiang, how can we let Zhiwan fulfill it? Yu Xiuqi said expressionlessly, Mom, you're wrong. That engagement was meant for Wan in the first place, it has nothing to do with Yu Shangxiang. When Wan first returned to the Yu family, she couldn't bear to see Yu Shangxiang return to her original family and suffer, so she agreed to let her stay in the Yu family and continue to act as the second young lady of the Yu family. She had already been too generous to her. Now, is she trying to steal Wan's engagement? Tao Shuqin didn't know what to say. She wanted to make it up to her biological daughter, but she loved Shangxiang more, and Shangxiang hadn't done anything wrong. Both were the flesh of her flesh. If she had to choose, she would let Zhiwan suffer this last time. Yu Chengde said sternly, all right, stop arguing. That engagement is still for Shangxiang. Shangxiang is more suitable for the position of the Xie family's young mistress. Yu Xiuqi's expression was cold. I don't agree. I'm in charge of the Yu Corporation now. Yu Chengde slammed his hand hard on the table, furious. So, you're willing to go against your own father for that girl? Dad, big brother. Yu Xiaozi suddenly spoke, rubbing his forehead wearily, stop arguing. Zhiwan is already married. What? Yu Xiuqi's heart skipped a beat. When did she get married? And who did she marry? Yu Xiaozi shook his head. I haven't asked her who she married. I only know that she got married the day she cut ties with the family. Yu Xiuqi frowned. How did she get married so hastily? Where did she find a man to marry? Would that man treat her well? Would he bully her? She didn't have any family to rely on. What would she do if she was wronged? Compared to Yu Xiuqi's worries, Tao Shuqin and Yu Chengde breathed a collective sigh of relief. Tao Shuqin hugged Yu Shangxiang, her face filled with pity. All right, Xiuqi, since that girl is already married, even if I want her to fulfill the engagement with Jingma, I can't do it now. So, it's up to Shangxiang to marry Jingma. Yu Shangxiang hid in Tao Shuqin's embrace, a hint of smugness creeping into her eyes. Sister, you're such a big help. Since you don't know which random man you married, then Xie Jingma will be completely mine. Thinking of Xie Jingma, thinking of marrying him and becoming his woman, Yu Shangxiang's cheeks flushed red as she bit her lip bashfully. She could finally rest easy and wait to become his bride. Yu Xiuqi's brows remained furrowed, not relaxing even for a moment. No, he had to go ask Wan who she had married and if that man could be trusted. Jinghon's headquarters. When Xia Yuntang arrived, she was carrying a bunch of food. Sister-in-law, on the way here, my brother sent me a WeChat specifically to tell me you didn't eat breakfast before attending the design competition, and told me to bring you some food. He even told me some of your favorite dishes, and specifically reminded me that you're allergic to pineapples, so I couldn't buy pineapple juice, or any food that contained pineapple. TSK, my brother really treasures you so much. Yu Zhiwan's earlobes flushed red. What did she mean by treasure so much? It was mainly that she didn't dare look at his lips this morning, so she hadn't dared to have breakfast with him and had rushed out of the house. She didn't expect him to remember that and worry about her going hungry. Yu Zhiwan helped Xia Yuntang bring the food into the break room. Xia Yuntang was so excited, she hugged and patted Yu Zhiwan, wanting to kiss her on the face. There was no way, her brother was too possessive and jealous. How could she dare kiss her? Really? I'm so excited. This is the real Wan Yan. My brother has such great taste. Yu Zhiwan? What does that have to do with your brother? Xia Yuntang smiled sweetly. My brother has good taste, so he was able to marry you. Otherwise, how could I have such a great sister-in-law? Yu Zhiwan. As the two sat down to eat, Yu Zhiwan kept thinking of Xie Jingma, losing her appetite. Looking at Xia Yuntang by her side, an idea came to her, and she casually asked, Yuntang, have you ever been in a relationship? Xia Yuntang said bluntly, why would I get involved with that stuff? Yu Zhiwan. Xia Yuntang pursed her lips. You don't know, sister-in-law, all the men around me are trying to flatter me. It's so boring, it's better to fight with Xia Xiaozhou. Then, Yu Zhiwan's eyes shimmered and her porcelain skin glowed. Have you ever had a crush on someone? Xia Yuntang didn't hesitate to answer. She smiled. I did, haha. Yu Zhiwan immediately moved closer to her, as if she had met a mentor, her eyes filled with a clear, foolish eagerness to learn. Did you get together? What does it feel like to like someone? Xia Yuntang didn't answer if they had gotten together. She put down her chopsticks and stroked her chin. When you like someone, you think about him all the time. You want to see him, and you're happy when you see him. Of course, your emotions are easily influenced by him. He can make you very, very happy, but he can also easily make you feel sulky or jealous. And when you're with him, your heart might flutter, you'll want to be close to him, and you might even want physical contact. Yu Zhiwan listened with admiration. She felt like she wanted to write all of that down. Yuntang, you know so much. So, if you want to kiss someone, does that mean you like him? Chapter 61, Xia TT, a green tea online. Xia Yuntang was shocked. Sister-in-law, who do you want to kiss? Yu Zhiwan almost choked on her water. How did she immediately guess it was about her? It's not me. Who do I want to kiss? I'm just asking. Xia Yuntang clearly didn't believe her, and winked mischievously. Sister-in-law, is it that you have a friend who had a whirlwind marriage, and then suddenly that friend wanted to kiss her husband? You're practically reading my ID card. Yu Zhiwan refused to admit it. No, I was watching an idol drama yesterday. There was a childhood sweetheart who suddenly wanted to kiss her childhood friend, and suspected she might like him. Xia Yuntang actually believed her. Oh, one of those sweet romance dramas? If you want to kiss someone, you definitely like them. Think about it, if you dislike someone, would you want to kiss them? Yu Zhiwan immediately shook her head. If she disliked someone, she wouldn't even want to see them, let alone kiss them. Xia Yuntang shrugged. Of course, it doesn't rule out being attracted by looks. But that depends on the personality. For example, for someone like sister-in-law, I don't think you'd be attracted by looks. You wouldn't have suddenly felt the urge to kiss someone before, right? If she had, her brother would be so jealous, he might crawl into the darkness. Yu Zhiwan thought about it and shook her head. I really haven't. She hadn't felt that way towards any other man, except for Xie Jingma. But, she and Xie Jingma had only been married for a little over a month. Before, a guy had been pursuing her for half a year, always hanging around her, and she hadn't felt anything. But then again, Xie Jingma was such a handsome, devoted husband, living with her every day, sleeping in the same bed. It wouldn't be that surprising if she developed feelings for him. Yu Zhiwan's little heart suddenly thumped, like a deer was running around inside. She was still wearing the bracelet Xie Jingma gave her. She unconsciously touched the small green amethyst charm. She was done for. She really did have feelings for Xie Jingma. After lunch, Xia Yuntang had to return to her company. Yu Zhiwan stayed in the break room, holding her cheeks that had been flushed since earlier. Looking up, she saw herself grinning like an idiot in the mirror. She was laughing like a fool, and she quickly patted her cheeks. Stop grinning like an idiot. Yu Zhiwan rested her chin in her hands. She felt like she had developed feelings for Xie Jingma. But what about Xie Jingma? Xie Jingma had married her because he was forced to fulfill the engagement between the two families. However, Xie Jingma was usually very good to her, very caring. At least, he shouldn't dislike her, right? As Yu Zhiwan was analyzing the situation, she suddenly saw a notification pop up on the top of her phone. It said, GMW, posted a Weibo half an hour ago. Yu Zhiwan clicked on it. GMW had posted a picture. Surprisingly, the people in the picture were her and Xie Jingma. It was the picture of them hugging at the Jinhua fashion competition today, when Xie Jingma was giving her the award. The photo must have been taken by a reporter. Why did GMW post it on his Weibo? When she opened the comments section, Yu Zhiwan was even more surprised. A netizen had commented, "Ah, CEO Xie and Goddess Wanyan's hug. He's holding her waist. Holding her waist. Sister, do you also think CEO Xie and Wanwan are a good match?" GMW replied, "Yeah. Then, the netizen posted another picture in the comments. It was a photo of her and Xie Jingma sitting together in the audience seats after the award ceremony. The picture was a little dark, but the atmosphere was very good. It must have been taken secretly by someone in the audience. That netizen was very excited. "Ah, sister, look at this picture that leaked out. CEO Xie keeps looking at Wanwan with his eyebrows raised. What was he thinking at that time?" GMW, Wanwan glared at me. Wanwan doesn't glare at others, she only glares at me. She has me in her heart. Yu Zhiwan was completely? Sister? Who was GMW to call himself a sister? He was a man. Besides, she had glared at Xie Jingma at the time because when they had returned to their seats in the audience, Xie Jingma had suddenly whispered in her ear, chuckling, "Wife's waist is so slender." She had instinctively glared at him. How could Xie Jingma possibly think that Wanwan glared at me? She has me in her heart. Yu Zhiwan's mouth twitched. She used her side account, 1 bowl of green amethyst grapes, to comment to GMW. He wouldn't think that. GMW replied instantly, why wouldn't he? Yu Zhiwan was stumped. Because I am Yu Zhiwan myself. The man in the picture you posted is my husband. How would I not know him? But she couldn't say that. In the end, Yu Zhiwan didn't reply to him. Blue Creek Garden. In the living room. Old Fu came over with the ointment, looking at the man's scalded hand. Sir, you should apply the ointment to your hand. They said it needs to be applied 3 times a day. Xie Jingma glanced at his silent phone. His tone was indifferent. I know, just put it down. Why had she been avoiding him since last night? Old Fu was worried. Sir, let me apply it for you. I have years of experience applying medicine, I guarantee it'll be cured in no time. Xie Jingma glanced at him. He suddenly thought of something, and told Old Fu to bring the desserts the chef had made. There was a green amethyst grape yogurt mousse cake, and green amethyst double-layer pudding. Xie Jingma opened his camera, and focused the lens on the green amethyst grape cake. Then, very cunningly, he put his scalded hand next to the cake, as if it had accidentally gotten into the shot. After taking the picture, he opened Yu Zhiwan's WeChat and sent her the photo. Green amethyst grape cake that the wife likes, should I send it over to you? When Yu Zhiwan received the photo from the man, she first saw the cake in the center, and then noticed his scalded hand. Her brow instantly furrowed. Yu Zhiwan, did you apply medicine to your hand? Why does it look so severe?
A long while later, he replied, as if his hand hurt so much it was affecting his typing. Without the wife, who would apply medicine for me? His pitiful and wrong tone practically overflowed from the screen.
Yu Zhiwan, let old Fu apply it for you. Xie Jingma, he has presbyopia and can't see clearly. He poked me with the ointment when he applied it just now. Yu Zhiwan became anxious. How could old Fu be so careless?
She immediately typed, then wait for me, I'll be home right away.
He replied. It's okay, it's just a minor injury, it doesn't hurt.
Even if it hurts, I can endure it.
Wan, you should be busy outside, don't waste your time on me. In an instant, Yu Zhiwan's heart almost melted. How could he be so considerate even at times like this?
Besides, his typing was so slow, it was obvious that his hand was hurting a lot, yet he was still insisting it didn't hurt.
Yu Zhiwan, what time would I be wasting?
Anyway, I've already finished my work, I'll go home right away.
Xie Jingma, alright, I'll wait for Wan to come back.
Well-behaved. JPG. He even added a well-behaved emoji at the end. Yu Zhiwan felt a warm wave in her heart. He was so sensible that he made her heart ache.
Chapter 62, the first step to pursuing Xie Jingma. Yu Zhiwan was eager to get home.
She grabbed her bag and rushed out. Just as she pulled open the door to the break room, she saw Li Kaiwei standing outside, raising her hand to knock, as if she needed something.
What is it? Yu Zhiwan asked.
Boss, someone's looking for you.
Li Kaiwei stepped aside to make way.
He said he's your teacher.
Teacher? Yu Zhiwan looked up. It was Professor Liang Yulan. Professor Liang, why are you here? Yu Zhiwan looked surprised and walked over quickly.
In the past, when she participated in the competition under the identity of Wan Yan, Liang Yulan had always accepted awards for her on stage.
Naturally, she respected Liang Yulan a great deal. Liang Yulan had the air of a scholar and a noble aura. She was smiling kindly. Zhiwan, I won't beat around the bush. I have a nephew.
His parents are both doctors. They also want him to study medicine, but he's
not interested in it. He's particularly fond of fashion design.
I brought him here today and I was hoping that you could mentor him. Liang Yulan said, and pulled the young man from behind her.
Lu Sun, come here. Yu Zhiwan looked over at him.
The young man was very tall, around 20 years old, with his hands in his pockets.
He had shockingly bright silver hair and silver earrings. He looked handsome, with a carefree attitude.
With this look, he really didn't look like a medical student.
Liang Yulan sighed at his silver hair.
Zhiwan, don't be polite with this kid, just treat him as an assistant and give him all the chores to do.
Let him learn from you.
Then she looked at Lu Sun.
You. It'll be enough if you learn even a tenth of what Zhiwan has to offer. Lu Sun smiled, showing two pointy little canine teeth. I know, isn't this the fashion goddess Wan Yan? I've heard so much about you. Liang Yulan said smilingly, it's good that you know it.
Zhiwan, please teach him. Yu Zhiwan naturally wouldn't refuse, after all, Professor Liang had helped her so much in the past.
Professor Liang, it's no trouble at all. Just let Lu Sun stay in the shop, I'll teach him whatever he wants to learn. Liang Yulan smiled and gave a few more instructions.
Then she left for school since she had something to do there.
Yu Zhiwan looked at the time and said to Lu Sun, you can come back tomorrow, I have to go home today. Lu Sun, despite looking rebellious, was very polite. Okay, you go on ahead, I'll just look around in the shop, alright? Yu Zhiwan nodded and left in a hurry. Blue Creek Garden. Yu Zhiwan walked into the living room and only saw the green amethyst grape cake on the coffee table. She looked around, but couldn't find Xie Jingma. She asked old Fu and found out that he was in the bedroom upstairs. Weren't they supposed to apply medicine? Why had he returned to the bedroom? Could his wound be so severe that he wasn't feeling well? Yu Zhiwan's expression tightened. She ran upstairs, pushing open the bedroom door in a panic. But she was caught off guard and saw the man taking off his clothes.
His shirt buttons were already completely undone, revealing his sexy and defined abs, and his slim waistline, which was incredibly tempting.
Yu Zhiwan's pupils trembled.
She immediately covered her eyes.
I'm sorry, are you changing? Xia Jingma lifted his eyes and looked at her.
Seeing her covering her eyes, he raised his eyebrows slightly.
The timing was perfect.
She had returned just as he was halfway through undressing.
Xia, 99 shades of cunning, Jingma walked over calmly and pulled down her hands.
Why are you covering your eyes?
We've slept in the same bed before. Yu Zhiwan? That was different. That was when he was wearing clothes.
Yu Zhiwan's eyes were no longer covered. As she opened her eyes, her line of sight was level with his chest. Her eyes twitched in panic. She looked up, trying her best to focus on his face.
You should change quickly. The man said lazily, I'm not changing. I want to take a shower. A shower? Why are you taking a shower at this time?
I wanted to squeeze some fresh juice for Wan just now. I accidentally bumped my hand, and I didn't hold the glass properly, so the juice spilled on me.
Will Wan dislike me for being useless?
At the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sadness in his voice.
Yu Zhiwan immediately shook her head. How could I?
Don't do anything if your hand hurts so much.
Just tell me what you want, and I'll help you. The man raised an eyebrow. Really?
Yu Zhiwan nodded her head vigorously.
Of course.
If that's the case, Xia Jingma spoke lightly, my hand still hurts a lot, I can't bend it, and I can't use any force.
Can Wan help me take off my clothes?
His tone was light, but Yu Zhiwan was stunned.
Take off his clothes?
His upper clothes were simple. His shirt buttons were already undone.
She could help him take it off. But what about his pants? How could she help him with that?
Yu Zhiwan pursed her lips, feeling a little awkward.
Why don't you just try to endure it, and don't shower first? But the juice is sticky, see?
He pointed to the undried spot on his abdomen.
Yu Zhiwan lowered her eyelashes.
The first thing she saw was his abs. Her heart trembled violently.
His body was too tempting.
She almost suspected that Xie Jingma was deliberately seducing her.
But he was so well-behaved and so considerate.
He wouldn't have such a hidden motive. Besides his abdomen, the juice was also spilled on his pants. The sticky feeling was really uncomfortable. Yu Zhiwan hesitated for a long while, thinking it was just taking off clothes, not helping him take a shower, so she took a deep breath.
Okay, alright, I'll help you.
Hearing this, the man tilted his head slightly, the corner of his lips curving almost imperceptibly, and cooperated by lifting his arms, letting her take off his shirt.
As for the pants.
Yu Zhiwan closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, and slowly reached out her hand. He was wearing dress pants, so she had to feel for his belt buckle. Her fingers accidentally brushed against his abs several times. It had to be said, the feeling was really nice. Suddenly, a low, muffled chuckle came from above her head.
Yu Zhiwan felt a wave of shame. What are you laughing at? The man's sexy atoms apple bobbed.
His voice was irresistibly alluring. Baby, when you touch me like that, it tickles.
Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but open her eyes.
She glared at him, her face flushed red with embarrassment, a bit of a spoiled complaint in her voice.
Then tell me, how am I supposed to take them off? The man's phoenix eyes curved slightly. They were lazy and flirtatious. You can open your eyes, can't you? Yu Zhiwan. What if she saw something she wasn't supposed to see? Besides, she was no longer viewing him platonically. Yu Zhiwan swallowed nervously.
Looking at the man's captivating face, for some reason, she suddenly calmed down.
The restlessness and embarrassment in her heart instantly disappeared.
Since she had already developed feelings for him, she didn't want to do nothing.
She wanted to pursue him. But she had never pursued anyone before. She had no experience. Since Xie Jingma needed her help now, then she would start with this step?
Once Yu Zhiwan thought of it this way, she calmed down, her face was exquisitely beautiful.
You said so yourself, then I'll open my eyes. It's not like I have anything to be afraid of.
Then, she lowered her head, didn't close her eyes again, and focused on his abdomen. Her fingers were still trembling slightly, but she gritted her teeth and went for it. She quickly unfastened the man's dress pants.
Chapter 63, Xia TT is flirted with by Wan Wan.
Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow in surprise, a little confused as to why she had suddenly calmed down. It seemed like a change in her mentality had happened somewhere he didn't know. At that moment, Yu Zhiwan had a serious expression on her face, and her slender fingers unfastened the man's black dress pants. Then, she grabbed a snow-white bath towel, wrapped it around his waist, and very neatly pulled his pants down. Finally, she gritted her teeth and took off the last layer of his clothes. Although she had wrapped a towel around him, and didn't see anything that she shouldn't, her hands had still inevitably touched him as she took his clothes off.
In that instant, Yu Zhiwan's hands felt like they were on fire.
As if burned by the temperature of the man's body, her fingertips trembled violently, like a mimosa plant, frightened and tightly curled up.
Help!
Yu Zhiwan's expression looked calm, but her mind had completely crashed. This touch was completely different from ordinary skin contact. From her cheeks to her neck, her skin flushed red, like a rose that had been burned by the sun, both red and hot. Her heart was beating so fast, it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. It was driving her crazy. Yu Zhiwan's voice was trembling. She immediately wanted to say something, but then she noticed that something was off with Xie Jingma's expression.
What's wrong?
Yu Zhiwan was anxious and immediately asked, forgetting her shyness. Seeing that the bath towel around his waist was about to fall, she quickly and frantically helped him rewrap it, making sure it didn't fall. But then, when her fingers touched the man's abs, Yu Zhiwan frowned suspiciously and muttered softly, "Strange, why is it suddenly so hard? It doesn't feel the same as before."
Do men's abs change too?
Hearing this, Xia Jingma's temples suddenly throbbed. His jawline tightened noticeably, as if he was trying his best to endure something.
Those phoenix eyes were unusually dark, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down.
He forcefully closed his eyes. The corners of his eyes flushed a mesmerizing red. She had already touched him. Honestly, it wasn't just his abs that had changed.
Yu Zhiwan.
The man finally spoke, his voice terribly hoarse, and as sexy as could be.
You just now.
His throat tightened. He suddenly grabbed her wrist, his thumb caressing her delicate skin. Those eyes, filled with dark desires, stared at her without blinking. The air was thick with sticky, hot, ambiguous tension. Being looked at like that by the man, Yu Zhiwan's heart skipped a beat. Her tailbone went numb, and she looked away in a panic. Her ears were burning as she pushed him towards the bathroom. You should take a shower."
But the man looked back, giving her a meaningful glance. He looked at her hand again, and then went into the bathroom.
Yu Zhiwan clutched her heart, which was now beating erratically, sitting blankly on the side of the bed. She looked down at her fair palm, and then looked back at the direction of the bathroom.
Ah! Was she really not someone who was attracted by looks?
Before, she had just thought Xie Jingma was simply handsome, but now, she thought he was becoming more and more seductive, more and more sexy and captivating.
Was this what people meant by beauty is in the eye of the beholder?
Looks were so deceptive. Also, she wasn't repulsed or resistant to this kind of intimate contact at all.
Was it because the person she was touching was Xie Jingma?
When Xie Jingma came out of the shower, Yu Zhiwan was afraid that his hand would hurt again, so she took the initiative to use the hairdryer to blow his hair and apply the ointment for him. After carefully applying the ointment, she took the initiative to lean over and gently blow on it. "Since old Fu has presbyopia and can't see clearly, I'll apply the ointment for you from now on."
Xie Jingma had originally wanted to act like a green tea, feigning reluctance. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for Wan Wan?
But Yu Zhiwan was very straightforward.
It would be a little bit of trouble. Xie Jingma?
The girl's eyes curved into soft pools of spring water, and she said with a sweet smile, "But for you, I'm willing to take the trouble."
Xie Jingma's eyes instantly deepened.
After Yu Zhiwan said this, she scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed.
She didn't know if this was considered pursuing someone.
In the past, some boys had pursued her. They had written her love letters and said some cheesy love lines.
Should she go and find a bunch of cheesy love lines and say them to Xie Jingma?
Old Fu, who had presbyopia, was very happy today. He didn't know why, but Mr. was in a great mood after coming out of the bedroom, and he gave him a bonus and a raise. Old Fu scratched his balding head, completely confused. Was Mr. so happy because he had spilled juice on himself on purpose just now? The next morning, Yu Zhiwan arrived at Ginghong. When Ikaiwei saw her looking so radiant, she couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Boss, did something good happen?" Yu Zhiwan's eyebrows and eyes were filled with a bright, spring-like joy. The stirrings of a young girl's heart were shy but also pure and fiery. How did that saying go? A young girl's heart is always a poem. Yes, there is good news. By the way, Director He, have you ever pursued anyone before? Do you know how a girl should pursue a man? She felt that the way boys pursued girls was different from the way girls pursued boys. Ikaiwei was immediately shocked. Pursue someone? And pursue a man? Boss, who are you going to pursue? She quickly looked around, and seeing that the customers in the shop weren't paying attention to them, Ikaiwei lowered her voice. Be careful, boss. You're married now. More importantly, your husband is Xie Jingma. The Xie family has the best legal team. If you cheat on Xie Jingma, with the means that the Xie family has, not only will you leave with nothing, you will also lose everything you own. Yu Zhiwan's mouth twitched, and she said helplessly, "What do you mean by cheating?" Well, the situation is a little complicated. Anyway, the person I want to pursue is Xie Jingma. Ikaiwei was stunned, completely dumbfounded. Weren't they already married? Why was she still pursuing him? When Lu Xin came over with his white hair, leisurely, he happened to hear the conversation between them. He almost stumbled and fell, his face filled with shock. Wait a minute. What did you guys just say? Xie Jingma? Yu Zhiwan, your husband is Xie Jingma? That's Xie Jingma from the Xie Corporation? Yu Zhiwan felt like she was a little thick-skinned. But she wasn't shy at all now, and she nodded very openly, yes. Lu Sun was both shocked and suspicious, as if he had heard a major secret. He circled Yu Zhiwan several times, muttering to himself. That can't be. When did Xie Jingma get married? It shouldn't be. Why did he get married so early? And so suddenly? It shouldn't be. Yu Zhiwan was speechless. What do you mean, it shouldn't be? Why shouldn't he marry me? Stop circling, you're making me dizzy. Mainly because his silver hair and silver earrings were so dazzling, making her dizzy. Lu Sun stopped and looked at her. Do you know that your husband, Xie Jingma, has a white moonlight that he can't forget in his heart? Chapter 64, Yu Zhiwan, I have someone I like too. Yu Zhiwan was stunned. She really had overlooked this matter. Xie Jingma had been celibate for so many years. He was well known for not getting close to women, which led the outside world to speculate that he might have a white moonlight, someone he held dear in his heart, and was remaining chaste for them. However, Yu Zhiwan glanced at Lu Sun dismissively. Isn't that just an outside rumor? She had even thought before that Xie Jingma didn't get close to women because he was unable to. But, after sleeping in the same bed with him for more than a month, seeing how many times Xie Jingma took cold showers, it proved that he was perfectly capable. Lu Sun clicked his tongue. What rumor? It's true. A real white moonlight. Yu Zhiwan's eyebrows furrowed. You know the inside story? Ikaiwei looked at Yu Zhiwan's expression, and immediately looked at Lu Sun in displeasure. Don't talk nonsense. Even if CEO Xia has a white moonlight, how would an outsider like you know about it? Lu Sun raised his chin. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I have a cousin, and he went to the same university as Xie Jingma, and was in the same year. During their freshman year, there was an academic competition, and they were both competitors. Yu Zhiwan asked, what competition? Lu Sun took the crossbody bag off his shoulder, and said unashamedly, how would a good-for-nothing like me remember? Yu Zhiwan. Ikaiwei. Lu Sun stroked his white hair. Anyway, that competition was very famous, and it was quite difficult. It was very prestigious, and only the top students in the school could participate. My cousin told me that he saw Xie Jingma also participating in the competition, and his heart instantly sank. He felt that compared to Xie Jingma, he was just like a mere mortal next to a god. Anyway, at the time, everyone felt that Xie Jingma would definitely be the champion in the end, and he would break the record, becoming the youngest champion in the history of this competition, and perhaps would cause a sensation in the entire academic community.
Yu Zhiwan immediately listened with great interest.
Her husband was so amazing. Wait a minute, she hadn't even caught him yet, her face was getting a little too thick. Seeing her proud expression, Lu Xun suddenly felt like he had been shown off to.
His teeth ached. Don't get too happy too soon.
The strange thing is, before the start of the competition, Xie Jingma automatically withdrew from the competition.
Yu Zhiwan's eyebrows furrowed.
Why? He Kaiwei was also confused.
Automatically withdrew? That's right.
Lu Xun shrugged. My cousin said that Xie Jingma suddenly and voluntarily gave up the competition. It seemed like he had some urgent matter, and he hurriedly left the competition venue. Later, my cousin found out that Xie Jingma had a girl he liked.
And it was unrequited love.
It seems that girl suddenly became sick or injured. Anyway, she was taken to the hospital by an ambulance.
The situation must have been a bit urgent.
After Xie Jingma found out, he couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately abandoned the competition and rushed to the hospital.
According to my cousin, Xie Jingma even silently waited outside the ward until that girl woke up before leaving.
Lu Xun spoke slowly, but Yu Zhiwan felt a blockage in her chest for some reason.
Did he like that girl so much?
Lu Xun shook his head with emotion. You don't know, when Xie Jingma abandoned the competition at the time, everyone was stunned. It caused a great stir.
Fortunately, my
cousin said that in that competition, Xie Jingma wasn't participating on behalf of the school, but as an individual, so no one could blame him for his voluntary withdrawal. But it was really a pity and regretful. If he hadn't given up, with his ability, he would have been the youngest champion in history. That would have been a record-breaking event.
But, we outsiders feel regretful. But Xie Jingma definitely doesn't think so.
If it happened again, he would probably still abandon the competition for that girl. Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes trembled lightly. Her heart felt like it had fallen into sour juice, and a sense of sadness surged out uncontrollably.
So he had once loved someone so intensely before.
For that girl, in the most youthful and ardent years of his life, he had done the most rebellious and earth-shattering thing. He Kaiwei saw that her emotions were being affected, and immediately glared at Lu Xun.
Okay, that was all a long time ago.
It's normal to have someone you liked in the past. It doesn't mean that this girl was anything special.
Lu Xun glanced at Yu Zhiwan and couldn't bear to hit her too hard, but he hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "How do you say whether she's special or not?"
Anyway, my cousin was in the same university as Xie Jingma. He told me that Xie Jingma started taking over the Xie Corporation starting from the second semester of his freshman year.
By his sophomore year, he was balancing both school and the company and was extremely busy.
But he would still take the time, just to go back to the high school to take a look at that girl. Yu Zhiwan's heart felt like it had been grabbed tightly. It was sour and painful, and a little stuffy. Some time ago, they had gone back to their old high school together, and she had asked Xie Jingma if there was a girl he had an unrequited love for.
Was the white moonlight he had always held so dear in his heart, that girl he had a crush on in high school?
The girl he regarded as his white moonlight must have been a good and excellent girl. Yu Zhiwan lowered her eyes like raven feathers, and pursed her lips tightly. Then, she raised her eyes, which were glistening slightly. Her throat felt a bit sore.
It seems like he really liked that girl, but it's all in the past now. He should have let it go. He told me that I am the only woman in his life right now.
Lu Xun's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "You believe it when a man says that?" "I'm telling you, when a man says that in front of his wife, it's something that comes easily. They're the best at it."
He Kaiwei was speechless.
She slapped the back of his head.
"Don't talk nonsense. CEO Xia isn't that kind of person."
Lu Xun yelped in pain, and rubbed the back of his head, muttering quietly, "But it's true, I'm a man, of course I know men."
"By the way, Yu Zhiwan, I have Xia Yunzhou's WeChat. Xia Yunzhou is Xie Jingma's cousin. He must know about Xie Jingma and that girl. Do you want me to subtly ask him about it?"
Yu Zhiwan subconsciously wanted to shake her head, and say no. She was inexplicably timid, afraid to hear an answer she wouldn't like. But after calming down, she felt that she shouldn't shrink away from this.
She raised her eyes, looked at Lu Sun, took a deep breath, and said expressionlessly, then ask. Upon receiving her permission, Lu Sun immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to Xia Yunzhou. Lu Sun, Zhou Ji, I heard your brother got married? Is it true? Xia Yunzhou shouldn't have been too busy, and replied quickly, it's true. Even you know about it? Lu Sun, my cousin used to go to the same university as your brother. He said your brother had a girl he had an unrequited crush on. Now, has he let go and stopped having an unrequited crush? Yu Zhiwan clenched her fingers for no reason, and held her breath. Maybe it was a few seconds, maybe a few minutes, she felt like the wait was torturous and endless. Finally, Xia Yunzhou replied. What are you asking for no reason, kid? Why are you bringing up the past? Anyway, my brother only has my sister-in-law. Do you know who my sister-in-law is? It's Yu Zhiwan. The famous Wan Yen. Just showing off to you. My sister-in-law is so amazing. Lu Sun. Where did this sister-in-law bragging fanatic come from? He Kaiwei had also been waiting anxiously for a reply since earlier. Now that she saw Xia Yunzhou's reply, she looked at Yu Zhiwan quickly, and comforted her. Boss, don't worry. That was all in the past. CEO Xia only has you now. Yu Zhiwan stared at Xia Yunzhou's reply several times, and nodded gently. Although she felt a little unpleasant that Xie Jingma had been so passionately in love with a girl before. He had already let it go now. Although Xie Jingma had not treated her as passionately in the month or so since their marriage, he was still very good to her. Besides, she wasn't close with Xie Jingma before, so she had no right to mind his previous relationships. The things that happened in the past could not be changed, only the future was important. Yu Zhiwan comforted herself a few times, tried to ignore the sourness in her heart, and decided to continue pursuing Xie Jingma. He Kaiwei, worried that Lu Sun might say something that would make her unhappy, quickly pulled Lu Sun away to get busy. Yu Zhiwan took out her phone, logged into her One Bowl of Green Grapes account, and posted the Weibo. Day 1, fighting. Not long after, she received a comment from GMW, what day 1? Yu Zhiwan suddenly thought that he was very experienced in unrequited love, and could discuss this matter with him. She immediately replied. One bowl of green grapes, the first day of pursuing someone. One bowl of green grapes, just sharing something, I have someone I like too. Chapter 65, Jealousy Monster Xia TT. Yu Zhiwan shared the message happily. However, she didn't receive a reply for a long time. Yu Zhiwan suspiciously sent him a private message. One bowl of green grapes? One bowl of green grapes, are you still there? Are you busy? GMW, who is it? GMW, who is the person you like? Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes. Why did she suddenly feel that his emotions were off? It felt like his tone was a bit stiff. One bowl of green grapes, you wouldn't know him anyway. GMW, tell me a general description. One bowl of green grapes, then first, let me say, I don't have a filter on, but he really is very handsome. The kind of handsome that you can see at a glance in a crowd. The kind that shines. One bowl of green grapes, and he's also young and promising, as beautiful as a flower. Elegant and charming, incredibly talented. A crowd pleaser. Super popular. GMW, enough. Yu Zhiwan was still enjoying praising him. She even had the next message all typed in, but seeing GMW's sentence enough, she could only pout in frustration, and reluctantly delete it. Honestly, she could praise Xie Jingma for 800 words without repeating herself. One bowl of green grapes, well, he used to have a girl he liked, and they didn't end up together. It seems like that girl is very special in his heart. GMW, is this kind of man worth you liking? One bowl of green grapes, why wouldn't he be? Isn't it just that he liked someone before? It's not like he committed some terrible crime. GMW, you're already protecting him? GMW, fine, very well. GMW, how come I didn't notice before that you like someone so easily? Yu Zhiwan was also surprised. Before, she also thought she would be a single dog for life, and not be involved with love. She sighed resignedly. 1 bowl of green grapes, there's no choice.
Although I've only gotten to know him recently, I've already been moved.
GMW, you've been moved when you've only just gotten to know him? GMW, you've been moved before even understanding him?
1 bowl of green grapes, you don't know, he's really, really great. 1 bowl of green grapes, Aya, let's not talk about this. How did you pursue your crush in the past?
Teach me. Share your methods. GMW, you're asking me to teach you how to pursue someone? GMW, head. Yu Zhiwan was confused. What happened? Why was he acting like he had swallowed gunpowder? 1 bowl of green grapes, I've given you ideas before. 1 bowl of green grapes, do you know about quid pro quo? Now that you know I have someone I like, shouldn't you be happy for me? GMW, how do you know he's especially great when you've only known him recently? GMW, he's putting on an act to deceive you. GMW, he's so scheming, he can't be that great in ordinary life. 1 bowl of green grapes, you should just shut up. No one was allowed to belittle Xie Jingma in front of her now. Besides, Xie Jingma was so considerate and good. Where was he scheming?
Yu Zhiwan was so angry that she put down her phone and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. She turned her head and saw Lu Sun's blinding white hair. Suddenly, she thought of it.
Would the burn on Xie Jingma's hand leave a scar? Lu Sun. Yu Zhiwan called him. Professor Liang said that your parents are doctors?
Yeah, my grandparents are also doctors, and so is my oldest brother. Lu Sun came over, hands in his pockets, with a carefree look on his face.
Yu Zhiwan looked surprised. Your family is a medical family? How did you become so different?
Lu Sun sighed a sad sigh. I often suspect that I'm not my parents' biological child, or maybe, I'm not crazy enough, that's why I'm incompatible with them.
Yu Zhiwan. Lu Sun, why did you ask? I wanted to ask if there are any ointments for burns that can prevent scarring?
Yu Zhiwan valued this question a lot. After all, Xie Jingma's hands were so beautiful. It would be a pity to leave scars.
Who burned their hand and made you so concerned? Lu Sun immediately looked very gossipy.
Yu Zhiwan glanced at his gossipy face and said slowly, my husband burned his hand, how can I not care about him?
Lu Sun's lips twitched. He felt like he had been slapped in the face by dog food. Stop showing off, okay?
Yu Zhiwan raised her fair eyebrows slightly. I let you talk about Xie Jingma's white moonlight, and it made me feel bad.
Serves you right. Lu Sun. He regretted being so talkative. Smelling this sickeningly sweet scent of love, Lu Sun recommended a few burn ointments to Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan noted them down one by one on the notepad on her phone.
After finishing, she looked up again and her eyes were dazzled by his white hair.
She couldn't help but ask, do you like silver? Your hair is silver, and so are your earrings.
Lu Sun raised his chin and shook his silver hair proudly.
Don't you think this color is particularly good looking? Especially under the sun, it's shiny. Very eye-catching. Yu Zhiwan.
It was good that he was handsome enough to be able to pull off that hair color. While the two were chatting away, He Kaiwei suddenly came over.
Boss, CEO Xie is here.
Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiwan was stunned, and immediately looked up. She really did see Xie Jingma. The man strode into the shop, his lips slightly pursed. His handsome and cold face was expressionless, and the surrounding atmosphere was suppressed. His assistant, Tang Yi, was following behind him.
Yu Zhiwan walked over in surprise. Why did you come? It was only a little after 10 a.m. Shouldn't he be at the company? Tang Yi was following behind with a look of misery. He didn't know what had happened.
CEO Xie had postponed the upcoming high-level meeting and suddenly decided to go find his wife. Besides, he had been driving along the road. But then Xie was complaining that he was too slow, and he had swapped drivers and sped all the way over. He probably wouldn't be in such a hurry, even if the company was about to collapse.
What exactly had happened?
As soon as Xie Jingma came in, he saw Yu Zhiwan chatting and laughing with a man with silver hair. His gaze lingered on Yu Zhiwan's face for a few seconds, then turned to look at the silver-haired man beside her.
His phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at that silver hair. Was that the shiny, eye-catching person you can spot in a crowd at first glance? Xie Jingma's eyes darkened.
His tone was cold.
Who is this? Yu Zhiwan immediately introduced him. You haven't met him yet. This is Lu Sun, Professor Liang introduced him.
He just started working here recently.
Just started. Xie Jingma caught those 3 words. He expressionlessly stared at Lu Sun again. CCO Xie, hello.
At this moment, Lu Sun greeted him warily, with a coldness running down his spine. Why did he feel like Xie Jingma was looking at him with a cold and forbidding look?
Damn it!
He wasn't his love rival. Don't look at him with such a terrifying look.
After introducing Lu Sun, Yu Zhiwan looked up at Xie Jingma, her shimmering eyes blinking blankly. Why did you suddenly come? Xie Jingma's gaze returned to her face.
My hand hurts, I need to apply medicine.
Yu Zhiwan immediately became worried. Does it still hurt so much? Maybe you should still go to the hospital to get it checked out?
Xie Jingma said, no need, it'll be fine if you apply the medicine for me.
Yu Zhiwan was worried.
But after hearing him say that, she had no choice but to take him to the break room first.
Then let's go to the break room first. Tang Yi, at this time, was completely dumbfounded. When did CEO Xie become so delicate?
He had never heard him complain about pain at the company. Besides, he had sped all the way over and had driven like that, yet he was acting like nothing had happened.
Oh, Tang Yi immediately understood. Only in front of Madam would CEO Xie act so delicate. Chapter 66, Xie Jingma is spoiled and begs for a hug. In the break room, Yu Zhiwan pulled Xie Jingma to sit at the table.
She carefully applied the ointment for him, feeling sorry for him. He had come all the way here just so she could apply the ointment.
It must hurt a lot. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Yu Zhiwan was still worried. No need, it feels better now. That's good. Yu Zhiwan sighed in relief.
She looked at him with scrutiny.
Are you in a bad mood today?
She felt that he was acting cold again.
Xie Jingma said, no. Yu Zhiwan wasn't blind.
She knew he was lying, and pursed her lips.
Okay then. I asked about some ointments that won't leave scars. I'll apply them for you later. Your hands definitely can't have any scars.
Hearing this, the man's cold expression softened slightly. His thin lips curved a bit.
Wan is so concerned about me? Of course. Who else would I be concerned about other than you?
Yu Zhiwan smiled when she saw him smile, and she smiled too.
She took out her phone to look at the time. It's only a little after 10 a.m. The ointment is applied now. Are you going back to the company?
The man's eyes narrowed, and his tone turned a bit cold.
You're in a hurry to send me away? Yu Zhiwan. Why was he upset again? It was like he was having mood swings, like a man on his period. Who's sending you away? I'm just saying that I don't want you to be delayed at work, okay?
Yu Zhiwan puffed out her cheeks, and looked at him with a wronged expression.
Of course, if you're not afraid of being delayed at work, then you can stay.
She was actually quite willing to spend time with him. The man's bony fingers tapped lightly on the table a couple of times.
He asked casually, that Lu Sun, was he introduced by Professor Liang? That's right. Yu Zhiwan nodded, telling him everything from the beginning.
The ointment for preventing scars that I mentioned earlier
was recommended by Lu Sun. Don't be fooled by his flashy appearance, he's actually very easy to get along with, and very enthusiastic.
She was praising him to the skies. Xie Jingma lowered his eyelashes. His voice was neutral.
Oh. Yu Zhiwan, don't worry. Lu Sun's family are all doctors. They know a lot about burn ointments.
He even said earlier that his grandparents, parents, and his oldest brother were all doctors, and that he was just an exception.
He even suspected that he wasn't biological, haha. The man's expression was very calm. Oh.
Yu Zhiwan sat on the side of the table, cupping her face in her hands. She blinked her eyes.
But being an exception doesn't mean anything.
I looked at a few of Lu Sun's designs this morning.
They're quite creative. He's very good at fashion design. One, my hand hurts again.
The man suddenly interrupted, his tone strangely aggrieved.
Yu Zhiwan was stunned.
She immediately pushed away the thought of Lu Sen and stood up anxiously.
Why does it hurt again?
Really, you should go to the hospital to get it checked out.
Let's go now.
The man grabbed her slender wrist, pulled her forcefully, and suddenly pulled her into his arms.
Yu Zhiwan was caught off guard and cried out softly.
After stabilizing herself, she was sitting on the man's lap, trapped in his arms.
Doesn't your hand hurt anymore?
Baby, the man's arms circled the girl's slender waist. The blue veins on his pale skin pulsed with possessiveness. He buried his face in her neck and rubbed against her gently, as if he was acting spoiled.
Let me hug you for a bit, okay?
That low and alluring voice, carrying a brokenness, drilled into her ears.
How could Yu Zhiwan resist that?
Her curled eyelashes trembled.
Of course you can, but is your hand okay? It still hurts a little.
He was still burying his face in her neck, rubbing himself against her, extremely clingy.
Then you should really go to the hospital. Yu Zhiwan was worried. I don't want to go to the hospital.
The man wrapped his arms around her, holding her whole body in his arms.
I just want to hug you, okay? Yu Zhiwan's ears suddenly turned hot.
Her fingers curled up slightly, and she also raised her arms to hug the man's back. However, with her but sitting on the man's lap, she could clearly feel his taut muscles.
Her heart rate sped up uncontrollably.
Xia Jingma, feeling the warmth and fragrant scent in his arms, added a hint of huskiness to his voice.
Baby, let's go back to the old house for lunch today. Yu Zhiwan, Grandma and Grandpa told us to go? Xia Jingma lied without blinking.
Yu Zhiwan, okay, then we'll go over later and have lunch with Grandma and Grandpa.
Xia Jingma, okay. As a result, Yu Zhiwan spent the entire afternoon at the old house, and Grandma and Grandpa couldn't stop talking to her. Actually, she didn't want to leave either.
Grandma and Grandpa were very good to her, and she was naturally willing to spend time with the elderly.
Xia Jingma sat on the side. The phone screen lit up with information about Lu Sun sent by Tang Yi. Tang Yi was very efficient. After receiving CEO Xia's instructions to get information about Lu Sun, he immediately investigated and sent it over. However, Tang Yi really couldn't figure it out. Out of the blue, why did CEO Xia want information about Lu Sun? Could it be that CEO Xia suddenly returned to the old house today and brought Yu Zhiwan with him so that he wouldn't let Yu Zhiwan and Lu Sun be alone together?
In the evening, when they returned to Blue Creek Garden, Yu Zhiwan finished showering and sat in front of the dressing table. She felt that Xie Jingma's mood had been off all day.
Was it really like a man on his period? She wasn't very good at comforting people either.
Yu Zhiwan lowered her head in frustration and used her phone to search online.
How to comfort my husband when he's in a bad mood?
The first answer she found was,
couples fight in bed and reconcile in bed. Nothing can't be resolved by having sex once. If it can't, have it twice. Yu Zhiwan? That works too?
Yu Zhiwan blinked her eyes, her fair cheeks turning pink. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and Xie Jingma came out after his shower. Yu Zhiwan felt guilty, and reflexively placed her phone face down on the table. A soft thud sound was made.
Xie Jingma was using a white towel to dry his hair. When he heard the sound, he glanced at her phone which was face down, and his eyes darkened slightly. What was she feeling guilty about? However, Xie Jingma didn't ask further.
After Yu Zhiwan got into bed, he leaned languidly against the dressing table, his bony,
pale fingers holding his phone. He looked over the information that Tang Yi had sent about Lu Sun carefully, from beginning to end.
After reading every single word, his eyebrows furrowed slightly.
He was very ordinary. What exactly about him did she like? That white hair? Did she like silver hair?
Yu Zhiwan was lying in the bed, with the blanket up to her chest. Her small hands were obediently placed on the edge of the blanket. She was closing her eyes and trying to fall asleep, ready to drift off peacefully. Suddenly, she heard the man's voice in the room, I want to dye my hair. Yu Zhiwan instantly opened her eyes and sat up in surprise.
Huh? Dye his hair? Why was he so impulsive?
The man leaned lazily against the dressing table, tilting his head playfully. Those dark and soulful phoenix eyes stared at her.
Dye it silver. Yu Zhiwan? Silver? Is that necessary?
Yu Zhiwan scratched her head in confusion.
You would definitely look good with silver hair too. You're good
looking, and you're fair-skinned. You would definitely be able to pull off silver, but your current black hair looks very good. The man walked over to the bed, his legs so long that they were out of this world. He stopped at the edge of the bed, leaned closer to her.
The neckline of his pajamas was loose, revealing a sexy and tempting collarbone.
His voice was gentle and enticing.
What hair color does the wife like? Yu Zhiwan glanced at his collarbone.
She felt a surge of heat in her heart and swallowed. She forced her eyes to move to his face.
Me? I like you with your black hair.
Xia Jingma paused, his pupils contracting.
She liked him like this? Chapter 67, Xia Jingma, you're holding too tight.
Seeing him staring at her without a word, Yu Zhiwan thought he didn't believe her and reassured him again, really?
Your current hair color looks amazing. Xia Jingma stood by the bed, still leaning down, close to her face.
Suddenly, he took her hand and placed it on his waist.
Yu Zhiwan was stunned. What are you doing? Why was he suddenly letting her touch his waist? The man's peach blossom eyes looked at her, his tone ambiguous. Do you still like it?
He remembered her saying before that she liked hugging his waist.
Yu Zhiwan didn't know why he was suddenly asking this. Though a bit shy, she wasn't going to be disingenuous.
Her big, watery, black grape-like eyes looked at him as she obediently nodded. Yes, I like it.
Xia Jingma raised an eyebrow slightly, asking leisurely, then, what do you think of Lu Sun's waist? Lu Sun? Why was he so concerned about Lu Sun?
Yu Zhiwan felt perplexed, but she tried to recall. Lu Sun is actually quite handsome, tall, and very youthful.
He's the slender type.
As for his waist, I haven't seen it, but he should have a good physique. As soon as she finished speaking, the man's teasing voice sounded. My wife has observed him so carefully.
Yu Zhiwan was baffled. But, didn't you ask me?
The man lowered himself, getting even closer to her, just a little more and he could kiss her. The atmosphere was clearly intimate, but the man's lips were curved in a dangerous half-smile.
I ask you one question, and you praise him 10 times? Yu Zhiwan? What was with the sarcastic tone? Men were so unpredictable. Yu Zhiwan glared at him resentfully, then after much restraint, finally couldn't help but ask weakly, Xia Jingma, are you on your period? Or, going through menopause? I heard men can go through menopause too, it's true. Xia Jingma? Yu Zhiwan's little face became serious. You shouldn't be in denial. Even though you're still young, menopause,
Before she could finish, the man, unable to hold back any longer, pulled her into a tight embrace. The force was so strong, it was like he was trying to embed her into his bones. Yu Zhiwan felt her chest getting squashed again, like a little kitten. She was easily pulled into his arms, unable to resist at all.
Oof, Xia Jingma, you're holding too tight.
A cold chuckle came from above her head, then he grabbed her hand and put it on his waist.
Yu Zhiwan? What now? Xia Jingma, you like it, right? Hold it.
Yu Zhiwan's ears flushed at his low, commanding voice.
Oh. It wasn't her being lustful and wanting to take advantage of him. He was practically offering himself up for her to take advantage of.
Yu Zhiwan took the chance to hug him, her cheek resting against his chest due to the height difference, and she couldn't resist giving a little rub. She initially thought she'd only hug him for a moment, but even after they lay down on the bed, the moment her hand left his waist, Xia Jingmo reached over, grabbed her hand, and placed it back on his waist. Hold tight, the man's voice was low and inexplicably seductive. Yu Zhiwan unconsciously licked her lips. Actually, she was happy to hold him, she was just worried if he might be going through early menopause. But even if it was early, it couldn't be 20 years early, right? Until the next morning. Yu Zhiwan woke up from her sleep to find herself still in the man's arms, her hand on his waist, after hugging him the whole night. and her leg was mischievously tangled with his, placed quite high up.
Yu Zhiwan's eyelid twitched. She was just about to quietly pull it back, but as luck would have it, the moment she moved, Xie Jingma opened his eyes, his gaze clear, as if he'd been awake for a while. The man held the girl in his arms, his nose lightly brushed her forehead, his voice lazy and husky, making her ears tingle. "Be good, don't move." But Yu Zhiwan's eyes were filled with a watery light, wet and glistening. "Shouldn't you go take a cold shower?" Xie Jingma. During breakfast, Yu Zhiwan occasionally glanced at Xie Jingma across the table. She was contemplating if she should ask Lu Sun what kind of medicine would be good for men with early menopause. And also, she went to the old manor with Xie Jingma yesterday afternoon and didn't teach Lu Sun any design knowledge. She should make up for it today. As she was thinking, her phone received a WeChat message from Yi Kai-wei. "Boss, Lu Sun just asked for leave. He asked me to tell you that his elder brother has dragged him away to be a laborer. He's taking a few days off and won't be coming in. Yu Zhiwan was stunned and subconsciously looked up at Xie Jingma opposite her. "What's wrong?" Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow as he saw her looking at him. "Nothing, it's just that Lu Sun is taking a few days off." The man replied casually, nonchalantly putting a crystal shrimp dumpling on her plate. Yu Zhiwan replied to Yi Kai-wei, "Okay, I understand. If he wants a leave, then he can have one. Anyway, Lu Sun was recommended by teacher Liang, so she hasn't done him wrong." During this period, Jinghong developed well, occupying more and more market share and having more and more VIP clients. However, Yu's fashion brand was suffering heavy client loss, even though they lowered their selling price and went the path of small profits. With large sales, it wasn't a long-term solution after all. The market share occupied was getting smaller and sales were increasingly bleak. Yu Zhiwan discussed with Yi Kai-wei and they planned to open Jinghong's first branch store. Of course, where to open it was crucial. This morning, Yu Zhiwan and Yi Kai-wei went to inspect several places. After returning to Jinghong's main store, as they were discussing, a security guard ran over. "Boss, Director He, people from the Yu family are here." Yu Zhiwan turned her head to look. Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Shangxiang, the entire family of 5 were there, all lined up. After a moment's thought, Yu Zhiwan asked the security guard to bring them in. Yi Kai-wei knew the Yu family's character, and she couldn't help but feel worried. "It's okay, you go ahead with your work." Yu Zhiwan gave her a reassuring look. Seeing that she had her own plan, Yi Kai-wei didn't say anything and went to the side. Yu Shouqi hurried over, arriving in front of Yu Zhiwan first, with a thermal food container in hand. "Wan, this is fish soup that you like. I cooked it myself, and it's still hot. Please try it and see if it's good." As a young master who had grown up in luxury, he hardly knew how to cook. He had to read the recipe, learn to kill the fish, and even accidentally cut his finger. But Yu Shouqi didn't want to feel the pain. He secretly covered his wound with a band-aid, not wanting Wan to see. He had been so unconcerned about his sister in the past that he didn't even know what she liked to eat. He only knew this fish soup from when Wan had made it for him before, saying she liked it and wanted her big brother to try it. Besides this fish soup, he didn't understand any of his sister's preferences. He was not a responsible older brother at all. Yu Shaozi also ran over. "Zhiwan, this fish soup was made by our elder brother. He knows that he's wronged you before and sincerely hopes to make amends to you. So do I, Zhiwan. I hope you can give us a chance." Chapter 68, Yu Zhiwan, I want to marry Xie Jingma. Yu Zhiwan didn't even glance at the bowl of fish soup, her expression indifferent. "Make amends? Haven't you heard? Belated affection is worthless." Seeing her sister's cold gaze, Yu Shouqi felt a sharp pain in his heart, hating even more his past actions. Wan, Sister. Yu Shangxiang suddenly spoke, her eyes red and pitiful. "Our elder brother and second brother truly want to make amends to you, and so do Mom and Dad. They are filled with remorse for you. At first, we didn't know you were Wan Yan, the savior of Yu's company. Now that we know the truth, Mom and Dad are truly filled with guilt and really want to take you back home. Sister, please forgive Mom and Dad this once. You're their biological daughter." Tao Shuqin was deeply moved by her words. Although Shangxiang was an adopted daughter,
she was so filial, it wouldn't be wrong to call her their little cotton-padded jacket.
Zhiwan. Tao Shuqin took a step forward. We were wrong before. Your father and I are here today to personally take you back home.
From now on, we'll treat you like a real family member and cherish you.
Zhiwan, can you even abandon your own mother? From beginning to end, there wasn't a trace of emotion on Yu Zhiwan's face.
Miss Tao, from the day I cut ties with the Yu family, I no longer had a mother.
Upon hearing this, Tao Shuqin's heart twisted, a bitter feeling washing over her. She had made such a determined decision to no longer recognize her as her mother?
Yu Changda's face was somber as he spoke in displeasure. Zhiwan, don't say things like that. There are no grudges between family members that can't be resolved.
We were wrong before. Shuqin and I apologize to you.
That's considered us lowering our heads.
But, as a child, are you really willing to watch your parents bow to you? Moreover, you have the blood of the Yu family flowing through you. You'll always be a part of the Yu family, and you should consider your family's honor.
Yu Zhiwan couldn't help but sneer, that I'm disgusted that I have the blood of the Yu family flowing through me.
Yu Changda frowned, his face immediately changing. Nonsense. How can you say something like that? Do you look down on your own family that much?
Yu Zhiwan's eyes turned cold. That's right, I look down on you.
After saying so much about the family's honor, isn't it just because the Yu's company isn't doing well and you want me to go back and help? You want me to sell my life for the Yu family?
Yu Shochi was anxious to interrupt. No, Wan, I'm not.
I'm not asking you to return to the Yu family. I don't want you to contribute even the slightest bit for the Yu family. I only hope to make amends.
Before Yu Shochi finished, Yu Changda pulled him back. What a useless eldest son.
Yu Changda's face darkened.
Yu Zhiwan, as long as you're willing to return to Yu's company, the position of chief designer of Yu's will always be yours. Moreover, I'll give you 15% of my shares. Upon hearing this, Yu Shangxiang immediately opened her eyes in shock, even forgetting to act pitiful.
15% of the shares. Yu Changda had only given her 10% before.
Now he was giving Yu Zhiwan 15% in one go. Had this old geezer lost his mind?
Why did Yu Zhiwan deserve more than her? Upon hearing Yu Changda's offer, Yu Shochi eagerly spoke. Wan, I also have some shares. I can give them all to you. And I won't ask you to help the Yu family.
He only hoped that his sister could forgive him.
That was it, nothing more.
Yu Zhiwan glanced at him expressionlessly, then shifted her gaze to Yu Changda. Yu Changda, so concerned about profits, was willing to compromise this much. It seemed that the Yu company's situation was already quite dire.
Yu Zhiwan's red lips curled up slightly. You want me to continue doing designs for the Yu company? Yu Changda was delighted, thinking that he had moved her. He pressed on. Zhiwan, I heard that you're married. If the Yu company develops better, it'll be like having a strong maternal family to support you.
Therefore, helping the Yu company is also helping yourself. Yu Zhiwan's tone was devoid of emotion. If you want me to continue doing designs for the Yu company, I have a condition.
What condition? Yu Changda was wary, wondering if she thought 15% of the shares wasn't enough. The others in the Yu family immediately looked at Yu Zhiwan.
Yu Zhiwan's red lips were filled with a cold smile, her tone sarcastic. Since you'll treat me like family, then I want to fulfill the marriage agreement between the Yu and Xie families.
Myself. I want to marry Xie Jingma. Are you willing to give me the marriage agreement? Are you willing to cherish me, your biological daughter, the same way you cherish Yu Shangxiang?
The moment these words came out, Yu Shangxiang's spine immediately stiffened.
This bitch. She actually wanted to steal her fiancé. Xie Jingma was hers. Tao Shuqin immediately objected. No way. The marriage agreement is already meant for Shangxiang. Shangxiang likes Jingma so much. You can't ruin their marriage. Yu Changda's expression was solemn as he looked at Yu Zhiwan with displeasure. Aren't you already married?
Then you shouldn't be trying to steal Shangxiang's
marriage agreement. Do you want to get divorced and then remarry? Moreover, you're the older sister. Shouldn't you be good to your younger sister?
Hearing those words, Yu Zhiwan felt like it was all within her expectations.
She sneered. You're not willing now, are you? Then remember this, don't say you'll treat me like family again, it disgusts me. You know what you're planning in your hearts, so don't come around here anymore to bother me.
After she finished, she turned her head to look at the security guards, escort them out.
The security guard stepped forward. He Kaiwei also came over and immediately invited the Yu family out.
Yu Shochi turned back to look at Yu Zhiwan. He still wanted to ask her who she was married to, if that man was good to her. If she was willing to fulfill the marriage agreement with Xie Jingma, he, as her elder brother, would do his best to support her, even if it meant giving his life. However, Yu Shochi was pushed out by the security guards, and all the questions were forced back into his stomach.
Yu Changde, chased out by the biological daughter he once hated, was furious.
When he got home, the servant informed him that all the shareholders of the Yu family were there. The company was not doing well, so the shareholders were impatient and came to demand answers.
Yu Changde was frantic and said a lot of good words to appease the shareholders.
Yu Changde frowned in worry. The company's crisis is getting worse.
If Yu Zhiwan was willing to come back, not only could she design for the Yu company, but her Ginghong company could also be merged into the Yu family. That would be a good thing for the Yu company. If she wanted the marriage agreement, then maybe. Yu Xianxian's heart tightened. What was this old geezer trying to say? Tao Shuqin urgently asked, Changde, what do you mean? Yu Changde sighed, Xiangxiang, the family is having difficulties.
Since your sister wants this marriage agreement, then we can only wrong you first.
Tao Shuqin, how can that be? I don't agree. I can't allow my precious daughter to suffer.
Yu Shochi was displeased. Mom,
Wan is your biological daughter.
Yu Shangxiang cried pitifully, tears falling like rain. Mom and Dad, since you said it, then I'm willing to give it up. I'm willing to give my fiancé to my sister, as long as my sister is willing to come back to the Yu family and help them.
No, I don't agree. Tao Shuqin still wanted to object.
Yu Changde's face was somber. Shuqin, I know you're distressed about Shangxiang, how am I not? But now the company is in crisis, so we can only wrong Shangxiang for now. Tao Shuqin's tears welled up, and she hugged Yu Shangxiang, crying, my dear daughter, my poor daughter. Yu Shangxiang leaned on Tao Shuqin's shoulder, quietly sobbing, a venomous glint flashing in her eyes.
Yu Zhiwan, that bitch, wanted to steal her fiancé? Dream on. And those 15% of the shares can only be hers. This old geezer, don't even think about giving it to Yu Zhiwan. Just 3 days later, at noon, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin's car suddenly had an accident.
Yu Shangxiang was also in the car. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin immediately fell unconscious.
Chapter 69, What is Madam doing?
It was a full day and night before Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin regained consciousness.
In the hospital room, Yu Changde sat on the bed, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, his face pale. Shochi, have they caught the person who drove into us?
Yu Shochi shook his head. There were no surveillance cameras on that road.
The car drove off after hitting us. Xiaozi and I have already reported it to the police, and they're still investigating.
Tao Shuqin had fractured her arm and felt an excruciating pain every time she moved.
Changde and I were severely injured.
Luckily, Xiangxiang only suffered minor scrapes.
But that culprit has to be caught.
Yu Xiaozi had been guarding the bed all night, his face haggard. Mom, don't worry.
We'll definitely catch them.
Yu Changde coughed in anger. In broad daylight, they dare to hit people and then run.
Is there any justice left? Dad, I think I saw.
Yu Shangxiang spoke softly, then shook her head in fear. No, I didn't see anything.
Tao Shuqin sensed something was off and quickly asked, Xiangxiang, what did you see? It's okay, tell Mom everything.
Yu Changde urged, yes, Xiangxiang, tell us quickly.
Did you see who hit us?
Yu Shochi and Yu Xiaozi's expressions also turned serious. Yu Shangxiang bit her lip, looking conflicted and choked up as she shook her head. Mom and Dad, don't ask.
I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything.
Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin exchanged a look, feeling even more that there was something hidden.
What exactly did Xiangxiang see?
Around noon, probably due to exhaustion, Yu Shangxiang fell asleep by Tao Shuqin's bedside, even talking in her sleep. Tao Shuqin was worried that she would catch a cold and wanted her to go back to the bed, but then she heard Yu Shangxiang mention Yu Zhiwan in her sleep.
Sister, no, don't. Sister, why did you have someone drive into mom and dad? They're your biological parents. Sister, don't. Just hit me instead, don't hurt mom and dad.
Tao Shuqin's world instantly crumbled, her back turned cold, and she called out in disbelief, shaking Yu Shangxiang awake. Shangxiang, wake up.
Wake up! Did you see that Yu Zhiwan was the one who hit us?
Yu Changda had also heard it and his hands trembled in anger. No wonder Shangxiang didn't want to say anything earlier.
It turns out it was that beast Yu Zhiwan.
She'd be so cruel to her own parents.
Is she even human?
Yu Shangxiang woke up in a daze, as if she didn't expect to have talked in her sleep, and hurriedly covered her mouth. Mom and Dad, it wasn't sister.
It wasn't sister.
Yu Changda, Shangxiang, you're not allowed to cover up for that beast anymore.
You said it in your sleep. Your mother and I heard it.
Tao Shuqin was heartbroken. Shangxiang, I know you're protecting your sister, but if this wasn't the truth, why would you talk about this in
your sleep?
That unfilial daughter, how could I have given birth to such a daughter, one who dares to harm her own mother?
She's not even human.
Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi went out to buy lunch. As soon as they returned, they heard this. Yu Xiuqi's expression changed immediately, and he scolded sharply, Mom.
What nonsense are you talking about? This car accident definitely has nothing to do with Wanwan. Yu Shaozi frowned. Mom, Zhiwan isn't that kind of person.
Tao Shuqin sobbed, her face full of grief, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. Who can I believe if not Shangxiang?
Earlier Shangxiang was conflicted and didn't want to
tell the truth, because she was covering up for that beast Yu Zhiwan. She only said it when she was sleeping, in her dream.
Xiangxiang is so kind and innocent, would she lie?
Hearing this, Yu Xiuqi turned a dark gaze towards Yu Shangxiang. What exactly happened? Yu Shangxiang shrank back, tears welling up in her eyes, looking pitiful. Brother, when the car accident happened, I was sitting in the back seat and wasn't injured.
Mom
and Dad were in the front, and they immediately lost consciousness. Through the car window, I saw that besides the driver, there was my sister sitting in the back seat.
Yu Xiuqi didn't believe it at all and sneered coldly. Yu Shangxiang, just because there were no surveillance cameras there, you're making up all this nonsense, trying to pin it on Wanwan. Is that right? Tao Shuqin immediately became anxious. Xiuqi, what nonsense are you talking about? Your dad and I repeatedly questioned Shangxiang, and she didn't want to tell the truth.
If I hadn't heard her talking in her sleep, she would have hidden this forever for that beast Yu Zhiwan.
Xiangxiang is so kind and innocent, would she lie?
Yu Shangxiang's tears fell as she rushed to Tao Shuqin's bedside. Mom, to let my sister come back to the Yu family, I was even willing to give her my fiancé.
I never thought that sister would.
You are her own parents, how could sister have the heart to? Tao Shuqin hugged Yu Shangxiang tightly with sympathy. Silly girl, you're always thinking about your sister. You even concealed something like this for her.
You're so kind and will be taken advantage of, my good daughter.
She was her cotton-padded jacket, her lucky star, and there was no one more innocent and sensible than her Shangxiang in the world. Yu Changda was enraged. In both the daughters, Yu Zhiwan and Yu Shangxiang, he believed Yu Shangxiang of course.
That beast.
I really misjudged her. The marriage agreement with the Xie family can't be given to her. And that 15% of the shares, she can forget about getting a single cent. All of that will be for Shangxiang. I'll only give it to Shangxiang. Yu Shangxiang rested her tear-streaked face by Tao Shuqin's bedside, and when she heard Yu Changda's words, the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. The smugness in her eyes almost spilled out.
That bitch Yu Zhiwan could forget about getting anything. Xie Jingma could only be hers.
The Yu family shares were also hers. Yu Xiuqi's expression was serious. There had to be something fishy about this. He firmly believed that his sister would never do something like this. It had to be Yu Shangxiang who was lying. Yu Xiuqi pulled Yu Shaozi out of the ward and asked in a low voice, what do you think? Yu Shaozi frowned. Brother, like you, I believe Zhiwan wouldn't do something like this, but Shangxiang. We've watched Shangxiang grow up. She's kind, non-competitive, and doesn't seem like a liar.
Both are our sisters, I don't know what to do.
Yu Xiuqi gritted his teeth and looked back at Yu Shangxiang in the ward. His gaze gradually darkened.
Chapter 70, Look clearly, your real husband is here.
At Blue Creek Garden, Yu Zhiwan had searched for many tips on how to pursue a man, and she was just about to put them into practice when her phone suddenly rang.
It was an unfamiliar number.
Yu Zhiwan gestured for Xie Jingma to wait, then answered the phone. Hello.
Yu Zhiwan.
Yu Changda's enraged voice came through the speaker. I didn't die, your mother didn't die, are you disappointed?
Yu Zhiwan frowned. What was wrong with him?
Before she could speak, Yu Changda continued yelling, I already lowered myself to ask you to come back home, and you still had people drive into your own biological parents.
Doing something so inhumane, Yu Zhiwan interrupted impatiently. Who drove into you? Yu Changda, what, are you trying to deny it?
Xiangxiang saw it with her own eyes.
Yu Xiangxiang? She saw with her own eyes that Yu Zhiwan had driven into Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin? Yu Zhiwan's eyes sharpened. What kind of dirty trick was Yu Xiangxiang playing now? Yu Changda on the other end of the phone was still yelling, and Yu Zhiwan's voice was indifferent. Chairman you have enough energy to yell. Seems like you weren't injured badly enough. Go back and fix your brain. You believe whatever other people say, even a pig is smarter than you. After saying that, Yu Zhiwan hung up the phone, knowing that Yu Changda would be furious. As for driving into them,
Xie Jingma had been lying on the bed, being held down by her. He was leisurely raising an eyebrow, curious what she was doing. But when he heard the words Chairman Yu from her mouth, his eyes narrowed dangerously.
Yu Changda called?
Yu Zhiwan nodded, her expression serious. I don't know what happened.
He was in a car accident.
Yu Shangxiang said that she saw me doing it. A chill emanated from Xie Jingma's eyes, and he sat up. Don't worry, I'll help you find out what happened.
Soon.
Yu Zhiwan's heart stirred. For some reason she trusted his words. Hearing him say he would help her, she inexplicably felt a sense of security.
Thank you.
Yu Zhiwan looked at him, her watery eyes full of emotion. Then now, the man raised a hand to rub her head, his brow slightly raised. Madam has me pinned to the bed.
What are you going to do?
Yu Zhiwan blinked, then suddenly pounced on him, pushing Xie Jingma back onto the bed. Then, she pulled up the quilt, trapping them both inside.
Xie Jingma was caught off guard and his breath hitched.
Especially now, with them both wrapped in the small, dark space under the quilt, almost embracing each other. The girl's sweet, warm breath ghosted over his face, and his eyes grew dark. In the darkness, Yu Zhiwan raised her wrist excitedly and held it in front of his eyes, speaking mysteriously, Look, it glows. In the darkness, the cartoon drawings on the girl's wrist, made with a glow-in-the-dark pen, shone with a green light.
Xie Jingma? Xie Jingma?
After a long pause, the man couldn't help but turn his face away, a muffled laugh escaping his throat, his chest vibrating with a strange pleasure.
Yu Zhiwan was confused. What are you laughing at? Look closely, the little person on the left is you, and the little person on the right is me. I drew them.
I see them clearly, and then what? The man's voice held a lazy smile, his slender fingers playing with a strand of her hair.
Look at the clothes they're wearing. Look closely. Yu Zhiwan puffed out her cheeks, dissatisfied.
Xie Jingma looked over, his peach blossom eyes suddenly narrowed slightly.
This one on the left is me?
After a 2-second pause, he smirked, his tone teasing, That's not right, my dear.
Why am I wearing a wedding dress?
Yu Zhiwan secretly smiled, just about to speak, when the phone on her bedside table rang again.
Who was it? Yu Zhiwan pulled back the quilt and poked her head out.
She grabbed the phone to see another unfamiliar number. It was probably another call from the Yu family.
Yu Zhiwan hung up speechlessly.
Before she could put the phone down, she received a text message.
Yu Zhiwan, it's me, Lu Sun. Lu Sun? Yu Zhiwan remembered that she hadn't saved Lu Sun's phone number. That number called again. Yu Zhiwan answered, asking suspiciously, Lu Sun? It really is you? Hearing her call out Lu Sun's name, the smile on Xie Jingma's lips instantly faded. He sat up on the bed, watching her expressionlessly. Yu Zhiwan held the phone to her ear. I understand. What are you doing? Your voice is fluctuating. There's someone next to you? Okay, I'll send it to you right away. I know, don't worry. Yu Zhiwan hung up the phone. Xie Jingma looked at the back of her head, his tone indecipherable. What were you sending to Lu Sun?
Yu Zhiwan sat by the bed, tapping quickly on her phone screen, just a little something.
Hearing the perfunctory and half-hearted answer, Xie Jingma almost laughed out of anger. He glanced at her wrist. Do you still want to show me the drawing on your wrist? Yu Zhiwan was busy, not even lifting her head. Wait a bit, Lu Sun is a bit urgent. After I'm done with Lu Sun, I'll show it to you. Xie Jingma was truly amused this time.
She wasn't just perfunctory with him.
As soon as Lu Sun showed up, he was pushed to the back of the line, wasn't he? Xie Jingma got out of bed.
Yu Zhiwan was still looking down at her phone when she suddenly felt a shadow looming over her.
She looked up in surprise to see Xie Jingma standing in front of her, blinking blankly. What is it?
The man's dark, deep gaze was fixed on her, his voice low. Yu Zhiwan, look clearly.
Your real husband is here.
The man's face was so handsome it was almost demonic, his eyelashes were distinct, and especially when his eyes were lowered, he looked incredibly seductive. And his gaze was focused directly on her red lips. The atmosphere was too intimate. Yu Zhiwan's heart clenched silently. Just being watched this closely by the man made her heart beat erratically, like a battlefield.
That ridiculous thought appeared again. She wanted to kiss him.
The man glanced at the chat page on her phone with Lu Sun, and his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth with irritation. His voice also tinged with a hint of anger. You go ahead and do what you need.
I'll have someone investigate Yu Chengfeng's car accident.
After saying this expressionlessly, he turned and left the bedroom.
Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes fluttered frantically for a moment.
She then raised a hand to cover her pounding heart.
After a few seconds, she remembered what she needed to do.
After sending Lu Sun the files, she hurried to Weibo and sent a private message to GMW. A bowl of green grapes, are you there?
Are you there?
A bowl of green grapes, please reply.
It's extremely urgent. GMW?
A bowl of green grapes. When you're in contact with the person you have a crush on, and you get too excited, what do?
A bowl of green grapes. I'm so pathetic.
As soon as I have contact with him, as soon as I talk to him, my heartbeat goes out of control.
How do I control it? GMW. GMW, I don't want to discuss this kind of thing with you.
A bowl of green grapes, don't say that.
Share your methods with me.
A bowl of green grapes, among all my friends, only you have experience with having a crush. A bowl of green grapes, Woo please, I beg you.
Teach me. I really like him too much. GMW, oh my god.
A bowl of green grapes, please. After a long pause, the other side replied, reluctantly, with a cold and hard tone.
GMW, drink water. When your heart beats faster, try drinking water. Yu Zhiwan blinked. Drink water? She looked around.
Her water cup was in the living room, so she immediately got up and hurried downstairs. She grabbed her cup and gulped down a few mouthfuls.
It actually seems to be working. It relieved a lot. Yu Zhiwan was just rejoicing when she saw Xie Jingma coming down the stairs.
He was wearing a white shirt, his waist was slender, his legs were long, stepping down the stairs step by step, handsome and aloof. As soon as Yu Zhiwan saw him, she was done for. That heart-racing feeling came again. She grabbed her water cup and started gulping down the water. Xie Jingma raised his eyelids to look at her, and saw her drinking water nonstop. His gaze froze.
Chapter 71, My husband is so amazing. Yu Zhiwan was gulping down water when she realized Xie Jingma was staring at her. She nearly choked. Cough. What are you looking at?
The man stopped on the last step, leaning his tall frame against the railing, one hand in his pocket. His peach blossom eyes held a deep meaning.
Are you very thirsty? Yu Zhiwan, are you complaining that I'm drinking too much water? I just like drinking. Yu Zhiwan snorted proudly and took 2 more sips before setting down the cup.
Then, she stomped upstairs, intentionally bumping into Xie Jingma as she walked past him.
Yu Zhiwan didn't know where she got this petty temper from.
If it were before, she would have definitely restrained herself, being quiet and compliant, and wouldn't have acted so childish and mischievous. But in front of Xie Jingma, she wouldn't suppress herself. She could play around with him carefree, even with a bit of spoiled behavior. Sigh, ultimately, it was all because Xie Jingma had spoiled her. Who asked him to praise her beauty and her good qualities every day, encouraging her to boldly do what she wanted? It was all his fault. And Xie Jingma, watching the girl's back as she went upstairs, narrowed his eyes slightly, then slowly glanced at her water cup, his gaze full of profound meaning. Yu Zhiwan returned to the bedroom and raised her hand to feel her heart, discovering that drinking water actually seemed to work. So, next time her heart started racing, she would drink more water. Glancing at the cartoon drawings on her wrist made with a glow-in-the-dark pen, Yu Zhiwan felt a little annoyed. She'd finally found a way to subtly confess her feelings, but she hadn't even finished talking to Xie Jingma about it. Maybe she should stop being subtle and be bold, directly confess? Although when they first got their marriage certificate, Xie Jingma said they should pretend to be loving in front of their grandparents to comfort them. But when they weren't in front of their grandparents, Xie Jingma was also very affectionate towards her. If she confessed boldly, there was a chance of success, right? But she was afraid that all of Xie Jingma's kindness was just her wishful thinking. What would happen if Xie Jingma rejected her confession? The thought of this possibility suddenly made Yu Zhiwan feel sad. She finally understood why people online said that falling in love made you careful, anxious, and constantly on edge. But she still wanted to try. She wanted to try to be bold and confess. The next morning, Yu Zhiwan was at the Jinghong store, discussing branch store plans with He Kaiwei, when she suddenly received a call from Xie Jingma, saying that he had investigated the car accident involving Yu Changde. Yu Zhiwan's eyes widened in surprise. So fast? That's amazing. The man on the other end of the phone leisurely raised an eyebrow. Who is amazing? Yu Zhiwan, you are. Xie Jingma, who am I to you? Yu Zhiwan. She glanced embarrassedly at He Kaiwei next to her, then put her hand by her mouth and whispered, Xie Jingma is amazing. My husband is so amazing. A sexy chuckle came from the earpiece, delighted and lazy. Thank you for your praise, my dear wife. I'll come find you now and tell you what happened. Yu Zhiwan, okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, seeing He Kaiwei's face with a suppressed smile, she knew that she had been heard even though she whispered. Yu Zhiwan immediately felt embarrassed. Stop laughing, stop laughing. Let's get back to business. After discussing branch stores with He Kaiwei, Yu Zhiwan waited specifically for Xie Jingma to arrive. She didn't know why, but it had only been half a day, and she already missed him quite a bit. Also, she was truly curious about what had really happened to cause Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin's accident. While Yu Zhiwan was waiting in the store, she saw a small stray dog by the road. It wasn't a noble breed, just the usual yellow-haired type. But Yu Zhiwan felt a sharp pain in her heart. Its color was too similar to the dog she had when she was young. She thought of that puppy again. And the bloody, skinned dog hide in the kitchen. Yu Zhiwan's pupils trembled severely. She pressed her lips together tightly until they turned white. She thought that after all these years, the things she experienced in childhood could be buried silently. But as soon as she saw a dog with a similar coat and build, the hidden sadness and heartache would surge from all directions, piling heavily in her heart. The little dog outside the store had a pair of round, bright black eyes, wagging its tail happily, with a simple and honest appearance. Yu Zhiwan looked at it, a layer of moisture appearing in her eyes, and she clenched her fingers unconsciously. It really looked like the puppy she had once kept. She had never dared to keep another dog since that puppy died. But now, she suddenly wanted to adopt the stray dog outside the store. Maybe it was because her family now was Xie Jingma. It gave her enough security, making her believe that the events of her childhood would not happen again. Yu Zhiwan forcefully pinched the tips of her fingers, unable to resist the urge to walk towards the outside of the store. Her legs felt like she was walking on cotton. She didn't know how she got there, but she finally stood in front of the stray dog. The puppy sat obediently on the ground, not biting at all, wagging its tail in a friendly way, its face seeming to smile. Yu Zhiwan squatted down, but as soon as she got closer to the puppy, her hands started trembling uncontrollably. The scene in front of her seemed to be covered in a scarlet red color. Those images she had deliberately forgotten in the corners of her mind rose to the surface. The puppy being killed and skinned in the kitchen, the bloody hide of the dog, the steaming meat on the plate. And that piece of meat that had been forced into her mouth. Yu Zhiwan's face turned pale, and she suddenly stood up, staggering backward. She still couldn't She still didn't have the courage to keep another dog. It seemed that she couldn't cross that hurdle and she couldn't heal her childhood self. Just as Yu Zhiwan walked out of the store, Xia Jingma arrived. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw Yu Zhiwan walking towards the stray dog, his expression immediately tightening. He already knew about the puppy Yu Zhiwan had kept in her childhood. He also knew of the despairing and helpless situation she had endured in her childhood. At this moment, his girl was pressing her lips together tightly, trying her best to walk toward the stray dog. It was as if she didn't want to be trapped in the past, wanting to try to take that step. Xia Jingma quietly watched her, his jaw gradually clenching. A few seconds later, he saw Yu Zhiwan's face turn pale as she staggered backwards. He ran over, reaching out to support her. Wan. Yu Zhiwan raised her head in a daze, her eyes full of mist, and her eyes were red. She looked blankly at the man in front of her, her voice trembling, Xia Jingma. The next moment, the man held her in a comforting embrace. That clean, familiar woody fragrance enveloped her, and the man's warm body temperature also reached her. Yu Zhiwan's nose turned sour, and she could no longer hold back the emotions. She gripped the man's white shirt tightly with her small hands. It was a move full of reliance, as if she had come to a haven that belonged solely to her, shielding her from wind and rain. The glaring, scarlet red before her eyes slowly faded away. Chapter 72, Xia Cha discovered. His wife likes me. Inside the break room. Yu Zhiwan sat at the table, the teacup steaming, the rising smoke blurring her face. She had nothing to hide from Xia Jingma. She told him about the puppy she had when she was young, sadly lowering her head and looking at the water in the cup. I've always felt guilty. I adopted it, treated it like a friend, but I couldn't protect it. I let it be. The stray dog outside just now, it looked so much like it. I thought that now that I've left my adoptive father, I wouldn't be harmed by him anymore, and I could keep a puppy again. But after all these years, I still can't let it go. I still can't do it. Hearing the girl's downcast, broken voice, Xia Jingma's heart felt as if it was being squeezed, filled with countless feelings of sadness and sympathy. Wan, look at me. He took the girl's slender hand, making her look up at him. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't feel guilty or blame yourself. You are the victim in this matter. It wasn't you who was wrong. It was your adoptive father. Even if you can't let it go now, it's okay. We have a long time to work with this, Wan. Try to believe in me, okay? Perhaps a childhood misfortune needs a lifetime to heal. Even if it takes his entire life, he was willing to stay by her side and give her enough, more than enough love to heal all the desolation in her heart. Yu Zhiwan's heart jolted lightly, like a dandelion being blown away, the soft fluffiness spread throughout every place in her heart, covering every barren patch. He said not to blame herself. He said to take things slowly and believe in him. Yu Zhiwan looked at the man without blinking, as if she no longer needed to shoulder those past events alone. Really? Is what you said true? Really, I'll be with Wan, and we'll take things slowly. Xia Jingma held her tenderly, stroking her back gently, again and again, not tiring, not impatient, as if he was treating the most precious treasure in the world. When Yu Zhiwan calmed down, she didn't know how long Xia Jingma had been holding her. She had been sitting in a chair, but now he was holding her in his arms to comfort her. How could she not be moved by this? Her chest felt like it had a small rabbit hopping around inside. Yu Zhiwan was almost at her limit. She picked up the water cup on the table and took 2 big gulps. Xia Jingma looked at this behavior, his narrow peach blossom eyes narrowed, and in the deepest part of his eyes, something seemed to stir. Why are you so thirsty? Yu Zhiwan clutched the water cup. Drinking more water is good for the body. Oh, right, what actually happened with Yu Chengda's car accident? Hearing this, Xia Jingma tapped his fingers on the table, casually saying, it was Yu Shengxiang who did it. She hired someone to hit them. Yu Zhiwan was stunned. She, of course, believed Xia Jingma's findings, but she was still shocked. Yesterday when Yu Chengda called me, he said. Yu Shengxiang was also in the car. She actually hired someone to hit herself? That's so cruel. Even if I tell Yu Chengda, he won't believe me. The man raised a hand to rub her head. You can rest assured, my dear wife, there's evidence.
Yu Zhiwan's eyes lit up. That's great.
She no longer cared about what Yu Chanda and Tao Shuqin thought of her, nor did she care about whether they misunderstood her.
But if the blame didn't belong to her, she definitely wouldn't take it. As Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma were talking, He Kaiwei knocked on the door.
A VIP client who had requested a personal design was looking for her.
Then, I'll be out for a bit and be back soon,
Yu Zhiwan said to Xie Jingma, before leaving the break room first.
Xie Jingma glanced at her water cup and took out his phone.
He called a number saved as Lu Jinyan. Have your younger brother, Lu Sun, come here.
It took Yu Zhiwan almost 20 minutes to finish talking to the VIP client.
She couldn't wait to get back to the break room to find Xie Jingma. But when she turned around, she saw Lu Sun, with his eye-catching white hair, swaggering over.
Why are you here? Aren't you on leave? Yu Zhiwan asked in confusion. I'm so done. Lu Sun said, speechless, I don't know what got into my big brother.
He suddenly called me away to do hard labor, and then suddenly he was merciful enough to release me today.
I suspect he might be going through menopause. When Yu Zhiwan heard this, she immediately followed up, if a man is going through menopause, what kind of medicine should he take? Lu Sun answered matter-of-factly, I'm such a good-for-nothing, how would I know? Yu Zhiwan. Lu Sun may not be good at studying, but he was good at gossiping. Why are you asking this? Which man is going through menopause? Who? Is it? It can't be your husband, right? That shouldn't be possible, he's so powerful and wealthy, why would he go through menopause?
As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the break room suddenly opened.
Xie Jingma walked out.
Lu Sun's heart thumped.
Crap! What the heck? Why was Xie Jingma here? Did he have to be so unlucky?
Last time Xie Jingma came, the way he looked at him was full of hostility, as if he were looking at a love rival.
If he heard him going on and on about menopause this time, would he survive? As soon as Yu Zhiwan saw Xie Jingma, she immediately ran to him, her eyes twinkling. Why did you come out? Were you waiting anxiously?
I'm done with my work.
Let's go back and continue talking. Xie Jingma held her water cup, casually asking, you talked so much with Lu Sun just now, do you want to drink some water?
Yu Zhiwan shook her head decisively. Why would I drink water? No, thank you. The moment the girl's words fell, Xie Jingma's pupils contracted slightly, and his eyelid twitched extremely subtly.
He was sure. It wasn't Lu Sun.
The one who made her heart race was not Lu Sun at all. Xie Jingma's lips slowly curled into a smile, and he slowly said oh, in a lazy tone. After that, he raised his eyelids, casually looking at Lu Sun not far away.
Lu Sun's back instantly tensed up, not daring to breathe loudly. Mr. Xie. Mr. Xie, hello? I've wanted to say this for a long time, you and your wife are a perfect match, an ideal couple. I heard that you got married. I haven't had the chance to send a wedding gift yet, so I'll start by wishing you a happy marriage and many children. May your love be sweet, and may you have everlasting happiness.
Lu Sun, without pausing to take a breath, racked his brains for all the sweet words he could say.
He had finally realized.
The way Xie Jingma looked at him was full of hostility, while when looking at Yu Zhiwan, his eyes were full of possessiveness.
This was definitely not normal. Could it be that his legendary white moonlight was Yu Zhiwan?
Yu Zhiwan listened with a puzzled face.
Why was Lu Sun suddenly saying all this?
Xie Jingma heard the words perfect match and sweet love, casually withdrawing his gaze. When he looked at Yu Zhiwan, he lowered his head to her ear, his eyebrow raised slightly. He used a voice that only the two of them could hear, with a lingering and intimate breath, which was incredibly tempting. When it comes to having children, I do want to warm the bed for my wife, offering my body for my wife to do as she wishes, but my wife doesn't agree, so there's nothing I can do.
Yu Zhiwan? Warm the bed? Offering his body? And to do as she wished? What was he talking about? Yu Zhiwan's pure little thoughts were instantly led astray. She thought of his abs and his seductive waist, and that she had even touched him there. She also confusedly remembered the thing she had searched for before, about how between husband and wife, there's nothing a round of lovemaking couldn't resolve. And if there was, then have another round.
Yu Zhiwan's ears turned a bright red, and her whole body heated up. Her heart beat faster than before. She grabbed the water cup in his hand and gulped down all of it. The moment she finished drinking and placed the empty cup back on the table, she was suddenly pulled into the man's arms. He held her very tightly, as if he were trying to fuse her into his bones and flesh.
Oof, what are you doing? Yu Zhiwan cried out.
Her chest was being crushed again. Xie Jingma hugged her tightly, his chin gently rubbing against the top of her head, his peach blossom eyes curving lazily, his eyebrows and eyes filled with joy, a joy like never before.
Baby, I'm so happy. Yu Zhiwan? No, what happened? What was he happy about? Chapter 73, Yu Zhiwan, I want to confess.
Seeing them hugging, Lu Sun immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes, but intentionally opened his fingers to reveal a small gap.
While yelling not proper for my eyes to see, he quickly snuck away. Didn't you see? Mr. Xia was in a good mood right now. He was only focused on holding his wife, and didn't care about his going on and on about menopause. Of course, he had to sneak away quickly. Hearing Lu Sun's words about not being proper to look at, Yu Zhiwan felt a burst of embarrassment. She quickly pulled Xie Jingma back into the break room. Stop hugging me for now. Just now you said you were very happy. What were you happy about? Yu Zhiwan was dying of curiosity. What had happened that she didn't know about? However, as soon as the break room door closed, Xie Jingma pressed her against the door, his actions with a hint of impatient ambiguity. His aura was a mix of seduction and strong possessiveness, and his voice also took on a husky tone. I'm happy that I'm getting closer and closer to my wife. Yu Zhiwan was stunned, and she glanced at the space between them. She was now completely trapped in his arms, her face blank. You're already touching me, you're already at zero distance with me, how much closer do you want to get? Hearing this, the man chuckled softly, his thumb gently stroking her delicate and smooth cheek. I want to get even closer to you. Yu Zhiwan? Xie Jingma raised an eyebrow. I'm talking about the distance between our hearts. Yu Zhiwan immediately became embarrassed and angry. I wasn't thinking anything wrong either. I was also thinking about the distance between our hearts. However, their bodies were pressed together so tightly there was no gap. The man's peach blossom eyes were filled with a deep and scorching darkness, and his thumb stroking her cheek slowly moved down to her red lips. Yu Zhiwan's breathing faltered, unable to bear the man's seductive, scorching gaze. She subconsciously wanted to look away. But at this moment, the man suddenly lowered his head, using the tip of his nose to slowly, tortuously, lightly brush against the tip of her nose. It was a special kind of intimacy, even their breaths mingled with each other. Wan. Baby. The man's dark and lingering voice called out to her, one after another. If he just lowered his head a little further, he would be able to kiss her. This half-kiss was more teasing than an actual kiss. It made her itch inside. Yu Zhiwan's whole body was numb from being rubbed against like that. Every nerve was trembling. Her fingers couldn't resist clenching the white shirt on his waist, her knuckles turning white as she pulled the smooth fabric into suggestive wrinkles. Anyone who didn't know what was going on would think that White Shirt had experienced some indescribable things. It was truly too torturous. And too unfair. Yu Zhiwan's eyes were wet, her mind was muddled, but she was more and more clearly realizing what she needed to do. Xie Jingma was already acting so ambiguous and intimate with her, he should also like her, right? He should have completely let go of his white moonlight, right? She couldn't hold back anymore. She wanted to confess. And as soon as possible. After resolving the car accident issue this afternoon, she would immediately confess. Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath, raising her lightly fluttering eyelashes. Her beautiful eyes were so charming they seemed about to drip. Xie Jingma. Xie Jingma's throat tightened at the sound of her soft and charming voice. His eyes darkened even more. I have a gift to give to you tonight. And there's something very, very important I want to say to you. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise and then chuckled softly. His sexy Adam's apple rolled. What a coincidence. I also have a gift that I want to give my wife. Yu Zhiwan was surprised, her eyes lit up. Wow, how are we so in sync? What gift do you have for me this time? Xie Jingma put his arm around her waist. His peach blossom eyes lifted, his tone playful. What gift does my wife want to give me? The girl raised her chin proudly, looking charming and lively. It's a secret for now. The man chuckled. Oh, is that so? Then I'll also have to keep mine a secret for now. Yu Zhiwan. She glared at him with puffed out cheeks. This man was truly annoying. Oh well, who asked her to like him now? It was okay to spoil him a little. Yu Zhiwan released her grip on the man's white shirt and instead hugged his slender waist. Her beautiful eyes lifted slightly, with a proud little expression that seemed to say, man, I'll spoil you just this once. Xia Jingma? Yu Zhiwan was happily thinking about her confession that night. She would know what his gift was then. As for the car accident of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, since Xie Jingma had already helped her investigate it, she didn't want to endure it anymore. She didn't want to delay, and this afternoon, she would go to the hospital and put all that crap back on them. Hospital, in a ward. Yu Changde leaned against the headboard, and Tao Shuqin, aside from her broken arm and a cast, was already able to walk. Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaozi, and Yu Shangxiang were also there. Today the ward was very lively. Many of the Yu family's shareholders had come, partly to visit the patients, but mostly about company matters. One of the shareholders, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a large belly, worried so much his hair turned white. Chairman Yu, if the company's stock prices keep falling like this, we'll not only be making losses, but we'll all be starving. Another shareholder scoffed. Before, when the Yu company was in crisis, it was saved by Wan Yan. Who would have known that Wan Yan was your Yu family's true daughter? Now, you cut ties with your own daughter. Once she left, the Yu company fell into crisis again. So, looking at it this way, General Manager Yu Xiuqi is completely useless in the company. Yu Xiuqi's face turned red and he couldn't refute. He was too ashamed to refute. It was Wan who had helped him through crises before, and now it was happening again. Tao Shuqin looked worriedly at her eldest son. She didn't understand company matters, and couldn't help him. Yu Changde's face was extremely unsightly as he listened to the shareholders complain endlessly. A shareholder wearing glasses scoffed, Chairman Yu, cutting ties with your own daughter is your family's business, and we can't control that. But the company is linked to so many people's interests, you need to come up with a solution as soon as possible and invite Yu Zhiwan back to the Yu company. The other shareholders also started speaking up. That's right, it's important to invite Wan Yan back to solve this urgent problem. I don't mean to be blunt, but you left your own daughter and put your adopted daughter in the company's design department. She hasn't been much help. She's not even as good as one hair on Wan Yan's head. How about this, Chairman Yu? I hold 9% of the shares in the Yu company. I have the right to recommend talent to the board of directors. Right now, I recommend Yu Zhiwan to be on the board. Upon hearing a shareholder recommending Yu Zhiwan to the board of directors, Yu Xiangxiang's face instantly stiffened. These old geezers, they were so eager to ask Yu Zhiwan back. And they said that she was no match for that bitch Yu Zhiwan in the design department. Yu Changde slapped the table heavily in anger. Enough! That beast Yu Zhiwan even harmed her own biological parents. I'll never ask that unfilial daughter back. Even if I don't ask her back, I have a way to save the Yu company. Upon hearing this, the shareholders were instantly curious. Harmed her own parents? Before they could ask, their attention was drawn to the second half of Yu Changde's sentence. There's another way to save it? Chairman Yu, you're not kidding, right? What is it? Tell us. Yu Changde's gaze swept across everyone in the room. Everyone is unaware, but our Yu family has a marriage agreement with the Xie family. This matter hasn't been announced to the public. The Xie family? Which Xie family? The bald shareholder was shocked. Could it be the Xie Corporation? No way. That was the top luxury family in the capital. The pride on Yu Changde's face was clear. That's right. My younger daughter, Shangxiang, has had a marriage agreement with Xie Jingma, the current head of the Xie family, since they were children. She's the future young mistress of the Xie family. This agreement was made by the elders of both our families. We didn't want the Xie family to think we were coveting their wealth, so we didn't make it public. Now, I'll announce this marriage agreement to the public. Outsiders will know about the relationship between our Yu family and the Xie family. Naturally, they will come to curry our favor. More importantly, the Xie family, as our in-laws, certainly can't just watch as the Yu family falls into crisis. When the shareholders in the ward heard this, they were immediately so excited that their faces flushed red. One must know that many people had been trying to gain access to the Xie family, but none could succeed. And the Yu family actually had a marriage agreement with the Xie family. Even if the Xie family just let a little money and resources slip through their fingers, it would be enough for the Yu family to steadily get through this crisis and become successful. The shareholders immediately changed their attitude, their faces smiling obsequiously. Oh my, why didn't Chairman Yu say something about this sooner? You're actually in-laws with the Xie family. A successful future is just around the corner. Chairman Yu, after you get successful, you can't forget us old buddies. No wonder, I thought that Miss Xiangxiang had an extraordinary temperament. It turns out she's the future young mistress of the Xie family. She's Xie Jingma's future wife. It's embarrassing to say, but my two daughters are very obsessed with Xie Jingma, always saying that they won't marry anyone but him. But Xie Jingma has always been aloof and doesn't get close to any women, so they don't have the right to approach him. Xiangxiang being able to marry Xie Jingma is something that many people envy. It's such a blessing. Xiangxiang, in the future, you'll be Xie Jingma's bedfellow. You must say a few good words on behalf of us old uncles in front of Mr. Xie. Chapter 74, Exposing Yu Xiangxiang's True Colors. Yu Xiangxiang listened to the flattery, listening to everyone saying she was Xie Jingma's woman. A flush of shyness came over her face, and her vanity and pride were instantly satisfied. So what if these people had looked down on her before because of that bitch, Yu Zhiwan? Now they were still going out of their way to fawn over her and flatter her, right? As long as she firmly held onto her position as Xie Jingma's fiancée, she could use the title of Xie Jingma's woman to enjoy everyone's envious gazes. Yu Shochi frowned tightly and coldly retorted, Dad, even if you want to announce the marriage agreement, this agreement isn't for Yu Xiangxiang. Yu Changde scolded sharply, shut your mouth. Xiangxiang is the definitive young mistress of the Xie family. As long as I'm alive, no one can change that. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang immediately put on a tearful and moved expression, her voice choking, Mom and Dad, don't worry. You raised me so hard. Even if I marry Jingma and enter the Xie family, I will definitely not forget that I'm a daughter of the Yu family. And I definitely will not forget to help my family. Tao Shuqin was instantly gratified. This was the good daughter she had personally raised. She was so considerate and filial. Unlike that unfilial daughter, Yu Zhiwan. No matter how capable she was, it was still unforgivable for her to have driven into her own parents. If only Xiangxiang were her biological daughter. The shareholders in the ward immediately seized the opportunity to flatter her, praising Yu Xiangxiang for being filial and sensible. Nonsense, this was the future young mistress of the Xie family. Who would dare not to fawn over and flatter her? Yu Xiangxiang was so pleased by these compliments. Ever since that bitch Yu Zhiwan revealed her identity as Wan Yan, she hadn't had a single day of peace. Today was the first time she had been the center of attention like this. Now, Yu Zhiwan was being blamed for running into her own parents, and she was the enviable young mistress of the Xie family. How could Yu Zhiwan compare to her? She even wanted to take the marriage agreement and marry Xie Jingma herself? What a daydream! Just then, the door to the ward was suddenly crashed open from the outside with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked, suddenly silenced, and all turned their heads in surprise. They saw 2 rows of tall, well-built men in black suits, standing with serious expressions in the hallway outside. This formation, this imposing manner. Who was this important person? The one who had crashed open the door was the head bodyguard. After he had crashed open the door, the bodyguard bowed and retreated to the side, his voice respectful, Miss Yu, please. Miss Yu? Everyone in the ward looked at each other in confusion. You look at me and I look at you. The surname was Yu, could it be? Almost in the next second, as if confirming everyone's guess, Yu Zhiwan walked into the ward with an expressionless face, her delicate and bright face icy cold. As soon as Yu Changde saw Yu Zhiwan, his anger surged, and he wished he could jump out of the hospital bed. You beast! You still have the face to come here. Tao Shuqin immediately stood up,
looking at her own daughter, feeling both angry and heartbroken, her eyes faintly moist. Then, she raised her hand and wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes. This kind of beast didn't deserve her heartbreak and was even more unworthy of being her daughter. Yu Shochi on the side was first surprised, then he rushed excitedly towards Yu Zhiwan.
Wan Wan. Why are you here? Who are these bodyguards? Yu Shaoza also rushed over. Zhiwan, did you come because of our parents' car accident? Both me and our older brother believe you. Our parents' car accident had nothing to do with you. But... Yu Chanda suppressed his anger and yelled, "You two, get back here." Xiangxiang saw with her own eyes that she had someone drive into me and Shuqin. How could it have nothing to do with her? The shareholders in the ward felt like they had heard a shocking secret, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? Yu Zhiwan had someone drive into her own biological parents? That was too rebellious. Yu Zhiwan ignored the strange, scrutinizing glances from the crowd and walked directly to the bedside, her eyes icy as she looked at Yu Changda. You said that I had someone drive into you in Tao Shuqin. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Yu Changda was furious. You dare to ask me for evidence? Xiangxiang saw it with her own eyes. You still want to deny it? Yu Zhiwan's lips curved into a cold smile. So, you don't even have evidence. You believed Yu Xiangxiang as soon as she opened her mouth. To say it? If that's the case, then I'll say it now. It was your precious daughter, Yu Xiangxiang, who had someone drive into you. Chapter 75, Send Her to Jail. As soon as Yu Zhiwan said that, Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin were instantly stunned, shocked into silence. The shareholders on the side were also completely dumbfounded, totally confused. What was going on? How did it become Yu Xiangxiang who had someone drive into them? Yu Changda was the first to react. He angrily kicked off his blanket and jumped out of bed, pointing his finger at Yu Zhiwan. You unfilial and shameless bastard. Do you even have any humanity left? I offered you 15% of the shares. You were not satisfied. You still coveted the marriage agreement with the Xie family. Just because I didn't agree on the spot, you became malicious, having someone drive the car in an attempt to kill me. You did such a beastly thing, and now you dare to slander Xiangxiang. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Tao Shuqin quickly stepped forward to support Yu Changda, looking at Yu Zhiwan with loathing and pain, her eyes faintly tearing up. Then, she raised her hand and wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes. This kind of beast didn't deserve her pain and was even less worthy of being her daughter. Yu Zhiwan's eyes were full of ridicule. It's so laughable. Yu Xiangxiang didn't have any evidence and said that I had someone drive into you, and you believed it. Now, I'm just saying it back to you, and you're hysterically telling me to apologize? Yu Shochi immediately spoke, Mom and Dad. Yu Xiangxiang doesn't have any evidence at all. She just slandered you off the cuff. Why do you believe her so much? Wan Wan is your own biological daughter. I'm saying that what Wan Wan said is true. You shut your mouth. Yu Changda roared, unable to tolerate it any longer. Xiangxiang was protecting that beast at first, stubbornly refusing to reveal the truth. How could she slander her? Tao Shuqin looked heartbroken, shaking her head at Yu Zhiwan in disappointment. Saying that you're our biological daughter, you were only brought back to the Yu family when you were 16, so you must have resented us for being your parents. You've never been on the same side as us. Xiangxiang is the daughter I raised since she was a child, the daughter I personally nurtured. How can I not understand her? She was sensible and filial, never fighting and never lying. Would I believe you over her? Yu Xiangxiang on the side looked moved to the point that tears welled up in her eyes. Her voice choked as she said, Mom and Dad. Thank you for your trust. In my heart, you're my biological mother. I can let down anyone, but I would never dare to let down you. Then, she looked at Yu Zhiwan with a pitiful and wronged expression as if she had been unjustly accused. Sister, I don't know why you would slander me like this. I was also in the car during the accident, and I was injured. Would I have someone drive into myself? Looking at Yu Xiangxiang's pitiful appearance, Yu Changda felt even more hatred and loathing towards Yu Zhiwan. You cruel and malicious beast. You know that we favor Shangxiang.
So you're jealous of her. Even when you're about to die, you still want to slander her, don't you? You will immediately get down on your knees and apologize to Shangxiang.
Get on her knees?
Yu Zhiwan looked at her own biological parents who were denouncing her, using the most vicious and harsh language to curse her, and undisguisedly favoring Yu Shangxiang. Her eyes were as cold as the piercing wind on a glacier, with no trace of warmth.
She spoke coldly, "Make me kneel? Are you worthy?" Yu Chengda was immediately enraged and hated that he couldn't tear her into pieces. Fine. You, unfilial daughter. I'm going to call the police now. I'll send you to jail. So you can rot in there. Tao Shuqin felt a sharp pain in her chest. What did I do in my past life to give birth to a daughter like you? What was the point of bringing you back? Why didn't you just die outside? Just be beaten to death by your gambling adoptive father. Then you wouldn't have been brought back to make us so angry.
Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoza's expressions changed immediately when they heard this.
They shouted angrily, "Mom!"
The miserable life she had led in her adoptive parents' house was the darkest and most tragic experience of Wanwan's childhood. Now, her biological father was threatening to send her to jail, and her biological mother cursed her, saying why she wasn't beaten to death by her adoptive father. This was like stabbing her deepest wounds. And the ones hurting her were her closest blood relatives. Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoza immediately turned to look at Yu Zhiwan, wanting to comfort her. But they found that her face was cold, and her eyebrows and eyes, besides being full of mockery and contempt, held no excessive sadness or pain. Was it because of the repeated disappointments and hurt in the past, that her heart was now like ashes and she had completely let go of everything? Did she no longer hold any expectations or consider the Yu family her so-called family? The shareholders in the ward couldn't help but whisper to each other, observing this scene. Heavens, they're going to send her to jail.
Otherwise what? Having someone drive into your own biological parents, that's so heartless. Jail would be too good for her. But, didn't they say there's no evidence? The Yu couple just believe Yu Shangxiang that much? In my opinion, Shangxiang is an upper-class lady and is also known for her filial piety. Would she have someone drive into her own parents? Definitely not. So the one who's lying must be Yu Zhiwan.
Listening to everyone's discussion, all standing on her side, Yu Shangxiang could no longer suppress the triumph in her heart. Her eyes were full of provocation as she looked at Yu Zhiwan.
My dear sister. This time, you're completely finished.
Looking at Yu Shangxiang's provocative gaze, Yu Zhiwan's lips curled up into a cold smile. Her mocking and indifferent gaze swept across the Yu family one by one, and finally, paused on Yu Shangxiang. That gaze seemed casual, but Yu Shangxiang felt a sudden sense of pressure. Her spine instantly tensed up, like facing a formidable enemy. This bitch, was she still trying to struggle? And Yu Zhiwan coldly withdrew her gaze and turned her head towards the direction of the ward door.
She said in a low voice, "Come in."
As soon as her voice fell, the bodyguards outside pushed in a middle-aged man, about 30 years old. The middle-aged man was slightly chubby, a stubble of beard on his chin, pushed around by the bodyguards, shrinking his neck in fear, his legs shaking, and his face deathly pale.
Everyone else in the ward was puzzled. Who is this? I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before. He doesn't look like a company president. He must be an ordinary person. What is Yu Zhiwan bringing over an irrelevant person for?
These shareholders didn't recognize the middle-aged man, but Yu Chengda, as he observed the middle-aged man, felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Even Tao Shuqin also felt that she had seen him. This is.
I remember. Yu Chengda suddenly reacted, his teeth grinding in anger. Isn't this the driver who drove into us? He ran away after the accident, and now, he's been caught.
Upon hearing this, Tao Shuqin also remembered.
That's right. It's him. That's the driver.
I saw him before I passed out.
It's that driver. Yu Chengda rushed over angrily, grabbing the middle-aged man's clothes. You dared to hit someone in broad daylight and then run. Is there no justice left? I'll take you to the police station right now.
The middle-aged man was named He Fengshan. As soon as he heard that they would call the police, he swallowed nervously, shaking his head repeatedly.
No, it wasn't that I wanted to hit you. It was her who made me do it.
He Fengshan reached out and pointed behind him. Yu Chanda followed his gaze and turned his head.
His pupils trembled and he was as if struck by lightning.
The person he Fengshan was pointing at was actually Shang Xian. Chapter 76, Evidence Slaps, Truth Revealed. The shareholders in the ward were stunned by this scene.
What is going on?
This driver is pointing at Yu Shangshan.
Yu Shangshan made him do it? Oh my god.
This. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to look at Yu Shangshan, all full of confusion and suspicion. Yu Shangshan's hands, which were hanging at her side, clenched tightly. Her heart sneered.
As soon as he Fengshan entered the ward, she recognized him. That bitch Yu Zhiwan was truly capable.
She even found he Fengshan.
But, did she think that she could identify her with that? That's so laughable.
She wasn't so stupid as to leave evidence that could be used against her.
Yu Shangshan immediately put on a blank and shocked posture as if she was bewildered by he Fengshan's identification, then she looked wronged and sad. Sister, who is this person you brought? I don't recognize him at all. Why is he identifying me?
Sister, regarding the car accident, I've already interceded for you with Mom and Dad.
Why do you still have to collude with a person that I don't know to throw dirt at me?
As she spoke, Yu Shangshan's eyes turned red and tears welled up, making her look as if she had been greatly wronged.
Tao Shuqin immediately held Yu Shangshan with sympathy. Good daughter, stop crying, Mom believes you. Mom will definitely not let you be wronged.
Yu Chanda came back to his senses after his initial shock.
He scoffed coldly and looked at Yu Zhiwan with displeasure. Good, you even colluded with this driver to slander Shangshan.
Seeing this scene, Yu Shochi immediately said in displeasure, Mom and Dad. Yu Shangshan doesn't even have any evidence, but you
believe her. Now that Wan Wan has brought a witness, you still don't believe Wan Wan. Are you even treating your own daughter right? Yu Shaoza opened his mouth, but didn't say anything.
He was now very confused. He believed that Jiwan would not have someone drive into her parents, but Shangshan, his little sister whom he had watched grow up, if she had been falsely accused, he would also feel that it was unbearable. Hearing Yu Shochi's words, Yu Shangshan spoke in a tearful voice, Older brother, I really don't know this driver. I don't have any contact or interactions with him. This driver, since you say I bribed and instructed you, then if I bribed you, I would definitely give you money.
Do you have a transfer record with me? He Fengshan first glanced at Yu Zhiwan next to him and then shook his head. No, I don't.
A flash of triumph passed through Yu Shangshan's eyes. She was so cautious that she didn't leave any evidence of contacting he Fengshan. Yu Zhiwan trying to identify her was simply a toad wanting to eat a swan. Hearing he Fengshan say no, Yu Chanda looked at Yu Zhiwan furiously. There's no transfer record, so how would Shangshan bribe him?
Tell me.
Yu Zhiwan ignored him, looking at he Fengshan indifferently. Take it out. Upon hearing this, he Fengshan didn't dare to delay. He immediately took out the items from his pocket while trembling.
A solid gold gourd, and 2 green, transparent jade bracelets.
They looked to be very valuable.
Yu Shochi immediately recognized them.
These are Yu Shangshan's jewelry. That solid gold gourd was a birthday gift that Dad gave her, and those 2 jade bracelets, Mom and Dad bought them for her before.
He Fengshan dared not hide anything and immediately explained,
Yu Shangshan used these things to bribe me. She said that she couldn't transfer money to me directly because it was easy to leave a trace, so she gave me these gold, silver, and jade. She said that even if they were sold cheaply, they would be worth no less than 1 million.
Even Yu Shochi recognized them, so there was no way that Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin wouldn't.
These were all the gifts they had bought for Yu Shangshan. Upon seeing this, the shareholders on the side exclaimed in astonishment.
Heavens, how smart! In this day and age, transferring money through a bank account will inevitably leave a trace and it's easy for others to find out. If you use gold, silver, and jade for transactions, it's really hard to track. TSK. Amidst the discussions, Tao Shuqin looked at Yu Shangshan in disbelief. Shangshan, you. Mom.
Yu Shangshan shook her head hastily. biting her lip pitifully, "It's all my fault. I lost the gifts that you gave me, but I was afraid that you would be upset, so I never dared to tell you."
Tao Shuqin was stunned. "You accidentally lost them?"
Yu Xiangxiang's tears rolled down her face.
"Really, Mom?"
"Until I saw Di Fengshan take them out today, I realized that the things I lost were actually stolen by my sister.
She used it to frame me. Mom and Dad, you must believe me."
Listening to Yu Xiangxiang's wronged voice, Yu Changde frowned tightly as he looked at Yu Zhiwan. "Is it because you were jealous that we only bought gifts for Xiangxiang and not for you, so you stole her things and then turned around and slandered her?" Yu Xiuqi could no longer stand it.
"Dad! You didn't buy gifts for your own daughter, only Yu Xiangxiang.
How can you say such biased words so openly? And with the evidence right in front of you, you still don't believe it."
Yu Changde was displeased. "What evidence is this?
It's just a few gold and jade pieces.
Can you sentence Xiangxiang to death with that alone?"
Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiangxiang didn't even show any evidence, but you still sentenced Wanwan to death. Tao Shuqin hugged Yu Xiangxiang and looked at Yu Zhiwan harshly. "Don't blame me for being biased. I have raised Xiangxiang since she was a child. Who should I care for if not her? I choose to believe her." Yu Xiangxiang rested on Tao Shuqin's shoulder, secretly sending a provocative gaze to Yu Zhiwan.
"Sister, oh sister. Even now, how can you compete with me?" Yu Zhiwan let out a snort.
She just wouldn't shed tears until she saw the coffin. She turned to look at He Fengshan.
"Aren't you going to continue?"
He Fengshan nervously swallowed, and then quickly took out another item from his pocket.
Not daring to take a breath, he said, "This, here is also a recording pen.
I secretly recorded it when Yu Xiangxiang met with me privately."
Hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang's triumphant expression froze.
The triumph on her face instantly faded, and was replaced with shock and panic. Her nails dug tightly into the palm of her hand.
A recording pen. How could there be?
This damn bastard had secretly recorded her. He Fengshan stood next to Yu Zhiwan and upon receiving her signal, immediately said everything he knew. Yu Xiangxiang was so cautious that she didn't even want
to transfer money or give me cash.
I felt that was too suspicious, and I was afraid that she would abandon me after using me.
So I secretly recorded our meeting.
After He Fengshan finished speaking, he pressed the play button on the recording pen. First, a male voice was heard.
It was clearly He Fengshan's voice. "Miss you, is this appropriate? You're also in the car. Do I directly crash into them?"
Then a female voice was heard, with a contemptuous tone.
"Can't you drive slower?
Furthermore, I'm sitting in the back, and those two old things are sitting in the front. Even if people die, those two old things will be the first to die."
As soon as it was played to hear, someone in the ward immediately recognized it. How familiar.
This female voice is Yu Xiangxiang for sure.
It's her voice. Exactly the same. Absolutely. She's crazy. It really is Yu Xiangxiang. Those two old things. Could they be referring to Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin?
In an instant, everyone looked at Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin. Just now, Yu Xiangxiang had said in the recording, "I'm sitting in the back, and those two old things are sitting in the front. Even if people die, those two old things will be the first to die."
This. Tao Shuqin's vision turned dark, unable to withstand such a huge blow.
She staggered backwards, about to faint, but Yu Changde was able to support her immediately. "Shuqin." Tao Shuqin's face was pale, and she could hardly breathe. She looked at Yu Xiangxiang in disbelief.
You? Was this really the filial and sensible daughter she had always known?
How could she say such heartless words?
The recording continued to play.
He Fengshan was somewhat dissatisfied.
"Miss Yu Xiangxiang, you're too cautious. You don't even want to transfer money.
You only gave me gold, silver, and jade, and told me to sell them myself. It would be so much easier to give me cash." Yu Xiangxiang's tone was arrogant. "Just look at your poor and unsophisticated look.
These are all valuable items.
Even if you sell them cheaply, they will
be worth at least 1 million.
If I transfer money or take out cash to give you, it would be easy for others to find out because there's a huge amount."
He Fengshan gritted his teeth. Okay. The time will be set for noon the day after tomorrow. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin will be driving along that road. There are no surveillance cameras there. I'll run after I crash. Yu Shangxian, remember, don't contact me privately. It would leave a trace for others. The recording ended here. The people in the ward were completely stunned. Oh my god. Those gold, silver, and jade items weren't lost carelessly by Yu Shangxian. They were the gifts she used to bribe He Fengshan. I'm amazed, she was still lying with such a straight face. And she even accused Yu Zhiwan of stealing her jewelry. So that means that Yu Shangxian planned the entire car accident. She hired someone to drive into her own parents. What's even more terrifying is that she knew there were no surveillance cameras there. After doing all this, she also threw the blame on Yu Zhiwan, saying that she saw Yu Zhiwan sitting in the back seat with He Fengshan. That's too cruel. She could even frame someone for something like that. At this moment, after listening to the recording, Yu Changde was shaking all over in anger. He raised his hand and slapped Yu Shangxiang's face. Beast! You beast! The gifts full of love that they had given to Yu Shangxiang had turned into the payment for hiring a hitman. How ironic. Chapter 77, The Repentance of the Scumbag Father and Scumbag Mother. With the truth finally revealed, Yu Shochi could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, grabbed Yu Shangxiang's hair, and yanked it back forcefully, forcing her to look up. Yu Shangxiang. I knew you were lying, framing Wanwan. But I never imagined you'd even hire someone to run down your own parents. How could you do something so heinous? They raised you for over 20 years. Yu Shaozi was in a daze, his expression blank with disbelief as he stared at Yu Shangxiang. The Yu Shangxiang he had always cherished, more than a real sister. How had she become so venomous, so twisted, so utterly inhumane? Tao Shuqin felt like the sky had fallen. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, even if you aren't our biological daughter, we raised you for so many years. Why would you do this? Why? Yu Shangxiang's face was contorted in pain as Yu Shochi yanked her hair, her scalp feeling like it was about to split. What made it? Worse was that everything had been exposed, leaving her with no room to deny it. She had become an instant pariah, hated by everyone. It was all that slut Yu Zhiwan's fault. That wretched girl was the one who had ruined her. Jealousy and resentment surged in Yu Shangxiang's heart. Suddenly, she forcefully shoved Yu Shochi away. Her hair was a mess, her face devoid of its usual gentle demeanor. With a ferocious look, she glared at Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde, sneering, "Why, you ask why, shouldn't you both be dead?" Tao Shuqin's eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted again. Yu Changde, seeing her true, unmasked nature, was filled with rage. You monster! We raised you, you owe us a debt of gratitude. We gave you the best of everything. Is this how you repay us? Yu Shangxiang scoffed. Ha, the best of everything? You don't, Chairman Yu. How can you even say that? You only gave me 10% of the company shares, while giving Yu Zhiwan 15%. And you gave my engagement, my fiancé, to that slut. Is that what you call the best? Yu Changde pointed his finger at her. You beast. None of that was ever yours in the first place. If my biological daughter hadn't been swapped at birth, you wouldn't have received a single thing. You've enjoyed the wealth and privilege of the Yu family for so many years. What more could you possibly want? Yu Shangxiang's expression became even more contemptuous and sinister. If you hadn't brought Yu Zhiwan back, would I have had to be like this? The Yu family's company, the Xie family engagement, were all supposed to be mine. Every day since Yu Zhiwan returned, I've lived in fear, afraid she would steal everything from me. Why did you bring her back? Why? It's all your fault. Hearing these twisted and nonsensical words, Yu Changde was breathless with rage, his chest heaving. You heartless beast. What's wrong with bringing back my own daughter? Even after bringing Yu Zhiwan back, we never stopped caring for you. We never sent you back to your original family. And Wanwan, worried about you facing abuse in that gambling father's house, even suggested that you stay in the Yu family. This is how you treat her.
Yu Shangxiang gave a cold smile, her voice almost a shriek.
That's because she was stupid. And you're all just as stupid. I ended up like this because of you all. It's all your fault. Enough.
Tao Shuqin, her face pale, suddenly spoke, her whole body trembling with anger, her lips white as bone. Tell me, with a clear conscience, where has the Yu family ever wronged you? For the sake of Yu Shangxiang, this adopted daughter, she had even neglected her own biological daughter. Her own flesh and blood. When they first brought Yu Zhiwan back, worried that Yu Shangxiang would feel uncomfortable and resentful, she ignored her own daughter's longing and hopeful gaze, ignoring her cries of mommy. She had cast her own daughter aside, disregarding the suffering she endured with her foster parents, ignoring her need for a mother's love, openly favoring her adopted daughter. When Yu Shangxiang said she was sick and wanted her sister to care for her, she and Yu Changde made their biological daughter take a year off from school, a full year, to serve and look after her. Just because her biological daughter scored higher on the college entrance exams than Yu Shangxiang, she and Yu Changde tore up her acceptance letter. And to ensure that Yu Shangxiang could marry into the Xie family, she forced her own daughter to date and consider marrying a womanizing, good-for-nothing playboy, pushing her daughter into a fire pit with her own 2 hands. Recalling these events, Tao Shuqin's eyes blurred with tears, her heart aching as if it was being torn into pieces. How had she hurt her own biological child so deeply? She remembered Yu Zhiwan's cold gaze, her expressionless words, "From the day I severed ties with the Yu family, I no longer have a mother."
No longer have a mother. Her daughter wanted nothing to do with her.
Tao Shuqin's tears flowed freely, her heart feeling as if it was being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Suddenly, she ran towards Yu Shangxiang, crying and sobbing as she tore at her, hitting her.
Give me back my daughter, give me back my daughter.
Her cries were heartbreaking. The shareholders in the room all fell silent. They never imagined that Yu Shangxiang, who had always appeared so filial and understanding, who always said she treated Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin as her own parents, would do something so vile, and then frame the Yu family's true heiress. All the wealth and privilege Yu Shangxiang enjoyed in the Yu family were originally Yu Zhiwan's. Moreover, Yu Zhiwan had suffered so much hardship for her sake. Her abusive, gambling father, her mother who favored boys over girls, that was Yu Shangxiang's original life, and Yu Zhiwan had lived it for 16 years. And yet, after returning to the Yu family, Yu Zhiwan had asked that Yu Shangxiang stay, preventing her from returning to that original family, allowing her to continue living her life as a pampered young heiress.
Yet Yu Shangxiang showed no gratitude, no sense of repayment.
Instead, she wanted to steal Yu Zhiwan's engagement, constantly targeted and marginalized her, eventually forcing her to cut ties with the Yu family. She was simply selfish, greedy, and ungrateful. As Tao Shuqin beat at Yu Shangxiang, Yu Shaozi, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward. He pulled the distraught Tao Shuqin back, his eyes burning red as he stared at Yu Shangxiang, his voice hoarse with emotion. That your Wanwan took a leave from school to look after you. You told me one morning that you had a fight with Wanwan, and that she had bullied you. I believed you, lashed out at Wanwan, even accidentally pushed her down the stairs. She fell unconscious and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. She didn't wake up for hours. Yu Shangxiang, tell me now, was Wanwan really the one who bullied you? Hearing this, Yu Shangxiang burst into hysterical laughter. Second brother, my good second brother. I said it off the cuff and you just pushed that fool down the stairs. You were a wonderful helper. Yu Shaozi's mind went blank, Yu Shangxiang's crazed laughter like a poison arrow piercing his temples, his forehead throbbing like it would explode. It was true. Wanwan had been innocent after all. He had believed Yu Shangxiang's lies, he hadn't trusted his own sister, and had personally harmed her. Perhaps it was karma, but not long after, he had also been pushed down the stairs in the chaos, spending 6 months in a wheelchair. It was all karma. But, during those years Wanwan was in the Yu family, how many times had he sided with Yu Shangxiang against his own sister? His own sister, who was so humble, so desperate for her brother's approval and affection. And he, in his blind support of Yu Shangxiang, had even deliberately mixed pineapple juice into her drink, knowing his sister was allergic. He wasn't even human. Yu Changde, hearing Yu Shangxiang's accusations against his own daughter and her hysterical laughter, could no longer contain his rage. He raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. You beast! You lied to us all. You're nothing but a serpent, a wicked monster. Dad, Yu Shaoza suddenly spoke, his voice trembling, we're more at fault. If we had shown Wan any affection or trust, we wouldn't have been so easily misled by Yu Shangxiang.
In the end, the fault is still ours. Yu Changde was stunned.
His eyes suddenly welled up. He turned his head away to wipe them, looking suddenly aged and weary. Yes, Yu Shangxiang had said that Wan hired someone to run them down, and he had believed it without question. But Wan, even after she brought forward a witness, he had refused to believe her, until the recording had been placed before his eyes, and he had been forced to accept the truth. If he had given any place to his own daughter in his heart, he wouldn't have been so biased towards Yu Shangxiang, and let his own daughter suffer so much. Nearby, Tao Shuqin suddenly turned towards the door, spotting Yu Zhiwan's figure as she turned to leave. Tao Shuqin felt a pain in her chest, regret washing over her. Her eyes were red as she stumbled to the door, grabbing at the girl's clothing, her voice choked with grief.
Wan.
She was met with her daughter's cold, distant voice.
Miss Tao, please let go.
The black-suited bodyguard stepped forward, blocking Tao Shuqin from continuing her pursuit. Watching her daughter walk away without looking back, Tao Shuqin's tears flowed freely as she sank to the floor, the delayed regret and sorrow tearing her apart.
Chapter 78, Yu Zhiwan seducing Xie Jingma? Yu Changde quickly rushed over and helped Tao Shuqin up.
Watching his daughter's retreating figure, he bit his lip and turned back to Yu Shangxiang in the room.
You heartless, ungrateful wretch. I will expose everything you've done and kick you out of the Yu family. Don't even think about the engagement with the Xie family, or a single share of the company.
Yu Shangxiang, however, laughed defiantly, her tone malicious.
Don't forget, that idiot Yu Zhiwan is already married. Even if she gets a divorce and tries to marry into the Xie family, will the Xie family want some second-hand goods? Besides me, who else can fulfill the engagement?
Hearing her vulgar and offensive words, Yu Shoqi's forehead veins bulged. He grabbed Yu Shangxiang's throat.
Who gave you the right to talk about Wan like that?
Yu Shangxiang gasped for breath, her eyes widening in fear as she struggled against Yu Shoqi's grip.
You, let go.
Witnessing the chaos, the shareholders in the room looked at each other in silence.
It was true that Yu Shangxiang was responsible for the Yu family falling apart, but the parents, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, and the brothers, Yu Shoqi and Yu Shaoza, were equally responsible. Yu Zhiwan was their own daughter and sister, so how could they be so biased?
They had discarded their own talented and capable daughter in favor of coddling a heartless ingrate. They deserved what they were getting.
However, according to Yu Shangxiang, Yu Zhiwan was already married? Who did she marry? Never heard of him, maybe a designer like her? That's right, I remember now.
I saw a ring on Yu Zhiwan's ring finger earlier. A shareholder suddenly exclaimed, remembering the detail.
Look downstairs. Isn't that Xie Jingma?
A shareholder by the window suddenly yelled in shock.
How is Yu Zhiwan with President Xie?
His words sparked an uproar.
Everyone rushed to the windows.
The room was on the 6th floor.
Looking down, they saw Yu Zhiwan walking out of the hospital with Xie Jingma and getting into the same car. Then the car drove off.
The Yu family heard the commotion and rushed to the window. Yu Shoqi, who had been strangling Yu Shangxiang, dropped her like a hot potato at the mention of Yu Zhiwan's name, and ran to the window. Cough, Yu Shangxiang's face was red, and she struggled to get up, ignoring the pain in her arms. She rushed to the window, but could only see the car driving away.
Damn it, how did Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingma come to know each other? They didn't know each other before.
That slut, even though she's married, still can't behave herself and is getting in a car with her fiancé. Is she trying to seduce him? Yu Shangxiang glared down at the street, her face contorted with fury.
Xie Jingma was hers. He was her fiancé.
That slut Yu Zhiwan should stop trying to get her claws into him. Something suddenly occurred to Yu Shangxiang. She turned to Yu Changde, her voice defiant and menacing. Chairman Yu, I suggest you look at these photos before you decide whether to reveal what happened today. Her words prompted a wave of curiosity in the room.
Photos? What photos? It didn't sound like anything good.
Yu Changde frowned, his brow furrowed.
You wicked, ungrateful monster. What tricks are you playing now?
Yu Shangxiang slowly pulled out her phone, walked to Yu Changda, and held it up in front of his face, showing him a picture.
Yu Changda's expression changed drastically.
It was a picture of him, drunk and incoherent, in bed with a woman. And he had had a love child with her afterwards.
How did Yu Shangxian get it?
Yu Changda was livid, his face turning white with rage.
You monster!
Yu Shangxiang sneered, Chairman Yu, you can curse all you like, but should we perhaps show this picture to Mrs. Yu?
Tao Shuqin sensed that something was wrong.
Weary, she asked, Changda, what picture is it?
Yu Changda became anxious. He immediately snatched Yu Xiangxian's phone and deleted all the pictures on it. Yu Xiangxian laughed. Chairman Yu, you can delete them, but besides what's on the phone, I have other copies. Yu Changda couldn't speak from rage.
Yu Shangxiang said, I believe Chairman Yu has thought it over on whether to reveal what happened today. From now on, I'm still the second miss of the Yu family. The faultless second miss of the Yu family. Her words felt like the chill of death. They clung to the Yu family, impossible to shake off.
Yu Xiuqi was furious.
Yu Shangxian, you delusional idiot.
Dad, what picture is it? How could they let that heartless ingrate continue to be the second miss of the Yu family? Tao Shuqin sensed that something was amiss and asked in a pale voice. Changda, what's the picture?
The shareholders in the room exchanged bewildered looks. It seemed that the picture was something serious, something that could threaten Yu Changda. Yu Shangxian, at that moment, seemed completely in control. She was determined to hold on to the Xie family engagement, and marry Xie Jingma as the second miss of the Yu family. Not only that, but she would also find reporters and expose Yu Zhiwan, this married woman, as a mistress, seducing another woman's fiancé. She wanted to see if this Wanyan goddess would still be popular. She was going to destroy Yu Zhiwan's reputation. She was going to make her an outcast. Chapter 79, What Xie Jingma Fears. On the way back from the hospital, Tang Yi, in the driver's seat, would occasionally glance at the strange atmosphere in the back. Oh no, was President Xie going to argue with Miss Yu? President Xie wasn't peacocking in front of Miss Yu. At that moment, Yu Zhiwan, sitting in the back seat, was turned sideways, half-facing Xie Jingma. She was shaking his arm, praising him like crazy. The car accident at the Yu family is finally resolved. Most importantly, I need to thank you. Really, there weren't even any security cameras at that intersection, yet you were still able to find He Fengshan. You're amazing. The man glanced at her, his expression lukewarm. Yu Zhiwan pouted and moved a little closer to him. Don't be mad, okay? Wasn't it just because I didn't let you come to the hospital with me? Originally, Xie Jingma was going to go with her, but she thought if he went, the hospital room would be in complete chaos, the Yu family might try something and make a huge mess. She didn't want to spend any more time with the Yu family, so she went by herself. After returning the blame, she immediately left the hospital room. Yu Zhiwan looked at the man with a hopeful gaze, shaking his arm again affectionately. Really, don't be upset. Although I didn't let you come, those bodyguards were all sent by you to protect me, and I wasn't ungrateful enough to refuse. Xie Jingma quietly stared at her for a few seconds, his eyes lowered, and he was about to pull a little bit of that green tea act, but then Yu Zhiwan had a strange feeling that this scenario seemed familiar. Her eyes twitched, and she reached out to cover his mouth. I don't think you're embarrassing, I don't think you're not good enough, and I definitely don't look down on you. Really? Xie Jingma, who was interrupted from his green tea attempt. Tang Yi in the front seat? Oh no. This is bad. Miss Yu has already gained some experience with President Xie's green tea, and learned how to give the answers in advance. Xie Jingma's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled the girl's hand away from his mouth. Who told you I was going to say that? Yu Zhiwan's small face was full of confusion. But I saw you looked a bit down, and before, whenever you looked down like that, it meant you were going to say those things. Whenever he said those things, she had to coax him. So this time, she jumped the gun. Hearing that, Xie Jingma leisurely raised his eyebrows, his voice pleasant and relaxed. Oh, so my wife pays such close attention to me. Yu Zhiwan's face flushed. It's not about paying attention, oh gosh, what were you going to say then? I was just thinking, Xie Jingma said, holding her hand, his expression shifting and his voice taking on a practiced tone of sadness.
Wan didn't want me to go to the hospital with her, and she doesn't want others to know we're married. Was she thinking about divorcing me? Was she liking another man? Yu Zhiwan immediately got anxious. Who said I wanted a divorce? Who said I liked another man? Nonsense. That's not true.
The man's eyes curved into a smile, and he reached up to ruffle her hair.
Good, then I feel relieved.
Yu Zhiwan blinked, bewildered, as he patted her head.
Something felt a bit off. Tang Yi in the front seat. Oh my god, one green tea is stronger than the other. President Xia had so easily extracted those words from Miss Yu. That line, who said I wanted a divorce, who said I liked another man? It was practically a confession to President Xia. Yu Zhiwan suddenly remembered something, and she shook Xie Jingma's arm. It's almost time for dinner, let's go out to eat, my treat. Xie Jingma, huh? Yu Zhiwan, I know of an underwater restaurant.
There are fish swimming all around when you eat, and deep blue seawater.
It's really fun. Let's go together.
It was a place she had seen online that was a popular date spot for couples, said to be especially romantic. She was thinking about confessing to Xie Jingma tonight, but time was short and she wouldn't be able to set up a romantic scene. So she would take him to the underwater restaurant first, have a romantic dinner, and then give him the gift and confess to him. It would seem more sincere that way. Xie Jingma paused for a couple of seconds after hearing about the underwater restaurant, then nodded.
Okay. Tang Yi's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Was President Xia really going? He was President Xia's personal assistant, and knew best that President Xia had a bit of a phobia about sea environments and the like, even a fear of it. President Xia, Tang Yi couldn't help but speak up.
Before he could finish, Xie Jingma slowly glanced at him.
You can leave work early. Hearing that, Tang Yi immediately flattered him. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss lady. Yu Zhiwan. After Tang Yi left, Yu Zhiwan directly took Xie Jingma to that underwater restaurant. The environment was very dreamlike, like entering a dazzling underwater world. On all sides, even overhead, were huge glass walls. In the deep blue seawater, colorful fish swam by, creating a unique sense of romance. Yu Zhiwan excitedly ran to the glass wall. A few plump fish swam over, and she gently poked the glass. The fish in the very front actually bumped the glass with its mouth. Yu Zhiwan thought it was fun and wanted to share it with Xie Jingma. But when she turned around, she saw him standing behind her. She reached out and pulled him over. Look, isn't it so cute? The man was pulled to the glass wall. He reflexively grasped her hand, and the usual indifference in his eyes faded slightly. His tone was tinged with a hint of unnoticeable nervousness. I think Wan is cuter. Yu Zhiwan. Don't just compliment me. If you keep complimenting me, I'll get too conceited. Yu Zhiwan looked at their clasped hands and suddenly felt like it was a date. She was just about to feel embarrassed when she suddenly noticed, huh? Why are your hands a bit cold? The man paused for a couple of seconds and said, maybe I'm just hungry. Yu Zhiwan. Then let's eat right away. The restaurant's signature dishes were all seafood. Yu Zhiwan ordered one of almost everything. They sat down at their seats, which were right next to the glass wall. The cute fish were swimming as if they were just in front of them. Yu Zhiwan leaned on one hand and looked at the fish for a while. Then, she suddenly leaned closer to Xie Jingma, her eyes bright and clear. In a quiet voice she asked, if this glass suddenly shattered and all the water came out, what would happen? Would we drown? Hearing this, Xie Jingma glanced at the deep blue seawater in the glass wall, only for a moment before turning his gaze back. He didn't seem like he wanted to look any longer. It shouldn't happen, but even if it did, I would get Wan out safely. It was an ordinary tone, but for some reason, Yu Zhiwan trusted him. She stared at his handsome face for a few seconds and then suddenly lowered her eyes. She picked up her water glass and took several large gulps. Her heart was not behaving itself. It was beating so fast. While they were eating, Yu Zhiwan noticed that he said his hands were cold from hunger, but he hadn't eaten much. Is it not to your liking? Yu Zhiwan picked up the menu, ready to order something else. If he didn't like these, then she'd get him something else. She couldn't let him be hungry. No, Xia Jingma stopped her, raising an eyebrow. It's rare to have my wife take care of me this much. I think I'll have to write it down in my little notebook. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan gave him a resentful glare, but she wasn't shy about it. She said bluntly, "That I'll take care of you more in the future, so you'll get used to it." The man chuckled, his eyes languidly captivating. Okay then. Yu Zhiwan. After dinner, Yu Zhiwan pulled him to the nearby underwater tunnel, her face full of excitement. She even pulled out her phone, wanting to take some pictures together. It's so pretty here, let's move back a bit, closer to the glass wall. Yu Zhiwan, hand in hand with Xie Jingma, moved backward, found a good angle to take pictures, but noticed his expression was a bit strained. Don't you like it here? No, I do. Xie Jingma raised his eyelids to look at the camera and curled his lips into a smile. Yu Zhiwan didn't think too much about it and took several pictures, thinking that later she would choose one for her phone wallpaper. After taking the photos, Yu Zhiwan acted like a child, excitedly running ahead, turning around every now and then to look at Xie Jingma, who was following behind. When she encountered something interesting, she pointed it out to him, her eyes crinkling into a smile. Xie Jingma's gaze was always on the girl. Watching her smile, the edge of his eyes grew soft with a look of indulgent affection. After they finished exploring the underwater tunnel, Yu Zhiwan wanted to go to the restroom, so she told Xie Jingma to wait there for her. As soon as Yu Zhiwan left, Xie Jingma quickly and subtly moved a few steps away, keeping a distance from the glass wall and the seawater. Yu Zhiwan came out of the restroom, looking around casually as she walked back. She noticed that this underwater restaurant was popular with not only couples but also some families with children. As she walked, Yu Zhiwan's footsteps paused, her brow furrowing slightly. That woman in front. That woman who looked like Xie Jingma's mother. She saw that middle-aged woman again. Because of her experience last time, Yu Zhiwan was much calmer this time. She unobtrusively looked over. From her angle, she could only see the middle-aged woman's profile, but the woman's features really looked like Xie Jingma's mother from the photos. Just not as young. Her skin had a few more wrinkles. If Xie Jingma's mother hadn't died so early, and she was still alive, she would probably look like this middle-aged woman. That middle-aged woman was holding the hand of a boy around 13 or 14 years old. Her gaze toward the little boy was full of tenderness. Was he her son? Yu Zhiwan looked over a few more times, and noticed that the direction the middle-aged woman was heading was the same direction she was walking back in. Yu Zhiwan quietly followed behind, her brow furrowing deeper. If this middle-aged woman kept walking in this direction, would she run into Xie Jingma? Just as she was worrying about this, sure enough, when she turned a corner, that middle-aged woman suddenly stopped, as if she saw something. However, it was only for 2 seconds. The middle-aged woman then continued to lead the little boy forward, her voice full of tenderness as she continued to explain the different kinds of fish to him. Son, slow down, look over here, this yellow fish is. Yu Zhiwan quickly walked over and saw the middle-aged woman leading the little boy. They brushed past Xie Jingma. And Xie Jingma, his expression indifferent, his dark, cold eyes filled with a chilling darkness. He didn't even glance at the middle-aged woman, as if she was a stranger. Yu Zhiwan hid behind the corner, secretly watching this scene, her lips pressed into a tight line. She remembered that Xie Jingma had once told her that his parents disliked him. She suddenly felt that Xie Jingma, at that moment, looked so lonely, so she really wanted to hug him. But maybe Xie Jingma didn't want to be bothered right now, he didn't want others to see his hidden side. Now, Yu Zhiwan could almost be certain that it wasn't just that she looked alike, that middle-aged woman was probably Xie Jingma's mother. The Xie family claimed that Xie Jingma's parents had passed away a long time ago. What was going on? Yu Zhiwan stood at the corner for a while before composing herself. Then she ran over like nothing had happened. I'm back. After she said that, she threw herself into the man's arms. Xie Jingma was caught off guard, and was pushed back a couple of steps by her force. When the girl ran over and tightly hugged him, the man was stunned. The frost in his eyes melted away, like the sun had shined on him, melting away all his chill. He looked down in surprise, but his lips curled upwards. What's the meaning of this? Throwing yourself into my arms? Yu Zhiwan's earlobes warmed. She raised her head to look at him. No. I just secretly overheard someone else saying a secret. If you hug in front of the seawater and the fish, you'll get the spirit of the ocean, which brings good luck. The man found it amusing. There's such a strange saying? Yu Zhiwan lied without changing her expression. Yeah, I overheard it from someone. We should try it. What if it really works? Then Xie Jingma and Yu Zhiwan will both have good luck in the future. So it brings good luck, huh? Xie Jingma didn't believe in these things, nor did he care if he had good luck or not. But holding the beautiful, radiant girl in his arms, he only felt that the deep blue seawater behind the glass wall didn't seem so horrible anymore. Back at Blue Creek Manor, Yu Zhiwan first went to her study. The gift she had prepared for Xie Jingma was in there. Thinking about the confession later, she suddenly felt nervous. Should she search online for some moving confessions, and hope to move Xie Jingma to the point where he agrees to her confession in a daze? But would that be too much? Oh well, she might as well just go ahead with it. Let's go. Yu Zhiwan took 2 deep breaths. As she prepared to leave her study with the gift, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. It was a call from Xia Yuntang. Sister-in-law, what are you and my brother doing? Let's go out to dinner together. Yu Zhiwan laughed slightly. We already ate. Xia Yuntang immediately wailed. How unlucky, did you eat at home or outside? Xiaozhou and I are at a restaurant, just the 2 of us, it's so boring. Yu Zhiwan, we ate out too, at the underwater restaurant called the Mermaid. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Xia Yuntang thought she had heard wrong, and confirmed again. You and my brother went to an underwater restaurant? Yu Zhiwan was confused. Yeah, why? Xia Yuntang hesitated for a while, and said, it's nothing really. It's just my brother has a bit of a trauma with the ocean, but since he went with you, then it's probably nothing. Trauma? Chapter 80, Confession, Xie Jingma, I like you. Yu Zhiwan's heart suddenly sank. Why would he have a trauma related to the ocean? Wait. Earlier in the underwater restaurant, Xie Jingma did seem a bit off. He wasn't as relaxed as usual, and he seemed somewhat tense. And his hands, when she held his hands, she felt that they were a bit cold. He said he was hungry, but he hadn't eaten much. So, why didn't he tell her earlier? Yuntang, I have something to do, I have to go. Yu Zhiwan hastily hung up the phone and ran out of her study. Pushing open the bedroom door, she saw the man standing by the window, taking a phone call. His figure was tall and slender, his features handsome and noble. Seeing that she had returned, Xie Jingma spoke a few words to the person on the other line, and then hung up. What's wrong? Xie Jingma saw that her expression was off. He walked over and grasped her hand, and with his other hand, lifted her chin. When he saw her eyes were teary and red, his heart tightened. Why are you about to cry? I'm not crying, I just ran too fast, and my finger hit the doorframe, it hurts, Yu Zhiwan sniffled, her fair skin glowing. She looked up at him, you can't go to underwater restaurants, why didn't you tell me? Hearing her say that she had hurt her finger, Xia Jingma immediately lifted her finger and examined it. After confirming that it wasn't swollen, he felt a little relieved. Hearing the second half of her sentence, he was slightly stunned. Then the corners of his lips curved upwards. Who told you? Yu Zhiwan's eyes glistened with tears, her nose was also pink. Yuntang called me just now, wanting to invite us out for dinner, and mentioned it. If you had told me, I wouldn't have taken you. It's like how I'm allergic to pineapples, I feel terrible whenever I touch it. You have a trauma with the ocean, and you stayed there with me for so long, you must have felt really uncomfortable. Xia Jingma only felt that her current appearance was irresistibly cute. He gently caressed the skin under her eyes, his voice filled with lazy laughter. Baby, that's different, you can't compare it like that. I'm okay, aren't I? Yu Zhiwan was full of remorse. I even said in the restaurant that I would take care of you more in the future. But when you were not okay, I didn't even realize it, and I was having such a great time. She was too ashamed to say it out loud. She might even sit up in the middle of the night and say, I really deserve to die. The man couldn't help but curl his lips, his Adam's apple bobbed,
and a sexy chuckle escaped his lips. He pulled her into a hug.
I only know that, if you're this cute again, I'm going to want to bite you. Yu Zhiwan?
Her heart skipped a beat, her heartbeat was so fast, and as the man held her in his arms, smelling the clean, woody scent from his body, she couldn't help but reach out to hug his slender waist. She had been too rushed to get her gift in her study, but she couldn't wait any longer.
She didn't want to wait anymore.
Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath, and then another. Suddenly, she raised her head and spoke in one breath. Xia Jingma, I said this afternoon that I had a gift I wanted to give you at night, and there was something very important that I wanted to tell you. But now, my gift is still in my study, so I want to tell you that very important thing first.
That is.
Xia Jingma's breath had hitched when she reached out to hug him. Now hearing her words, his back stiffened, and his arm around her waist tightened suddenly. His dark, deep eyes were fixed on the girl's exceptionally beautiful face. Yu Zhiwan was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, her heart was pounding like crazy, she didn't even know what she was saying. Her eyes sparkled with tears as she looked at the man, her gaze as if it was reflecting a night sky filled with stars.
Xia Jingma, I like you. I want to be really, really good to you, I want to be with you officially.
I mean, I like you so much that I wouldn't want to divorce you in the future.